Chapter 1462. The world spirit had been within her reach, but it had been snatched away by Yonkai's ice phoenix. Between this gain and loss, Demon Blood Temple's temple master's mood could be imagined. At this moment, she wished she could skin Yonkai alive and grind his bones to dust to vent the hatred in her heart. However, after carefully assessing the situation in front of her, this beautiful woman suddenly restrained her anger and instead smiled charmingly, her beautiful eyes flashing as she called out softly, "Little brother, we really are fated to meet again." She looked at Yonkai excitedly, and when she spoke, her pink tongue darted out of her mouth and licked her red lips, as if she had just seen a delicious meal, a look of excitement appearing on her face. "It is indeed fate." Yonkai grinned and gently nodded. Biluo's brow furrowed slightly as she stared at Yonkai fiercely and asked in a low voice, "Do you know her? You pervert, are you flirting with other women again?" She was obviously not used to seeing the current appearance of Demon Blood Temple's temple master, and thought that Yonkai had some kind of relationship with her. Hearing her question, Yonkai glanced over at her but didn't bother to explain. "Little brother, we are all from Shadowed Star and are one family. Why bother ruining this temple master's good fortune?" The beautiful woman was still smiling sweetly, and her every move seemed to exude endless charm. Her slender waist leisurely took 2 steps forward, and her red lips lightly parted as she said, "If you know what's good for you, obediently hand over the heaven and earth spirit to me, and I can guarantee that nothing happened today. How about it?" "Good. After returning to Shadowed Star, come to Luyen Sandfield to find me and I'll return that world spirit to you." Yonkai replied with a smile, as if he was chatting casually with Demon Blood Temple's temple master, not showing the slightest trace of nervousness. The beautiful woman's pretty face went cold as her heart filled with anger. Even a fool could understand the perfunctory meaning in the other party's words. If she really returned to Shadowed Star, even if she had great ability, it would be impossible for her to enter Luyen Sandfield to find him, let alone return that world spirit. It was clear that the other party wanted to take the spirit of heaven and earth for himself. Letting out a long sigh, Demon Blood Temple's temple master's beautiful eyes flashed a touch of sadness, as if she had once been abandoned by Yonkai, slowly saying, "Little brother, this queen has no intention of becoming enemies with you, but if you insist on being so obstinate, this queen doesn't mind teaching you a lesson. You should think carefully. If this queen takes action, you and the girl beside you won't be able to leave here safely. You can try if you dare." Yonkai sneered. "Arrogant brat." Jinshi flew into a rage and growled, "Sect leader, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. Let's take him down first. A mere First Order origin returning realm dares to be so arrogant? He really doesn't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is." "Yes." Demon Blood Temple's temple master gently nodded, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes as she chuckled lightly. "This little brat belongs to me. Such a strong man. This queen has never encountered one before. He should be able to increase this queen's vitality significantly." When they had entered the Emperor Garden that day, she and Jinshi had passed by Yonkai, who was condensing his sure, and had seen Yonkai resist the Emperor pressure with his physical body. At that time, Demon Blood Temple's temple master had been shocked by Yonkai's extraordinary physical strength, so naturally, she had been greatly tempted by him. The stronger a man's physique was, the more useful they were to her. Over the years, Demon Blood Temple's temple master had harmed many strong men, but she had never found a male cultivator who could compare to Yonkai. Even if today's incident with the world spirit had not occurred, Demon Blood Temple's temple master would not have let Yonkai off after meeting him in the Emperor Garden. Before, she had only been trying to distract Yonkai and make him lower his guard. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, there was nothing more to say. "Then this old master will take these 3 women." Jinshi laughed loudly, not only regarding Biluo as his own, but also the 2 women from Ice Heart Valley who were seriously injured and unable to move. When these words reached their ears, the 2 women from Ice Heart Valley couldn't help paling as they secretly cursed in their hearts. If they were at their peak, the 2 of them might not have been afraid of Jinshi and Demon Blood Temple's temple master, but now they could not even display 20 to 30% of their strength, so they could only pin their hopes on Yonkai. But could a trivial First Order origin returning realm cultivator who was carrying a burden who had not yet fully recovered resist the attacks of this man and woman? The two women from Iceheart Valley were extremely nervous as they stared fixedly at the scene, fearing that Yang Kai would be killed. If that were to happen, they would not be able to escape. Although they did not want to admit it, they and Yang Kai were grasshoppers tied to the same rope, and if one was injured, the other would be injured. Little brat, this old master knows that your fire attribute artifact spirit is powerful. But in this place, do you dare release it to fight? Jin Shi sneered, his expression ferocious, his words hitting Yang Kai's weak spot. The artifact spirit had now turned into a protective shield around Yang Kai and Biluo. If it were released, Yang Kai would be able to survive for a while in this frigid environment, but with Biluo's current condition, it would likely die immediately. Jin Shi was certain that the Firebird artifact spirit would be useless in the upcoming battle, at most playing a defensive role. So what? Yang Kai looked at him coldly, not caring at all. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Jin Shi coldly snorted, taking a deep breath as he spoke, and in the next moment, a golden light bloomed from his body and enveloped his entire body. Amidst this dazzling golden light, a faint phantom of a cicada appeared behind Jin Shi. This giant cicada was also golden in color, and with a flicker, it drilled into Jin Shi's body. Immediately, Jin Shi's aura underwent a huge change as an extremely uncomfortable and violent aura filled his body, seemingly capable of drawing out the violent and murderous intent from the depths of one's heart. Golden Cicada Extreme Demon Art. Jin Shi hated Yang Kai to the bone, and the enmity of losing his arm made him restless, so now that he had taken action, he had begun circulating his famous secret art. Obviously, he intended to end this battle quickly. As the golden light dissipated, Jin Shi's exposed skin seemed to have some small scales, and a pair of wings as thin as a cicada's had sprouted from his back. His cheeks puffed up, and after he spoke, a cicada-like cry rang out and a sound wave visible to the naked eye rushed straight towards Yang Kai. The indifference on Yang Kai's face gradually converged. He had seen this guy use this move to deal with the world spirit just now and knew how strange and powerful this secret technique was, so naturally, he would not act carelessly. Pushing his divine sense, Yang Kai's massive spiritual energy burst out from his mind and condensed a protective barrier in front of him. This spiritual energy was actually visible to the naked eye, like a fiery red mist, shocking the eyes. Divine sense manifestation? Jin Shi's eyes bulged as he called out in shock, a look of disbelief filling his face. Although the power of divine sense was formless, if it was strong to a certain extent, it could be seen with the naked eye. This was the manifestation of divine sense. No one on Shadowed Star was capable of such a feat at the very least. No one Jin Shi knew had such an ability. Only an Origin King Realm cultivator could achieve such a feat. This little brat in front of him had clearly only broken through to the First Order returning realm not long ago. So how could he possess such powerful spiritual energy? Moreover, judging from the color of the barrier formed by this spiritual energy, Jin Shi did not seem to have an ordinary divine sense, but rather a mutated conflagrated knowledge. See? Shit! Jin Shi's thoughts flashed as he secretly cursed. He had tried to overestimate this little brat's strength, but it seemed he had still underestimated him. The sound wave attack launched by Jin Shi quickly rushed in front of Yang Kai, but it was completely blocked by the fiery red mist, like a stone sinking into the sea, unable to play any role. Fortunately, Jin Shi was not fighting alone. At the same time, Demon Blood Temple's Temple Master also took action, summoning her bracelet-like artifact again, and sending out countless phantom bracelets that smashed towards Yang Kai, each one filled with terrifying momentum. Facing such a situation, Yang Kai's expression remained calm, or perhaps he had already expected this. Flicking his wrist, a 3-meter-long bladeless, dark green sword-shaped artifact appeared in his hand. Dragon Bone Sword Verdant Drop. Pouring his Saint Chi madly into it, the green sword instantly released a brilliant green light, as if it had come to life in Yang Kai's hand. Accompanied by a resounding dragon roar, the verdant jade sword transformed into a giant dark green dragon, several dozen meters in length that rushed towards Demon Blood Temple's Temple Master with bared fangs and brandished claws. Dragon's might had descended upon the world, and this type of tangible pressure was even more terrifying than that of the Ice Phoenix. Before the phantom bracelets could reach Yang Kai, they were swept away by the giant dark green dragon, and immediately after, It opened its mouth wide and spat out a green mist towards Demon Blood Temple's temple master. This green mist had a foul stench that made anyone who smelled it want to vomit. Demon Blood Temple's temple master cried out in alarm and hurriedly dodged, her beautiful eyes trembling violently. She had not personally participated in the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, but she had received a detailed report from Jin Shi, and knew that Yang Kai had such a strange and mysterious artifact in his hands. When she heard Jin Shi's report, she hadn't taken it seriously, thinking he was exaggerating to cover up his failure. After all, artifacts were dead while people were alive. Even if an artifact's grade was high, if the person using it wasn't strong enough, it wouldn't be able to display much of its power. But after seeing it with her own eyes, Demon Blood Temple's temple master no longer dared to think so. The giant dark green dragon transformed from this artifact seemed to have flesh and blood, as if it was an ancient divine spirit that had descended here, making Demon Blood Temple's temple master no longer dared to face it head-on. Such a result wasn't surprising though. During the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, although Yang Kai had been able to use the Dragon Bone Sword, he had barely been able to do so. At that time the Dragon Soul had not cooperated with him and had even resisted, making it impossible for Yang Kai to control it at will. But now the Dragon Soul inside the Dragon Bone Sword had completely submitted to him, and was connected to his mind. The power it could display was even greater than what Yang Kai had displayed on Dragon Cave Mountain. So Demon Blood Temple's temple master's attack naturally collapsed upon contact. Now she could only dodge back and forth inside this ice path world while fighting the giant dark green dragon. Seeing this situation, Jin Shi not only wasn't surprised, he was instead overjoyed. This couldn't be helped though, as Yang Kai's artifact spirit was protecting his body while the Dragon Bone Sword had also transformed into its dragon form and chased after the religion master. This little brat had displayed both of his trump cards, causing Jin Shi's fear to vanish completely. Chapter 1463. Jin Shi was confident that with his strength, he would be able to take Yang Kai's head in the blink of an eye. As long as he could kill Yang Kai, the giant dark green dragon would naturally have no use for him. Not only that, he would also be able to obtain that piece of profound gold, allowing him to reach the grand accomplishment stage of his Golden Cicada extreme demon art. When that time came, his strength would surpass the religion masters and he would be able to take over Demon Blood Temple. Killing several birds with one stone, the key was whether Yang Kai would live or die. Considering all this, Jin Shi's heart burned with excitement, and he no longer hesitated. Waving his hand, he summoned a thin needle-shaped artifact and shot it towards Yang Kai. This type of artifact didn't have significant offensive power, but its advantage was in concealment, making it ideal for sneak attacks. On top of that, although its lethality wasn't great, if one was hit by it, it wouldn't be pleasant. After all, each of these needle-shaped artifacts had a faint green and black glow. Obviously they were highly toxic. Seeing these needle-shaped artifacts flying towards him, Yang Kai calmly summoned a purple shield in front of him. In the next moment, a series of clanging sounds rang out. In front of this origin-grade high-rank defensive artifact, these needle-shaped artifacts were unable to break through its defenses and cause effective damage to Yang Kai. However, this was enough. Jin Shi didn't use this needle-shaped artifact to attack Yang Kai, but rather to attract his attention. The thin cicada wings on his back fluttered lightly and his entire body strangely disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he appeared 5 meters away from Yang Kai's side. His speed was so fast that it was breathtaking. With a ferocious grin on his face, Jin Shi sneered, "Boy, you want to fight with this old master? You're still too inexperienced." As soon as his voice fell, his Shi burst forth and formed an invisible quagmire around Yang Kai, causing Yang Kai's movements to freeze for a moment. Although the power of Shi was similar, different people would more or less have some differences. Jin Shi's Shi contained a kind of bloody aura, and when one was wrapped in it, it was as if one had fallen into a pool of blood. Not only was it difficult to move, but it was also difficult to circulate one's Saint Qi. There was also a feeling of being submerged in this bloody aura, making it difficult to breathe. Moreover, when this bloody aura seeped into one's body through one's pores, it would stir up the ruthlessness deep within the cultivator's heart, causing their mind to become unstable. Yang Kai was hit and his eyes became red. His expression was extremely difficult, and his breathing became faintly rapid. Biluo, who was standing beside him, was even more unbearable. With a cry, her body softened and fell into Yang Kai's arms. She had yet to recover from her serious injuries and was unable to fight, let alone Jin Shi, a third-order origin returning realm master. Acting so arrogant after just breaking through to the origin returning realm? This old master will show you what a real origin returning realm master is. Jin Shi said smugly as he stretched out his remaining hand towards Yang Kai. This hand was covered in scales and looked terrifying, but it was undeniable that it contained terrifying power. Jin Shi's plan was very simple, to use his Shi to subdue or kill Yang Kai in one fell swoop. After all, last time on Dragon Cave Mountain, Jin Shi saw with his own eyes that Yang Kai was only a third-order Saint King. Although he had now broken through to the origin returning realm, he certainly did not have time to condense his own Shi. In other words, the difference between him and a Saint King was only that his cultivation had increased slightly. There was no fundamental change. Using his own strength to attack the enemy's weakness, Jin Shi's idea was undoubtedly correct. Although it was a good idea, Jin Shi could never have imagined that in such a short time, Yang Kai's Shi had already reached the minor accomplishment stage and was not inferior to any of the origin returning realm masters who had been in this territory for many years. Just as the big hand was about to grab Yang Kai, the corners of Yang Kai's mouth suddenly curled upwards and a sarcastic smile appeared on his face, the panic in his eyes disappearing and being replaced with incomparable calmness. Seeing this situation, Jin Shi's heart clenched as he subconsciously felt that something was wrong, an unprecedented sense of crisis filling his body. Before he could figure out whether Yang Kai was deliberately mystifying him, or if he really had victory in his grasp, a mysterious force suddenly emerged from the other side, not only wrapping him up but also sweeping away his Shi. Kacha. A sound from the depths of Jin Shi's soul caused his complexion to change drastically. When this mysterious force swept over him, he was shocked to find that his Shi was actually collapsing inch by inch, unable to be maintained at all. At the same time, the space around him seemed to distort, giving Jin Shi the illusion that he had been banished to the void. Everything in front of him was also distorted beyond recognition. Yang Kai was clearly right in front of him just now, but in the blink of an eye he was far away from him. Impossible! Jin Shi cried out in horror as his eyelids twitched. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to see that Yang Kai had also released his own Shi, and it was even stronger and more mysterious than his own. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to break through his own Shi. What kind of power had been fused into his Shi? Why would it distort the space around it? Jin Shi's big hand was clearly only 3 inches away from Yang Kai, but he was unable to continue because in his vision, Yang Kai's position had changed dramatically. He was not confident that he could kill Yang Kai with a single blow. Space Force. Yang Kai's Shi had condensed the mysteries of the Tao of space, so wherever his Shi enveloped, space would change. This was something Yang Kai had comprehended through the Emperor pressure before entering the Emperor Garden. The last few days of this journey had not been wasted. The power of the Emperor pressure had allowed Yang Kai to fuse his space force into his Shi. Although he was still unable to fully integrate it, this kind of fusion of his own divine technique was undoubtedly more powerful than ordinary Shi. The current situation was the best portrayal of this. This was the first time Yang Kai had used his Shi in a battle, so he had great expectations for it. Now, it seemed that the results were indeed remarkable. In all fairness, Jin Shi's strength was extraordinary. He had been famous for many years and his cultivation had reached the third-order origin returning realm. If they really fought, it would be very difficult to kill him, not to mention in this special environment where Yang Kai had Biluo to take care of while his opponent also had a helper in the same realm. All kinds of restrictions forced Yang Kai to show weakness to his enemy, and deliberately lure Jin Shi closer. When facing the first blow from Demon Blood Temple's Temple Master, Yang Kai had summoned the Verdant Dragon Bone Sword. This was all part of his plan, the purpose of which was to make Jin Shi lower his guard. The other party was really arrogant, thinking that without the help of the Dragon Bone Sword and Artifact Spirit, Yang Kai was a soft persimmon and actually dared to attack him directly. With such a good opportunity, how could Yang Kai miss it? Yang Kai's figure flickered as he pushed his space force and disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was behind Jin Shi. This was not an illusion caused by his extreme speed, but rather true teleportation. Within the range of his Shur, Yongkai could do this, but unfortunately the range of his Shur was less than 300 meters. In other words, he could only teleport within this small range, but even so, this was still quite amazing. Jin Shur still maintained his charging posture, and had not recovered from his daze. Yongkai waved his hand and a pitch-black blade-like attack took shape, trembled slightly, and shot towards Jin Shur like an arrow. Space Blade. His opponent was a third-order origin returning realm master. So naturally, Yongkai would not hold back and plan to kill him with a single blow. The Space Blade lived up to his expectations and directly opened a crescent-shaped hole in Jin Shur's back before exiting from the other side. However, Yongkai wasn't happy and instead showed a look of surprise. He immediately turned his head to the side and saw a distressed figure appear. It was none other than Jin Shur, but at this moment, his face was filled with palpitations and his face was pale, as if his yuan qi had been greatly damaged. In the same place where Jin Shur had disappeared, there was a crescent-shaped wound on his back, but strangely, no blood was flowing out from it. Voila. Jin Shur's figure actually collapsed, turning into nothingness and disappearing. Golden cicada shedding? Yongkai raised his brow, extremely surprised. He had just said it casually. After all, this old man's technique was called the Golden Cicada Extreme Demon Art, but it turned out he was right. Jin Shur's secret technique was indeed called the Golden Cicada Shedding, but it was actually an escape technique. Since learning the Golden Cicada Extreme Demon Art, Jin Shur had used this technique to avoid many fatal attacks. Just now, when Yongkai's space blade left his hand, Jin Shur instinctively sensed the danger and decisively used this secret technique, saving his life. Although this technique was powerful, there were many restrictions to using it. Not to mention damaging one's yuan qi. Once used, one would not be able to fight for a short time. If this were any other place, Jin Shur might have been able to succeed. However, on this ice road, the space was very small, so even if he wanted to escape, he could not run too far. What made Jin Shur even more desperate was that inside Yongkai's Shur, he could no longer judge the space around him. Originally, he thought he would try to distance himself from Yongkai and find an opportunity to join forces with his religion master to fight against Yongkai. But after escaping, Yongkai was actually less than 10 meters away from him. Jin Shur almost cursed it out loud. He had never seen such a strange Shur in his life. Interesting. Yongkai grinned, a strange smile on his face as he increased his control over his Shur. In an instant, the distorted space around him began to slowly collapse. With Yongkai as the center, within a radius of 300 meters, small void cracks began to appear one after another. These void cracks were as thin as the hairs of an ox, and although they were quickly repaired by the world principles here, they continued to appear. Looking at the pale and helpless Jin Shur, Yongkai stretched out his hand, slowly clenched it into a fist, and shouted, "Condense!" The space cracks actually obeyed his command and gathered around Jin Shur. They were so dense that they looked like countless tiny snakes. It was a shocking sight. Poor Jin Shur, Demon Blood Temple's great elder, a powerful third-order origin returning realm master, had been forced into such a desperate situation. Seeing these void cracks closing in from all directions, Jin Shur's face finally became panicked as he hurriedly shouted, "Wait, Sect Master Yang, please show mercy." Chapter 1464. Countless void cracks appeared from all directions, causing Jin Shur's face to fill with horror. Obviously, he wanted to beg for mercy. Normally, he wouldn't be afraid of these unstable void cracks. As long as he used some special methods, he could easily destroy them and escape, but at this moment, he was at his weakest. He had just used his Golden Cicada Shedding Carapace secret technique, and could only muster 30% of his Saint Qi. But how could Yongkai listen to his nonsense? Beating a snake to death wasn't an easy task, so this guy deserved to suffer today. The dense void cracks soon engulfed Jin Shur and a miserable howl rang out. Jin Shur barely managed to condense his Saint Qi to protect his body, but it didn't play much of a role. As soon as his Saint Qi came into contact with these void cracks, it was banished into the endless void, followed by his flesh, blood, and bones. By the time everything calmed down, the former great elder of Demon Blood Temple had been reduced to a pile of minced meat, many of them incomplete, with at least half of his body having disappeared. The two women from Ice Heart Valley stared blankly. They had thought that the battle would be one-sided and that Yang Kai would be killed instantly, so they had prepared for the worst. But how could they have known that Yang Kai's first move would be so earth-shattering? A dark green dragon transformed from a dark green longsword had left one of the experts completely occupied, and the strange aura had forced the other person into a dead end, dying tragically on the spot in an instant. Which cultivation star did this guy come from? Why had they never heard of him before? To have such strength and cultivate such a strange force, the other party should not be a nameless person. He was definitely a rising star of some large force. However, they had never heard of such a young man from their star territory before. While rejoicing, they also felt a little uneasy. After all, the two of them didn't have any strength to fight back at the moment, nor did they know Yang Kai's strength. If Yang Kai won the final victory and decided to kill them, they likely wouldn't be able to resist. For a time, the two women from Ice Heart Valley were filled with grief. This situation of being meat on the chopping block really made them feel helpless, but they did not dare to act rashly for fear of attracting Yang Kai's attention. On the other side, Demon Blood Temple's temple master was also horrified. She had witnessed the tragic death of Jin Shi, and her heart had been thrown into chaos for a moment. She had never expected Yang Kai's combat power to be so astonishing that even her great tribal chalk elder could not last long in front of him. Didn't they say he had just broken through to the origin returning realm not long ago? Why was there such a powerful aura? Could it be that Jin Shi's information was wrong? Was this guy pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? In an instant, Demon Blood Temple's temple master silently cursed the dead Jin Shi in her heart, secretly regretting that she had provoked such a freak. At this moment, Demon Blood Temple's temple master was being entangled by the giant dark green dragon, and had no spare energy to deal with Yang Kai. The giant dark green dragon was refined from the skeleton of an ancient divine spirit, and had fused with a wisp of its dragon soul and a dragon bead, so it was naturally intelligent. Although it could not judge the situation on its own like the Firebird artifact spirit and lacked intelligence, making it unable to understand when to advance or retreat, its strength was undeniable. Coupled with Yang Kai's divine sense control, it was fully capable of fighting Demon Blood Temple's temple master alone. Demon Blood Temple's temple master complained incessantly. Her bewitching technique had no effect on the giant dark green dragon, and her bracelet-shaped artifact had also lost a great deal of its spirituality after being shrouded in this green mist. This green mist was highly toxic and had a corrosive effect, so although the grade of this bracelet artifact was not low, it was still unable to resist this poison. Demon Blood Temple's temple master did not even dare to release her demon blood threats for fear that they would be contaminated by the green dragon. She also had to divide her Saint Chi and focus to resist the terrifying cold here, so the situation was extremely critical. The moment Jin Shi died, Demon Blood Temple's temple master decided to retreat. However, Yang Kai did not give her this opportunity. His figure flickered as he wrapped Biluo up and arrived near her, using his divine sense to control the dragon bone sword to entangle her, while simultaneously sending out his Shi to envelop her. Demon Blood Temple's temple master's expression was filled with shock as she barely managed to avoid the poisonous mist, squeezing out a forced smile on her face and saying, "Little brother, there is no need to be so heartless. What's more, this lady didn't want to do anything to you." Realizing the situation she was in, Demon Blood Temple's temple master even changed the way she addressed herself, no longer referring to herself as this queen in front of Yang Kai. "I don't need to be so heartless," Yang Kai sneered, "because we won't meet again in the future." Demon Blood Temple's temple master's complexion changed slightly as her beautiful eyes filled with resentment and panic, continuing to force a smile. "No, little brother, if you let this mistress go, this mistress will listen to everything you say in the future. Whatever you want this mistress to do, this mistress will do. I promise to serve you comfortably. Is that all right? I am a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, so I will be of great use to you." As she spoke, her coquettish eyes were like silk. Coupled with those tender red lips, it was indeed quite tempting. "Slut!" Biluo grit her teeth and cursed, a look of disdain filling her face. "Sorry, I'm not interested in you." Yang Kai shook his head with a serious look. "You can die now." As he spoke, the countless void cracks appeared in the space around Demon Blood Temple's temple master again, and gathered towards her under Yang Kai's control. "If you want me to die, don't think you'll have an easy time either." Demon Blood Temple's Temple Master's demeanor changed from a moment ago to a hysterical roar, her pretty face becoming somewhat distorted as she sent out 2 blood-red demon blood threads. Immediately forming a series of hand seals, she shouted, "Explode!" A sensational energy fluctuation rippled from the demonic blood thread. Soon after, 2 clusters of blood-red light blossomed from the demonic blood thread. They were like the most beautiful flowers, blooming their final beauty. However, this beauty hid endless murderous intent. Yang Kai's face changed, and without even thinking about it, he immediately summoned his purple shield and pushed its sandstorm power to protect himself and Biluo. Boom boom boom. 2 loud sounds rang out, and the entire ice road began to shake violently. The aftermath of the violent explosion swept out and instantly destroyed Yang Kai's shirt. Even the giant dark green dragon which was rushing towards Demon Blood Temple's Temple Master was sent flying by the terrifying shockwaves. Demon Blood Temple's Temple Master's 2 demon blood threads had been refined by her for many years, and had absorbed an unimaginable amount of vitality, so the power of this explosion was naturally immense. The area within 1,000 meters of Demon Blood Temple was a complete mess. However, Demon Blood Temple's Temple Master had disappeared, obviously taking advantage of the chaos just now to escape. A golden light flashed from Yang Kai's left eye as he looked around through the layers of fog and soon caught sight of Demon Blood Temple's Temple Master's figure. Her speed could not be described as slow. In the blink of an eye, she had crossed 1,000 meters and was desperately trying to escape from the ice road. Yang Kai's brow rose slightly, but he didn't chase after her, instead standing in place with a gloating look on his face, waiting quietly, as if he was waiting for a good show to begin. Perceiving this, Demon Blood Temple's Temple Master was overjoyed. She thought that Yang Kai had been injured in the explosion just now and would not be able to chase after her, secretly rejoicing that she had acted decisively enough, otherwise she would have died. However, before she could finish this thought though, a gray figure suddenly appeared in her field of vision. This figure wasn't very big, only about a meter tall, and had a strange appearance like a stone statue. However, what made Demon Blood Temple's Temple Master suspicious was that this stone statue was too lifelike, its 2 eyes incredibly sharp. What was even more strange was that this stone statue was actually carrying a black stick, and was squatting motionlessly on top of a small iceberg. What is this? Demon Blood Temple's Temple Master couldn't help staring at it suspiciously. At this moment, the stone statue actually stood up from the iceberg. Its 2 clear eyes stared at him, then it raised the pitch-black staff in its hand and swung it at him in a seemingly light manner. This action was undoubtedly quite comical because Demon Blood Temple's Temple Master didn't feel any threat from it. But in the next moment, her complexion changed dramatically. The black stick, which was originally only the height of the stone statue, strangely elongated the moment it was swung out and smashed down towards her like a mountain. A sense of horror she had never felt before emerged from the bottom of her heart, and Demon Blood Temple's Temple Master found it difficult to breathe. It was as if under the weight of this stick, even the heavens and earth would change color. Demon Blood Temple's Temple Master was a character who had experienced many great storms and fought countless battles throughout her life. Her combat experience was extremely rich, so at this moment, how could she not understand that this stone statue was obviously the other party's last resort? She recalled that when Jin Shi reported to her about the battle on Dragon Cave Mountain, he had mentioned a huge stone giant. Could it be? Demon Blood Temple's Temple Master didn't dare to think about it anymore, biting the tip of her tongue and spitting out a blood mist. This blood mist seemed to have a mind of its own as it wriggled in front of Demon Blood Temple's Temple Master before wrapping around her body. In an instant, a blood-red artifact armor appeared on her tender body, one that seemed to have decent defense. But this wasn't all. Demon Blood Temple's Temple Master summoned a mirror-like artifact which transformed into an invisible barrier directly above her. Just as he finished these actions, the pitch-black stick had already fallen. With a crashing sound, the invisible barrier was like a piece of paper. The moment it came into contact with the rod, it shattered and returned to its original form. It was sent flying to the side. The mirror shattered and the spiritual light dimmed. Demon Blood Temple's Temple Master's face instantly went pale, and before she could do anything, the stick had already landed on her head. Her vision went dark as Demon Blood Temple's Temple Master lost consciousness. Even if she was a third-order origin returning realm master, Being hit by the stone mongoose's heaven-shaking pillar was absolutely impossible to survive. Her head directly burst open and her body plummeted down like a meteor under the terrifying force, smashing into the hard ice and creating a beautiful flower of blood. Seeing this scene, Yonkai's mouth curled into a satisfied smile. The stone mongoose was naturally released by him in advance. Although the cold here was terrifying, it had no effect on it at all. Yonkai's original intention was to let the stone mongoose find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack and see if it could win the battle in one fell swoop, but he hadn't expected such an unexpected result. Of course, Yonkai wasn't dissatisfied with this result. If it weren't for the stone mongoose standing guard and attacking Demon Blood Temple's temple master unexpectedly, it would have been quite difficult to kill her. Chapter 1465. Although Yonkai wasn't afraid of any origin-returning realm master with his current combat power, if Demon Blood Temple's temple master was determined to escape, there was nothing he could do unless he sealed all her escape routes in advance. Fortunately, her plan did not succeed. A moment later, the stone mongoose ran over and handed a space ring to Yonkai. This was obviously something that belonged to Demon Blood Temple's temple master. Yonkai took it, swept it with his divine sense, and happily put it away. As the temple master, this beautiful woman's wealth was naturally rich, but Yonkai didn't have time to check it one by one, so he could only put it aside for now and wait until they left the Emperor Garden. Turning his head, Yonkai couldn't find Jinshi's space ring. Yonkai guessed that he had accidentally sent it into some void crack, so it would be impossible to retrieve it. However, this wasn't a big deal as the harvest from this battle was more than enough. At the very least, Yonkai had achieved his original goal. Reaching out and putting the stone mongoose into the black book space, Yonkai said lightly, "Let's go." Biluo seemed to be a little absent-minded as she gently nodded and allowed Yonkai to lead her towards the end of the ice road, a strange expression appearing on her face along the way. She felt that her previous thoughts had been completely wrong. When she first met Yonkai and discovered that his cultivation was the same as hers, Biluo subconsciously felt that Yonkai and her master weren't a good match. She felt that Yonkai hadn't worked hard over the years, and that the gap between him and her master was growing larger and larger. However, after this battle, she realized that although Yonkai's cultivation was 2 minor realms lower than her master's, in terms of combat power, he was probably on par with her master. If her master had been the one to deal with this battle just now, he might not have been able to handle it as perfectly as Yonkai. Unfortunately, Yonkai had relied too much on external forces. Although this could be considered a part of his strength, there was always something to be desired about it. One's own strength was the foundation. External forces were not the way to go in the long run. No one was perfect, and even Jade had flaws. Now it seemed that although there was a gap between him and her master, it wasn't too big, and he was barely a match. Thinking so, Biluo's mood inexplicably improved. The dangers on the ice road had been eliminated, so the rest of the way was naturally unimpeded. Soon Yonkai brought Biluo to the main hall he had visited last time. By now, Yonkai was already familiar with the place. However, he didn't rush to leave and instead stared behind him. A moment later, Yonkai and Biluo's group of course. After leaving the ice road, they were surprised to see Yonkai waiting for them. Both women were stunned and vigilant looks appeared on their faces. Immediately, the older woman stepped forward and asked, "Dare I ask for little brother's name?" "This mistress is Scarlet Wave Star's Ice Heart Valley's Tan Ting He, and many thanks for little brother's life-saving grace." Yonkai glanced at them faintly and said, "If you're only here to thank me, then there's no need for that. I have a grudge with those two. Killing them has nothing to do with you." Tan Ting He heard this and smiled bitterly. That being said, those two obviously weren't good people. If it weren't for little brother, junior sister and I probably wouldn't have been able to escape. So in any case, little brother, please accept this bow from this mistress and junior sister. Saying so, she actually bowed to the other woman. Yonkai's expression remained indifferent as he didn't bother to stop them. Although he had no intention of drawing his sword to help them, they had indeed saved their lives because of his appearance. This was a fact. Otherwise, with Jinshi's personality and style, these two women would likely have been consigned to eternal damnation. It wasn't too much to accept their bow. After thanking them, Seeing that Yang Kai didn't say much and even showed an unfriendly look, the two women's expressions became somewhat awkward. They glanced at each other, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. Is there anything else? Yang Kai frowned and showed some displeasure. In their current situation, it was best for them to quickly find a place to meditate and recuperate. Why did they keep pestering him? Could it be that they saw his strength and wanted to join forces with him? Or could it be that they wanted to rely on him to protect their safety? Yang Kai guessed in his heart. If this was the case, then they had miscalculated. Although they were quite good-looking, he wasn't so kind as to help them casually. Carrying Biluo was already difficult enough, so Yang Kai had no intention of taking care of two wounded people. It's like this. Tanting, he brushed her hair behind her ear as she looked at Yang Kai expectantly and asked, "Dare I ask, little brother, the thing that swallowed the world spirit just now, was it the legendary ancient divine spirit Ice Phoenix?" Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he stared at the other party coldly, his expression becoming gloomy. Perceiving his hostility, Tanting, he quickly waved her hand. "Little brother, please don't misunderstand. My junior sister and I don't want to harm you. What's more, the two of us don't have the ability to do so. We just wanted to ask. So what if it is? So what if it isn't?" Yang Kai coldly snorted. This woman really didn't know what was good for her. Why was she inquiring about these things? Didn't she know that some things were taboo? If he was the kind of person with a bad temper, he would have killed her just because of this sentence. Hearing his answer, Tanting's face lit up and she hurriedly said, "If it really is an ice phoenix, can little brother transfer it to my Ice Heart Valley? We can satisfy any request you have." Transfer? Yang Kai's face froze for a moment before he angrily laughed. "Are you still dreaming? How can you say such a thing?" Even Biluo, who was an outsider, looked at Tanting sarcastically. This proposal was the funniest joke she had ever heard in her life. What kind of noble existence was the Ice Phoenix? Yang Kai being able to obtain a wisp of its remnant soul was a heaven-defying opportunity, so how could he possibly give it away? However, in the face of Yang Kai's cold words, Tanting wasn't discouraged and instead said seriously, "I won't hide it from little brother. My Ice Heart Valley cultivates an ice attribute secret art, and the totem our disciples worship is the Ice Phoenix, so this thing has an unimaginable effect on my Ice Heart Valley." So what? Yang Kai became impatient. If this mistress is not mistaken, little brother doesn't cultivate an ice attribute secret art. Although the Ice Phoenix is rare, it won't be of much use to you, and you won't be able to display its full potential. If you agree to transfer it, I can agree to all your conditions on behalf of the sect. Tanting spoke very quickly, hurriedly explaining her plan while the other woman from Ice Heart Valley nodded in agreement. If Yang Kai could really agree to this deal, Ice Heart Valley would be willing to pay any price, which was why they dared to make such a decision with the other elders of the sect. They believed that the other elders of the sect would only rejoice and would not complain in the slightest. "I'll take what you just said as a passing wind. If you dare say another word, I'll make sure the two of you never leave the Emperor Garden." Yang Kai glanced at them coldly and threatened unceremoniously before tugging at Biluo and walking away. "Little brother, think about it carefully. If you've made up your mind, you can come to Scarlet Wave Star's Ice Heart Valley." Tanting seemed unwilling to give up and shouted from behind. As soon as she finished speaking, a golden light shot out from the front. Halfway through, it changed from a stab to a whip, sweeping across her body like a whip. With a delicate cry, Tanting was sent flying into the air and landed heavily on the ground. When she looked up, Yang Kai and Biluo had disappeared. "Senior sister." The other woman from Ice Heart Valley was shocked and quickly walked over to help Tanting up. "I'm fine." Tanting slowly shook her head, a look of unwillingness appearing on her face. She wanted to chase after them, but remembering the strength of that blow just now, she didn't dare to act rashly. She understood that her words just now had aroused the other party's killing intent, but because he wasn't a vicious person, he had only given her a small warning instead of actually killing her. Angering the other party at this moment was undoubtedly unwise, as it was no different from courting death. However, watching this cultivator, who didn't cultivate an ice attribute secret art, leave with an Ice Phoenix remnant soul, filled her with unwillingness. If that thing had been placed in Ice Heart Valley, it would have played a huge role. How can that person be so unreasonable? The younger woman was indignant. It's us who didn't know what was good for us. Tanting, he smiled bitterly. But senior sister, are we just going to watch such a great opportunity slip away from our eyes? The other woman was obviously unwilling to give up. What else can we do? We can only hope that he changes his mind one day. In any case, I've already told him where our Ice Heart Valley's cultivation star is, so if he really wants to exchange it one day, he should come to the sect. Tanting, he shook her head. Forget it, this matter ends here. Junior sister, let's find a place to adjust our breathing first. On the other side, Yang Kai and Biluo left the palace. Although Tanting He's proposal had been rejected by him, and he had even taught her a lesson, Yang Kai's mood was somewhat complicated. The Ice Phoenix remnant soul was something he had left to Su Yan, so it should have been Su Yan's inheritance, but now it was being eyed by an outsider and shamelessly demanded to be exchanged for it, making him very annoyed. If it weren't for the fact that there was no enmity between him and these two women, he would have already killed them instead of allowing them to complain. Along the way, Biluo was extremely well behaved and didn't say a word. She also knew that the reason she was able to walk safely in this crisis-ridden Emperor Garden was entirely thanks to Yang Kai, so she didn't dare disturb him. Soon the two arrived in front of a maze. Standing in front of the entrance, Yang Kai frowned and thought hard. He had been to this place once before. When he, Feiji too, and the others had come here, they had also gotten lost, but overall their journey had gone smoothly. At that time, Lian Guang's puppet had been leading the way, which not only saved them time and effort, but also allowed them to avoid many dangers. Now that he had no puppet to rely on, Yang Kai could only rely on his own memories. Fortunately, he could still remember the route they had taken that day, so even if there were some places he wasn't clear about, he should be able to recall them once he reached a certain place. Chapter 1466. After a while, Yang Kai took a deep breath and led the way into the labyrinth, Biluo naturally following without a word. This kind of maze-like terrain often contained many barriers and spirit arrays, and now that the Emperor Garden had officially opened, the level of danger inside had greatly increased, so Yang Kai didn't dare to lower his guard along the way, constantly using his demon eye of annihilation to scan his surroundings to prevent himself from accidentally triggering any kind of barrier. 2 days later, Yang Kai led Biluo out from the other side of the labyrinth, both of them looking a little tired and fearful. Being able to leave the labyrinth was largely due to Yang Kai's memories and a bit of luck. Unlike the previous labyrinth, which only had barriers and barriers, Yang Kai and Biluo encountered many ancient puppets. These ancient puppets were of different shapes and sizes, and their strength varied greatly, but all of them were Origin Returning Realm Masters, with the strongest having reached the Third Order Origin Returning Realm, causing Yang Kai a lot of trouble. Fortunately, Yang Kai was no ordinary Origin Returning Realm Master, and with the help of his Dragon Bone Sword and Firebird Artifact Spirit, as well as the tyrannical power of the Stone Mongoose, he was able to make it through safely. In particular, the Stone Mongoose had a strong restraining effect on these ancient puppets. After passing through the labyrinth, 2 arched doors appeared in front of them, one black and one white, giving off a strange appearance. The white one seemed to be made of white jade while the black one gave off a gloomy aura, creating a stark contrast. Behind these 2 arched doors, however, was a vast expanse of chaotic nothingness that Yang Kai's divine sense couldn't detect. On the surface, it was like the surface of a lake, unfathomable. Biluo was stunned for a moment before exclaiming, "Space array doors." Yang Kai glanced at her in surprise before nodding. "Good. You actually recognize them." I've seen them before." Biluo's expression became dignified. "Which one should we enter?" "I'll tell you later, let's recover for a while first." Yang Kai smiled lightly. When he came here last time, Feiji too and the others had struggled for a long time. They didn't know which space array door to enter. After all, this choice was really difficult. Most people would prefer the white one because the black one often represented danger and danger. But in fact, no matter which space array door they chose, neither of them was dangerous. The only difference was that they arrived at a different location. Feiji too and the others had entered the white space array gate that day. There, they encountered a jade coffin, which triggered the barrier of the Emperor Garden. The Emperor Garden had appeared. And inside this jade coffin, there seemed to be a person lying quietly. The great emperors of the star, of Yongkai, and the Emperor Palace. And so, this information was obtained by Yongkai from Yang Inflammation. After all, Yang Inflammation was a soul clone of one of the great emperors and had some understanding of these secrets. Yongkai du CC, and the others had entered the black space array door, where the old woman and origin returning realm master had fallen and where the heaven-shaking pillar had been obtained. Half an hour later, Yongkai and Biluo finished recovering, and under Yongkai's instructions, the two walked towards the black space array door step by step. Looking at the bottomless black space array door, Biluo couldn't help feeling a little nervous as she reached out and grabbed Yongkai's clothes. Yongkai, on the other hand, had a relaxed look on his face as he brought her into the black array gate. An indescribable sense of weightlessness enveloped them, causing them to feel dizzy for a moment. By the time they regained their senses, they had already arrived in another place. Looking around, Yongkai's face lit up. This was the place. That day, he, the old woman, and the others had passed through the black spatial array gate and arrived at this place. Come with me. Yongkai called out to Biluo and began walking forward, seemingly searching for something. Biluo looked at him blankly but didn't ask any questions. This was clearly a garden-like place, filled with the fragrance of flowers, a small bridge over flowing water, and a large number of artificial mountains. The scenery was very unique. Kai Yang looked around the artificial mountains, from time to time slowly shaking his head. After a while, his eyes suddenly lit up and he quickly rushed towards one of the rockery. Over there, Yongkai smelled a faint fragrance that refreshed his senses. Even Biluo, who had not yet fully recovered from her injuries, had a slightly better complexion at this moment. Soon Yongkai arrived in front of the rockery. Looking at a familiar pool in front of him, Yongkai couldn't help grinning. Found it? Biluo was very curious. She looked into the pool and found that it was very dry. There was only a small amount of milky white liquid at the bottom of the pool that was almost negligible. The strange fragrance was emitted by this milky white liquid. What is this? Biluo asked curiously. Yongkai didn't speak, instead reaching out and dipping his finger into the milky white liquid at the bottom of the pool before pointing it at Biluo and saying, "Open your mouth." Biluo opened her mouth subconsciously and Yongkai directly poked his finger in. The next moment, Biluo's eyes widened and she couldn't help but stick out her small tongue, rolling it around Yongkai's finger a few times and licking the inexplicable liquid clean. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the little girl's face became rosy, not because she was aroused or shy, but because at this moment, she felt that her vitality had increased by a lot. The weakness in her vitality caused by her previous injuries had been resolved at this moment. Meditate and refine it. Don't waste it, Yongkai ordered, a strange smile appearing on his face. Oh, Biluo obediently walked to the side, but before leaving she glared fiercely at Yongkai. Both of them clearly remembered the absurd things that happened in Fragrance City's Shanqing Luo Palace when they were young and impetuous. Although nearly 30 years had passed, that kind of experience was too special, who could forget it? In particular, Biluo's small mouth was thin and tender, delicate and rosy, and when she smiled, a row of small silver teeth could be seen, giving her a very lethal appearance. After Biluo sat down cross-legged and began refining the life-revitalizing jade cream, Yongkai turned his gaze to the back of the rockery with excitement. When he came here that day, he had vaguely guessed that there should be pure life-revitalizing jade cream, hidden somewhere behind this rockery. What he, the old woman, and the others had obtained was just a diluted product. Now it seemed that his guess was correct. After all, he, the old woman, and the others had turned this pool upside down that day, and they didn't leave anything behind. However, when they arrived here today, some thin life-revitalizing nectar had actually appeared, and this was sufficient to explain everything. If it was just Yongkai alone, it might have been a bit difficult to find where this pure life-revitalizing jade cream was hidden, but for today, he had made sufficient preparations. With a thought, Yongkai released the stone mongoose from the black book space, took out a container specially used to hold liquid, and handed it to it before pointing to the rockery in front of him. The stone mongoose understood and its figure flickered as it directly slammed into the rockery. A strange thing happened next. The moment the stone mongoose's body touched the rockery, it seemed to become invisible and directly merged into it, disappearing in an instant. However, in Yang Kai's perception, he could vaguely perceive the position of the stone mongoose and feel it constantly moving deeper into the rockery. Now that it was 1,000 meters away from him, Yang Kai stood in place and waited expectantly. The stone mongoose could even drill a hole in colored glass 6,000 illusion-colored glass mountain, so it was naturally easy for it to find something here. Less than a stick of incense worth of time later, the stone mongoose's figure suddenly drilled out of the rockery again and happily jumped in front of Yang Kai, opening its mouth wide and spitting out a container. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed the container, releasing his divine sense to investigate its contents, and couldn't help grinning widely. Inside the container was a milky white liquid about a foot in diameter. Although it was liquid, it was extremely thick, at least 10 times richer than the life-revitalizing jade cream in the pool. This was the purest form of life-revitalizing jade cream, one of the 3 great divine waters in Star Territory. Yang Kai was in a good mood. He hadn't expected this trip to go so smoothly. On this trip to the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai had only 2 goals. One was to obtain World Spirit, and the other was to obtain life-revitalizing jade cream. Although obtaining the former had taken a bit of effort, Yang Kai had finally achieved his goal while obtaining the latter without encountering any obstacles. All of this was thanks to the mysteries of the stone mongoose. Without its help, Yang Kai estimated that it would have been very difficult for him to reach such a deep place to obtain the life-revitalizing jade cream. With the help of so much life-revitalizing jade cream, Yang Kai no longer had to worry about the lack of golden blood. In fact, even replacing his own blood with pure golden blood was no longer an extravagant hope. After happily fiddling with the life-revitalizing jade cream for a while, Yang Kai solemnly put it away. Biluo also opened her eyes at that moment, a look of joy filling her face. "How do you feel?" Yang Kai asked casually. "Much better, I should be able to fight now," Biluo sighed lightly. Biluo breathed a sigh of relief. She had been with Yang Kai for the past few days and had been sheltered by him, so Biluo had been quite anxious. Although Yang Kai's strength was amazing, this was the Emperor Garden, a place filled with dangers, and one more person was better than nothing. Although she didn't dare say that her cultivation had fully recovered, at the very least, she was no longer a burden. "Where are we going now?" Biluo got up and asked. "Follow me, there's a good thing over there." Yang Kai grinned, his expression calm. The good thing he was referring to was naturally the stone steel that Qian Tong had been trapped in back then. The reason why Qian Tong had taken the risk to enter this place was to bring an artifact refiner here to study the artifact refining experience. The stone steel contained the most profound artifact refining Tao. After escaping from the Emperor Garden, that artifact refiner had entered retreat to study the stone steel. Not long ago, news came that this artifact refiner had broken through to the origin grade artifact refiner level, which showed just how valuable this stone steel was. Since he had come to this place, Yang Kai certainly wasn't willing to miss this opportunity. If possible, he wanted to take this stone steel with him. Moreover, if Yang Kai wanted to find Yang inflammation, he would have to pass through this place. In any case, it was just along the way, so it shouldn't take much time. Chapter 1467. The place where Qian Tong had been trapped back then was not too far from where he was now. Yang Kai followed his memory and left this garden-like place, passing through a 1,000-meter-long corridor and smoothly arriving inside a palace. This was the place where Qian Tong had been trapped, and the stone steel had been erected here. Yang Kai thought that since this place was so secluded, no one would come here, but after stepping into the palace, he realized he was wrong. Not only had someone come here, but there was more than one of them. Not far away, there were 7 or 8 people standing together, all of them staring off in a certain direction. Each of these 7 or 8 people exuded a powerful aura. There were men and women, old and young, but among these 7 or 8 people, there was a young man who stood out. This young man's face was like a crown of jade. His lips were red and his teeth were white. His exposed skin was so fair that it would make any woman jealous. At this moment, he held a folding fan in his hand. His posture was elegant, as if he were a young master from some great power who was taking his servants on a spring outing. His expression was relaxed. Everyone present paled in comparison to this young man, causing Yang Kai's eyes to involuntarily fall on him. Upon seeing this, Yang Kai could not help shrinking his neck, wishing he had never come to this place in the first place. This could not be helped though, as this young master was actually Xueyu, the woman he had been avoiding like a snake. Why is she here? Yang Kai could not help cursing in his heart. Although there had been some twists and turns along the way, overall it had been smooth sailing. Yang Kai had never expected to run into Xueyu in this place. This is an unlucky year. After entering the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai had clearly shaken her off, so how could he have met her again? If only he had known Xueyu was here. Yang Kai would not have come here no matter what, but unfortunately, the Emperor Garden restricted the extension of one's divine sense, so he had not been able to spy on the situation here in advance. What made Yang Kai even more curious was which path Xueyu had taken to enter this place. The moment he saw this woman, Yang Kai pulled Biluo, wanting to take her away quickly. However, Biluo did not move at all. Instead, he stared blankly in a certain direction. His face was filled with surprise and some grievance. He opened his mouth and shouted, "Master." As soon as she finished speaking, her body swayed. Wrapped in a burst of fragrant wind, she pounced over. Yang Kai was stunned. Turning his head to look in that direction, he saw a woman in red, dressed like a young woman looking at him. Their eyes met, and both of them were slightly dazed. That young woman was extremely enchanting. It was as if she was born with a charm that could turn all living things upside down. Any man would go crazy for her. Those beautiful eyes were as bright as the stars, captivating everyone's mind. He was immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. Her tender body was graceful, and her twin peaks were full. Her fiery red robes could not hide her impressive figure, and instead accentuated it vividly. Her skin was white as snow, and her 10 fingers were like spring onions. The moment she saw Yang Kai, this enchanting woman seemed unable to believe her eyes, and her tender body trembled slightly. "Qingluo," Yang Kai murmured. Although after seeing Biluo, he knew that Shan Qingluo had also come to the Emperor Garden, he had not expected his meeting with her to be so dramatic. If this were any other place, Yang Kai would have been happy, but at this moment Yang Kai turned his head to look to the side and found that Xueyu was also staring at him, her pair of beautiful eyes flashing with anger and a kind of love-hate hatred. Yang Kai's mouth twitched, knowing that it was impossible for him to retreat at this time. Without even mentioning the fact that Shan Qingluo was here, there was no way he could retreat, and Xueyu would definitely not allow him to leave safely. Yang Kai had not been with this woman for a long time, but he knew that she had an extremely strong desire for control. Either he submitted to her, or she would destroy him. Since he had left Rainfall Star without any hesitation, the relationship between the two of them had become more of an enemy than a friend. The situation was very delicate. Shan Qingluo and the masters from Xueyu had some kind of conflict between them, but before Yang Kai arrived, the two sides were obviously confronting each other. Shan Qingluo was currently standing in front of the stone tablet that contained the artifact refining Tao. It seemed that she had been investigating the mysteries hidden in this stone tablet. Haha. Yang Kai let out a hollow laugh. "Third young master, it seems we've met again. And we meet again." Xueyu actually smiled at Yang Kai. Although she was dressed like a man, her smile contained endless charm, no less enchanting than Shan Qingluo's. "It seems that the one who followed this young master into the Emperor Garden was really you? If I said no, would third young master believe me?" Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "What do you think?" Xueyu grit her teeth. "Third young master, do you know this person?" An old man with a long beard next to Xueyu looked at Yang Kai suspiciously and asked softly, "And I know him, an old friend." Xueyu's lips curled slightly as she emphasized the last few words. Anyone could hear the dissatisfaction she felt towards Yang Kai. The old man nodded lightly before turning a malicious look towards Yang Kai. A trivial first-order origin returning realm, no matter where he came from, as long as he dared to offend the third young master, he would definitely die without a burial. The old man did not put Yang Kai in his eyes at all, and was only waiting for the third young master to give the order to take Yang Kai's head. Ahem. Yang Kai lightly coughed before turning to Xueyu with an embarrassed look and saying, "Third young master, can you wait a moment? I have an acquaintance here that I haven't seen for many years, and I have some things to say." "An acquaintance? You mean this dragon lady?" A strange light flashed across Xueyu's eyes as she chuckled lightly, I've never heard of you having some kind of relationship with the monster race, but it doesn't matter. Please do as you wish. Saying so, Shui casually opened her folding fan and gently fanned herself a few times, appearing extremely free and easy. Yongkai gently nodded but did not use any movement skill, instead just strolling towards Shanqing Luo. The beguiling demon queen still hadn't recovered from her shock, or rather, this unexpected reunion had caused her to lose her ability to judge. She was still standing there in a daze, her red lips moving a few times as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't dare to make a sound. She was afraid that if she made a sound, this illusion would disappear in front of her eyes. She was extremely worried about personal gains and losses. Bai Luo was already sobbing in her arms. She felt extremely wronged. Perhaps it was because she had been infected, but Shanqing Luo's beautiful eyes were gradually covered with a layer of mist. After crossing a few dozen meters, Yongkai soon arrived in front of Shanqing Luo, and as Yongkai gradually approached, her breathing gradually became rapid and her tender body began to tremble more and more obviously. Even her face and neck were flushed red. The seed of love that Yongkai had inadvertently planted in her body several decades ago had already turned her world upside down, making it impossible for her to maintain her calm in front of Yongkai. If there was anyone in this world who could restrain her, it was undoubtedly Yongkai. Even when she had met Red Moon Tribal Lord, she had never been so helpless. At that time, even if she was no match for him, the only thing that awaited her was death, but now she felt as if her soul was about to melt. As Yongkai walked towards her step by step, the sound of his footsteps was like the dull beat of a drum, pounding on her heart, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. All these years, Qing Luo, have you been well? Yongkai hesitated for a long time before finally asking. Yongkai had always felt some regret towards Shanqing Luo. After all, since he left the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land and went to Tongxian Realm, the two of them had never seen each other again, unlike Su Yan and his little senior sister, whom he could still meet after that. He thought he would never see the beguiling demon queen again in this life. He thought that he would miss out on this seductive woman. How could he have known that the world was so fickle, that in this vast star territory, the two of them would meet again one day? Thousands of words were on the tip of Yongkai's tongue, but he didn't know where to begin. Hearing this familiar voice that the beguiling demon queen had missed for nearly 30 years, Shanqing Luo could no longer restrain her emotions, tears silently slipping down her cheeks as she asked in a trembling voice, "Please tell me this isn't a dream." "No." Yongkai grinned, stretched out his hand, and gently wiped her tears. Shanqing Luo closed her eyes, took a deep breath and opened them again. Yongkai was still standing in front of her, his big rough hand still stroking her cheeks. All of this felt extremely real, without the slightest illusion. "Little bastard." Shanqing Luo ground her teeth and cursed under her breath, immediately wrapping herself in a fragrant wind as she threw herself into Yongkai's arms. With such a beauty throwing herself into his arms, even if the situation was critical, Yongkai couldn't help feeling a little restless, especially when it came to a woman like Shanqing Luo. Once she showed weakness, the temptation and lethality of a man couldn't be measured with common sense. But in the next moment, Yongkai's expression changed, his face twisting. For some reason, Shanqing Luo seemed to have lost her mind. With one hand, she pinched Yongkai's waist and twisted it fiercely while her other hand clenched into a fist and pounded Yongkai's chest, seemingly venting all the grievances and longing she had felt all these years. From an outsider's point of view, this was undoubtedly Shanqing Luo flirting with him, but only Yongkai knew that this enchantress was really going all out. Although she wouldn't injure him, the pain he felt was unavoidable. This dragon lady. Yongkai was both angry and anxious, but this wasn't the end of it. After quietly punching Yongkai for a while, Shanqing Luo suddenly raised her head and stood on her tiptoes, her beautiful eyes filled with endless resentment, like a resentful woman, opening her mouth and biting down on Yongkai's neck. Everyone was dumbfounded. The 7 or 8 origin returning realm masters on Shui Yu's side all shook their heads, muttering under their breaths. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, she was actually so shameless and immoral. This demoness was indeed a demoness. She had no sense of shame at all. As for that little brat who was being entangled by the dragon lady, it was obvious he wasn't a good person. How did young Master Shui Yu know this person? The third young master had always been self-disciplined and wouldn't make friends with a cat or a dog. Such a person shouldn't be placed in the third young master's eyes. Enough! Someone suddenly shouted. Shueyu couldn't stand it anymore. It was fine that they were flirting in front of everyone, but if things continued to develop, that adulterous couple would go even further. How could Shueyu tolerate that? Chapter 1468. Although Shueyu and Yang Kai had once hugged each other naked on the Dead Star, that place was a barren wasteland with no audience, so how could it compare to this scene? What's more, seeing Yang Kai not resisting and allowing the dragon lady to do as she pleased, Shueyu felt her lungs explode, her body trembling as she clenched her fists so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Unable to bear it any longer, Shueyu blurted out in anger. After shouting, Shueyu also realized that her reaction was a little too big, so she quickly added righteously, hugging in public, you really have no sense of shame. Saying so, she ground her teeth and glared at Yang Kai, as if she wanted to skin him alive. You scared me to death. Shanqing Luo patted her towering chest exaggeratedly, her expression suddenly changing from anger to annoyance as she glanced sideways at Shueyu, giggled and said to Yang Kai, we'll talk about our business later. Agreed. Yang Kai nodded solemnly, breathing a sigh of relief in his heart. Observing her expression, he naturally knew that after such a torment, Shanqing Luo's mood should have calmed down. However, after not seeing this dragon lady for so many years, her seductiveness had become even more outstanding. When those eyes of hers had been directed towards him, Yang Kai's soul had almost been sucked away. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai asked softly, do you have some kind of grudge with them? Not really, it's just, humans and demons can't coexist. Shanqing Luo smiled lightly, since you're with Biluo, you should have heard some things about me, right? That's right, Shanqing Luo chuckled and briefly explained what had happened before. It was by chance that after vaguely perceiving that Yang Kai was also in the Emperor Garden, she had been searching for him. As such, they had been searching for Yang Kai's whereabouts all this time, going deep into the Emperor Garden and inadvertently coming to this place, discovering the stone stele inside this palace. While they were investigating its mysteries, Shueyu led a group of people in. Then Yang Kai and Biluo arrived, and she and Shueyu's people didn't even have time to fight. Is that so? Yang Kai listened to her story and gently nodded, already having a plan in his mind. Since there was no deep hatred between the two sides, there was no need to start a fight here. Considering all this, he raised his head and grinned at Shueyu. Third young master, as the saying goes, it is better not. It's fate that we're able to meet here. How about we end this matter? Sure. Unexpectedly, he said. Shueyu actually agreed so readily that even Yang Kai was stunned. But soon after, Shueyu nodded. But soon Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Since Shueyu had agreed so quickly, there must be some other purpose. Sure enough, Shueyu looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said unhurriedly, since you and I have known each other for a long time, this young master won't embarrass you, lest others say that my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce is bullying others with numbers. But what? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Don't be so nervous. Shueyu chuckled, a smug look on her face. My request is very simple, I only want one person. You want one person? Yang Kai's face sank, who do you want? He subconsciously looked at Shanqing Luo, thinking that Shueyu was venting her anger on the beguiling demon queen. Everyone present thought so, including Shanqing Luo herself. After all, she was well aware of her own charm. No man had ever been able to remain calm in front of her. Hearing this, she giggled and smiled like a blooming flower. I'm sorry, young master, if you want me, then you may be disappointed. This young master already has a sweetheart and has been thinking hard about it for several dozen years. Now that we have finally met again, I will not be separated from him. Saying so, she stretched out her arm and wrapped it around Yang Kai's arm, pressing her tender body against Yang Kai's in an extremely intimate manner. Shueyu's eyes flashed a strange light as she closed the folding fan in her hand and laughed, looking at Shanqing Luo sarcastically, Dragon Lady, don't think too highly of yourself in front of this young master. When did this young master say he wanted to keep you? Your skin is really thick. She didn't know why, but she didn't want to let go of any opportunity to ridicule Shanqing Luo. If it was the previous her, It would have been impossible for her to have such thoughts. Shan Qingluo's cultivation was quite good, but at this moment she couldn't help blushing and asking in a stunned tone, "Then who do you want?" As she said this, she glanced suspiciously at Biluo, but the latter quickly waved his hand, indicating that he and Shueyu were complete strangers. "What this young master wants is the man next to you." Shueyu coldly stared at Yang Kai, the corners of her mouth rising slightly as she held the folding fan in her hand and pointed at Yang Kai. "If you stay, I won't embarrass these two women. This young master will do as he says." Everyone's eyes turned towards Yang Kai, wondering what kind of grievances existed between these two men that could make Shueyu give up the beautiful woman in front of him, and instead choose to keep Yang Kai. As long as he was a man, he would choose the woman. This enmity shouldn't be small. It should be comparable to the enmity of killing one's father and stealing one's wife. The masters around Shueyu all thought to themselves, but what they were more curious about was, when did third young master become enemies with such a person? How come they had never heard of him before? "You want me to stay?" Yang Kai's expression became strange. "You don't dare?" Shui Weiwei raised her pure white chin, her face overbearing and aggressive. "Or are you saying that you're guilty?" "What a joke, why would I feel guilty? First, I didn't steal, and second, I didn't rob." "You dare say you didn't steal or rob?" Shueyu's mood was unexpectedly agitated. Her eyebrows furrowed as she glared at Yang Kai. Understanding the meaning of her words, Yang Kai let out a hollow laugh, staring at Shueyu from a distance of several dozen meters, not knowing what to say. After a long time he sighed and tried to persuade her. "Third young master, forcefully twisted melons won't be sweet, why bother? You walk your own path, I will cross my own bridge. The well water does not interfere with the river water. Everyone can live together in peace, how good would that be? If you really want to force me, at worst we can all fight to the death. No one will have a good ending." "Fight to the death?" Shueyu seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world, the corners of her eyes narrowing. "Do you think you have the qualifications and ability to do so now?" "Whether I do or not, you'll know once you try," Yang Kai sneered. "Moreover, it's only a matter of a few words. Do you think you can stop me?" Shueyu's expression changed greatly as she shouted, "You dare!" She was also an extremely intelligent woman. How could she not understand the threat in Yang Kai's words? The other party's words just now clearly indicated that he wanted to expose her biggest secret, so how could she not be nervous? "Why wouldn't I dare?" Yang Kai smiled proudly. "In any case, it won't be a big loss to me. But third young master, you ha—" His laughter was full of meaning, causing Shueyu to panic even more. "If you dare do that, you will definitely regret it." "That will depend on third young master's attitude," Yang Kai said calmly, looking as if victory was already in his grasp. Shueyu was speechless for a moment, her pretty face so gloomy that a layer of frost could be scraped off. The many masters around her couldn't help but look at each other in disbelief. They knew how powerful the third young master's methods were, but now he was actually forced into such a predicament by an unknown first-order origin returning realm with just a few words. It was as if he was being toyed with in the palm of his hand. This was something that had never happened before. What kind of blackmail did the other party have on the third young master that could make him so cautious? For a time, the third-order origin returning realm masters were all curious, each of them itching to see Yang Kai reveal this secret to resolve their doubts. The third young master was a perfect person in their minds, so naturally they were curious if such a person actually had some kind of blackmail on him. The situation reached a stalemate in an instant, causing Shueyu's mood to fluctuate. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation where she couldn't make a choice. Letting Yang Kai and the Dragon Lady leave was something she absolutely refused to do. Back then, because Yang Kai had saved her life, she didn't stop Yang Kai from leaving Rainfall Star. But after so many years, she had always regretted her decision. She shouldn't have let that little brat leave and should have used some means to bind him to her side and make him assist her. In this world, besides a few of her closest relatives, only he knew her secret, so she shouldn't have let him out of her sight. What's more, Shueyu had full confidence in her charm, so as long as time passed, how could she be afraid he wouldn't fall for her? At that time, not only would she avoid the possibility of her secret being exposed, she would also be able to capture his heart and soul, killing two birds with one stone. As such, she didn't want to let Yang Kai leave. If she missed this opportunity, She didn't know when she would be able to see this bastard again. However, with Yang Kai's threat looming over her, Xueyu didn't dare to act too forcefully, lest she force him to reveal her secret. All kinds of thoughts flashed across her mind, but Xueyu's eyes suddenly lit up as she chuckled and looked at Yang Kai confidently. "Stop trying to scare me, you won't do such a thing." "Nonsense." Yang Kai curled his lips. "Is that so?" Xueyu sneered. "Then say it if you have the courage, say it. But guess what the consequences will be if you say it out loud. I hope you can bear them." Xueyu's performance was like that of a scoundrel, intentionally or unintentionally glancing towards Shanqing Luo as she spoke. Yang Kai frowned slightly and pondered for a moment, his expression sinking. He really hadn't considered what the consequences would be, but after being reminded by Xueyu, he understood the meaning of her words. If he really exposed her secret, then the only thing Xueyu could do was silence him. In other words, Shanqing Luo and Biluo would definitely be regarded as people she must kill. Perhaps all the masters who followed her would also die. After all, in order to keep such a secret, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce wouldn't care about the life or death of a few origin-returning realm masters. After so many years, you've become much more shameless. Yang Kai looked at Xueyu sarcastically. "Same here." Xueyu chuckled. "You're no better. But do you think this will make me hesitate?" Yang Kai looked at her with a sneer. "You're too naive." Chapter 1469. As soon as these words came out, Xueyu's expression changed wildly as she stared at Yang Kai in a daze. "You wouldn't really?" Yang Kai's lips curled into a sneer as he coldly snorted. "I already said at worst we'll fight to the death. It's not too late for you to let us leave now, otherwise." Xueyu's face instantly turned livid. She had not expected Yang Kai to be so stubborn. For a moment, her heart filled with grief and indignation as her tender body trembled. She only wanted him to leave with her, not kill him. On the contrary, there was a huge opportunity waiting for him, so why was he resisting to such an extent? Countless people wanted to follow her but were unable to do so. She was now extending an olive branch to him, trying to win him over, but her method was a bit overbearing. Why couldn't he understand her painstaking efforts? Since Xueyu was born, she had never been so passive except when facing her father, President AIO. In the end, a woman was still a woman. No matter how much she dressed up like a man, it was inevitable that she would let her emotions affect her decisions. Seeing Yang Kai's attitude of preferring death to dishonor, her expression calmed down and she sneered. "Do as you wish. If you really do that, besides you and me, everyone here will die." As soon as this statement came out, the faces of the origin-returning realm masters around Xueyu changed drastically as they stared at Yang Kai nervously. "Good, good, good." Yang Kai also laughed in anger, flicking his arm and taking a step forward. He stared fiercely at Xueyu and said word by word, "All of you listen to me, your young master Xueyu has a big secret, and I'll tell you what it is right now." With things having gotten to this point, he was riding a tiger and had no choice but to reveal it. Xueyu slowly closed her eyes and took a deep breath, not showing any intention of stopping Yang Kai. It seemed she was determined to fight Yang Kai to the end. On the other hand, the origin-returning realm masters around her all wore strange expressions, all of them worried about personal gains and losses. The conversation between Xueyu and Yang Kai was not hidden, so every word was clearly heard by all of them. At this moment, how could they not know that once Yang Kai really exposed this secret, they might really be implicated? Sometimes, even if something had nothing to do with them, just listening to it could cause them trouble, especially for a behemoth like Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. There were many secrets that could not be leaked. But in contrast, these people's curiosity only grew. The same was true for Shanqing Luo and Biluo. Both women perked their ears and listened attentively. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to reveal this so-called big secret, as he was about to reveal Yang Kai, he couldn't help shouting, "Yang!" How could he just sit back and watch this happen? He only wanted to stop Yang Kai before he revealed this big secret. So as he shouted, his figure flickered and flew towards Yang Kai. His body soared through the air like a great pung spreading its wings, as if he wanted to kill Yang Kai in one fell swoop. Yang Kai didn't even look at him, grit his teeth and exhaled loudly. "Your third young master Xueyu likes this father, and deeply in love with this father." As soon as these words came out, it was earth-shattering. Everyone was dumbfounded, and Shanqing Luo and Biluo couldn't help covering their mouths with their hands, glancing between Yang Kai and Shuiyu, a strange look flashing across their beautiful eyes. As for the old man with the 3 strands of long beard who was rushing towards Yang Kai, he staggered and fell from mid-air, the killing move he had been preparing dissipating. After landing on the ground, his eyes widened and a blank look appeared on his face. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This news was too shocking. Impudence! The beautiful woman next to Shuiyu shouted. How noble is third young master? With so many beautiful women around him, how could he? The beautiful woman scolded as she secretly glanced towards Shuiyu, only to see her face go pale and her eyes bulge as a look of surprise appeared on her face. However, the expression on her face was quite awkward, as if her thoughts had been exposed. Could it be? It's true. The beautiful woman's heart clenched. With so many beautiful women around him? Yang Kai sneered. Have you ever seen him flirt with any beautiful woman? Have you ever seen him spend a night with any beautiful woman? Hearing what he said, the Origin returning realm masters all wore dumbfounded expressions, but after thinking about it carefully, they found that this was indeed the case. Although third young master was humble and polite to everyone, and his smile was like a spring breeze charming thousands of young women, he was the most handsome young man in Star Territory. He never lacked women, and no matter where he went, there would always be beautiful women throwing themselves at him and taking the initiative to express their goodwill. However, he had never had any intimate contact with any of them, let alone spent a night with any of them. Before, everyone thought that third young master had good self-control and kept himself clean, but now thinking back to the conversation between the third young master and Kai Yang, about how a forcefully picked melon is not sweet and so on, and how the third young master only wanted to take Kai Yang away and give up on the other side of the enchantress, everyone was more or less convinced. Could it be that third young master really had a special sexual orientation? Looking at third young master again though, she found that his face was flushed red, clearly showing a guilty conscience. The beautiful woman didn't dare to say anything, feeling both regret and amusement in her heart. How could such a good man fall in love with another man? The expressions of the others were similar. These people had lived for countless years and were all very good at reading people's expressions, so Shuiyu's expression and attitude were enough to explain the situation. A burst of breathless laughter came out. It was Shanqing Luo laughing so hard she couldn't stand up straight. When this laughter reached Shuiyu's ears, she felt like she was being stabbed in the back, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into and never see anyone again. Although she was a woman, in front of outsiders she was a man, so to be spoken to like that by Yang Kai was really too embarrassing. However, she didn't have the courage to refute him, causing her delicate body to tremble and her blood to boil. Yang Kai's move was really beyond her expectations. She really didn't think that Yang Kai could be shameless to this extent, not caring about his own reputation at all. You really are vicious. Shuiyu's face twitched, the veins on her forehead bulging. She gritted her teeth and glared at Yang Kai, shouting, "You dare slander this young master? Whether it's slander or not, the heavens will know. You and I will know." Yang Kai chuckled. Good. Shuiyu's body trembled as she grit her teeth and waved her hand. "Capture these people for me. Especially this shameless bastard. This young master will tear his mouth off and let him taste all the tortures in the world." The many Origin returning realm masters were stunned and secretly cursed in their hearts. In the past, when the third young master gave orders, he had never been so merciful. Usually he would kill them all. But today he actually wanted them to capture the 3 of them alive. Obviously, he was unwilling to hurt them. It seemed that this little brat wasn't spouting nonsense otherwise, with the third young master's current level of anger, how could he have let them live? Moreover, if it really was slander, with the third young master's temperament and cultivation, he wouldn't care, let alone become angry. The 6 or 7 Third Order Origin returning realm masters glanced at each other, all of them feeling that this matter was a bit tricky. The old man with the long beard, who was the leader of this group, shouted, "Forgive us." Only then did the others rush towards Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo, each of them summoning their artifacts and secret techniques. Although their momentum was aggressive, there was no murderous intent, only wanting to complete Shuiyu's order and capture these 3 alive. Originally, they thought that with their numbers and strength, It would be a piece of cake to capture these three alive. The only one who would be difficult to deal with was the third-order dragon lady. But after fighting for a while, everyone realized that they had been too naive. Needless to say, the dragon lady had used some kind of mysterious technique to summon a giant spider with the wave of her hand. This spider covered the sky and almost submerged the entire palace, shuttling back and forth between the spiders as if they were walking on flat ground. On the other hand, once someone came into contact with this spider, they would immediately be restrained, making it difficult for them to move. As soon as they began fighting, one of them suffered a big loss and was wrapped up like a dumpling by the other party's spider, unable to escape. Her strength was understandable. After all, the difference in her cultivation was obvious. But the man named Yang Kai was quite amazing. Obviously, he was only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, but every move he made was incredibly lethal. In particular, the golden threads he shot out from his hand seemed to be able to break through sure. There was also the fiery red bird hovering above his head, the stone giant holding a black stick, and the sword that transformed into a giant dark green dragon. He was actually able to fight against three third-order origin returning realm masters by himself, and he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. This person was truly monstrous. It was no wonder that Shui Yu's third young master would treat him differently. Comparatively speaking, Bai Luo was the most inconspicuous. However, the moment the battle began, she had already hidden behind the layers of spiders, concealing her aura. No one knew where she was hiding. Occasionally, an attack would strike from her hiding place, but she would only appear for a brief moment before quickly concealing herself again. Shui Yu watched from the side, a bitter smile appearing on her face. In all fairness, Yang Kai's shocking news just now really made her angry, but she also felt a little relieved. After all, Yang Kai hadn't revealed her biggest secret. As such, Shui Yu didn't want to go too far. At this moment, standing in the distance and watching Yang Kai's growth after more than 10 years, she couldn't help feeling excited and even more determined to keep Yang Kai by her side. Such a talent, only by staying in Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce by his side, could he receive the best training, have a brighter future, and go further. As for that dragon lady, Shui Yu's eyes turned towards Shanqing Luo, a look of unwillingness on her face. In the past, she had spent some time with Yang Kai and knew that Yang Kai already had another woman in his heart, so she mistakenly thought that the reason why Yang Kai left Rainfall Star was because of Shanqing Luo. She couldn't wait to fight Shanqing Luo one-on-one right now to let Yang Kai know who his best choice was. But if she really did so, she was afraid that her relationship with Yang Kai would only worsen. For a moment, she hesitated and felt bitter. Chapter 1470. While the masters of Yang Kai, Shanqing Luo and Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce were fighting fiercely, scenes of blood and murder were playing out one after another in the Emperor Garden. Even third-order origin returning realm masters could not guarantee their own safety. Although everyone knew that the Emperor Garden's interior was fraught with dangers, the various opportunities hidden here were still incredibly tempting. Countless cultivators had entered the Emperor Garden's interior, and if these cultivators from different cultivation stars and great forces encountered each other, most of them would fight. Often one side would emerge victorious while the loser would die. Somewhere in the middle of a blazing inferno, flames were rolling all around, and the temperature was so high that even third-order origin returning realm masters could not easily resist them. This scene of raging flames was not real, but rather the result of an illusion array. However, the cultivators trapped in this illusion array could feel that it was extremely real, as if they were trapped in a raging inferno. At this moment, inside this illusion array, 3 origin returning realm masters were sitting cross-legged, jointly releasing their Saint Chi to form a protective barrier to resist the erosion of the flames. They had been trapped here for 4 or 5 days now, but were still unable to break out of this mysterious illusion array. They had consumed countless Saint crystals and pills, and their Saint Chi was barely enough to make ends meet. On top of that, the surrounding flames were constantly closing in on them like poisonous snakes, and as time passed, the situation of the trio became more and more critical. Finally, one of the 3 ran out of Saint Chi, and the Saint Chi barrier around his body flickered a few times before shattering. This person's face changed drastically while the other 2 screamed and desperately pushed their strength. They wanted to repair the gap, but all their efforts were in vain. Previously, the three of them had worked together and barely managed to survive, but now that one of them had run out of strength, the surrounding flames instantly drowned them like a tidal wave. Screams rang out but soon subsided, and after the flames dissipated, only 3 skeletons remained. There were no obvious wounds on their bodies, but there was no sign of life. This was the strangeness of an illusion array. Elsewhere, in a place similar to the labyrinth that Kai Yang had walked through before, a group of sect cultivators were huddled together, forming a circle around each other. They were fighting bravely, and what they were fighting against it was not a living creature. These were none other than the ancient puppets unique to the Emperor Garden. Each of these puppets gave off energy fluctuations equivalent to an origin-returning realm master, with some even reaching the third order. Even if they didn't have much intelligence, the way they fought was also extremely clumsy, but their numbers were shocking. In all fairness, this sect had a large number of cultivators, a total of 5 of them, and their strength wasn't low either. However, in this maze-like terrain, surrounded by countless puppets, there was no way for them to escape. The battle lasted for half a day. The ground was filled with the broken parts and pieces of the defeated puppets, but blood had also dyed the ground red. One by one, the cultivator was killed by the puppets. Half a day later, the bustling maze quieted down. The cultivator of this unknown sect had been completely wiped out. When the aura of the living could no longer be detected, the wounded puppets silently disappeared again, as if they had never appeared. A great number of cultivator had died to the Emperor Garden's spirit arrays and puppets. However, the number of people who died in fights and sneak attacks was even greater. Oftentimes, the appearance of a certain treasure would trigger a bloodbath. In the Emperor Garden, there were no rules or principles to speak of, only strength mattered. Whoever was stronger would be able to survive. So cruel and bloody battles were taking place almost every moment. If a powerful master could fly above the Emperor Garden and look down, they would discover that the Emperor Garden was actually a huge octagonal palace. The buildings inside the Emperor Garden were arranged according to a mysterious pattern, as if they contained some kind of mysterious principle. At this moment, inside a palace at the center of the Emperor Garden, 2 women were standing quietly. One wore a black robe and gave off a mysterious and treacherous aura, while the other had a graceful figure and dignified appearance, exuding a powerful aura at the peak of the third order origin returning realm. However, such a master was currently standing 300 meters behind the black-robed woman, a respectful look upon her face as she stared at her back. Yang Yan and Yi Shiyun. No one knew when they had arrived at the palace, nor did they know what they were here for. However, judging from the clean clothes and calm expressions of these 2 women, they did not seem to have encountered any danger or battle along the way. The Emperor Garden seemed to have no defenses against them, allowing them to arrive here easily. This palace was extremely spacious, more than 10,000 meters in radius. However, there was only one thing inside this palace, a white jade crystal coffin that was not very large. There was obviously no power supporting this white jade crystal coffin, but it was still suspended mid-air, giving it an extremely strange appearance. Yang Yan was standing in front of this white jade crystal coffin at this moment, staring quietly at its interior with a complicated expression. Inside this crystal coffin was a person, and judging from her figure, it was clearly a woman. Looking at her face, however, it was identical to Yang Yan. If Yang Kai were here, he would definitely be able to recognize who was inside this crystal coffin. One of Starfield's great emperors. Tens of thousands of years ago, she was a powerful existence who had unified the entire star territory. Her legend was still a familiar one, and the Star Emperor tokens she refined were coveted by many great forces to this day. Any force that obtained one would treat it as a hallowed treasure, not daring to use it lightly. Only when they were on the brink of life or death would they summon the Star Emperor tokens and release the divine technique the great emperors had sealed inside. Her status was transcendent, and she could cover the sky with one hand. She was the pinnacle of the entire star territory. However, no one knew that the famous great emperors of Starfield was actually a woman. Perhaps her surname had long been forgotten by the world, or perhaps no one had ever seen her true face, but her name had been passed down for thousands of years. Looking at the woman inside the crystal coffin, Yang Yan had the illusion that he was looking at himself in a mirror. The 2 had the same body shape and appearance. The only difference was their temperament. Even in her deep sleep, the great emperor's face still exuded a sense of majesty. That kind of majesty was a kind of nobility that no one dared to look at directly. It was as if looking at her was a great sin. "So this is what I look like," Yang Yan murmured softly. "Master," Yi Shiyun called out, thinking that Yang Yan wanted to give her some orders. "It's nothing," Yang Yan replied lightly. "I was just talking to myself." Yi Shiyun didn't dare to say anything, simply lowering her head and standing in place. Yang Yan took a deep breath before turning his head to look around, sighing slightly. This transcendent soul summoning array should be activated soon. At this moment, inside this huge palace, on the ground and walls, profound and complex runes began flashing one after another. As these runes lit up one by one, the entire palace gradually filled with a mysterious power. Yi Shiyun stood here and seemed to be able to vaguely hear a beautiful melody ringing in her ears, as if someone was calling out to her. She even had the urge to summon her soul avatar out of her body. Thinking of this, Yi Shiyun couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. A soul avatar was extremely fragile and was generally hidden in one's knowledge sea. Ordinary cultivators would not release their soul avatar unless they encountered an extremely dangerous situation, but once it was released and they could not find a suitable carrier, their soul avatar would dissipate from the world in less than half a day, and their soul would be completely destroyed. Yi Shiyun had never heard of the Transcendent Soul Summoning Array before, nor did she know what it was used for, but from her own situation, she could infer that it was definitely related to the awakening of the great emperors. As one cultivator after another fell inside the emperor garden, the number of dim runes in the palace where Yang Yan was located also increased, as if the Transcendent Soul Summoning Array here was related to the deaths of the cultivators outside and was being activated at the cost of their lives. It was impossible for Yang Yan to do such a thing, but the great emperors could. The emperor garden was open to the entire territory of the star, so any cultivator who entered had to be prepared to die. Searching for treasures here was naturally accompanied by great risks. No one forced them to enter the emperor garden, everything was voluntary. Now that they had fallen here and become the source of power for the Transcendent Soul Summoning Array, they naturally had nothing to complain about. For the sake of their own awakening, what did it matter if some people died? In the eyes of the great emperors, these origin-returning realm masters were less than ants. Seeing that there were still a dozen or so runes in the palace that had yet to light up, Yang Yan couldn't help turning his head and glancing towards the entrance. However, there was no one there and no one had come. Even seeing him one last time had become an extravagant hope. Yang Yan had never felt time pass so quickly before. In the blink of an eye, the entire palace lit up and all the runes were lit up. The Origin Martial Soul Summoning Grand Array arranged here began to operate. One rune after another flew out from all directions of the palace, like meteors catching up with the moon as they rushed towards Yang Yan's tender body. Yang Yan couldn't help showing a pained look. Yi Shiyun watched in a daze, but at this moment, there was nothing she could do to help. Even moving a finger was difficult for her. She had become a bystander, only able to pay attention to this thrilling historical moment. "Elder Yi!" Yang Yan's shout suddenly came from the palace. Yi Shiyun hurriedly responded, "Subordinate is here. No matter what I become in the future, you must assist Yang Kai well." Yi Shiyun was startled, but immediately grit her teeth and replied, "As master commands." Yang Yan's orders were equivalent to the orders of the great emperors, so she would not ask for reasons and would only follow them. Vaguely, in the dazzling white light, Yi Shiyun seemed to see a happy smile. Immediately after, the light spread out and wrapped Yang Yan up, forming a ball of light that shot directly into the white jade crystal coffin, causing Yang Yan to disappear. The next moment, the entire palace returned to normal, as if nothing had happened just now. All the illuminated runes dimmed, and the Soul Essence Summoning Grand Array stopped operating, leaving only Yi Shiyun and the crystal coffin suspended mid-air. Chapter 1471. Master. After waiting for a long time, Yi Shiyun showed a hesitant look and called out anxiously, "Ka." A soft sound rang out from the white jade crystal coffin, and immediately after, a terrifying pressure spread out from the white jade crystal coffin like a giant wave. At first, this pressure was not too strong, but in the blink of an eye, it reached a level that even Yi Shiyun could not bear. She could not help her knees going soft and she fell to her knees, unable to even lift her head. The emperor pressure was recovering. At the same time, in the place where Qiantong had been trapped, the battle between Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo was still going on. Strictly speaking, the 6 or 7 third-order origin returning realm masters of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce were not weak, and each of them possessed powerful artifacts. They were also familiar with each other, so when they cooperated, they were able to display extraordinary combat effectiveness. However, Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo were not mediocre people either. One of them regarded fighting above his level as a common occurrence, and had many external forces at his disposal. The other had coincidentally devoured the heavenly moon demon spider's source strength, so he couldn't be judged by common sense. As such, even though Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce had the numerical advantage, they were unable to do anything to Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo. At first, they were afraid they would hurt Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo, so they held back, but as they fought, they realized that if they held back, they might be the ones to be defeated. As such, they did their best, but even so, they were unable to gain any advantage. The entire palace was in a mess, with various martial skills and artifacts bursting with dazzling light. The surrounding world energy had been stirred up, and even the stone tablet containing the artifact refining Tao had not been spared. Although Yang Kai had tried his best to avoid its range during the battle, what the others didn't know was that at this moment, the stone tablet was covered in cracks, as if it would break at any moment. This made Yang Kai feel very regretful. In any case, the artifact refining Tao contained in this stone tablet was extensive and profound, so it could be considered a treasure. With things having gotten to this point, Yang Kai could do nothing. Yang Kai, it's not too late for you to surrender to this young master, otherwise, this young master will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Shui Yu saw that the situation was deadlocked and could not help shouting, "In your dreams!" Yang Kai laughed heartily and refused without even thinking about it. "You force me to do this." Shui Yu grit her teeth and steeled herself, quickly forming a series of hand seals. As her movements changed, the nearby world energy world also began to flow. The 3 bearded old man and beautiful woman who were fighting Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo all paled, as if they knew that Shui Yu was about to use some kind of secret technique. Each of them fainted and opened up some distance between themselves and their opponents. When they turned to look at Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo again, a look of schadenfreude appeared on their faces. Yang Kai's expression also became dignified. Although he knew that Shui Yu had become angry out of humiliation and was about to use some kind of method, now that he was trapped here, it was impossible for him to escape. His only option was to resist. He did not believe that Shui Yu could really display a divine skill that could kill him in one fell swoop. What's more, there was no murderous intent in this woman's eyes. Clearly she just wanted to make him suffer a little. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yang Kai prepared to defend himself. At that moment, Shui Yu let out a low shout, and the surrounding world energy madly poured into her body. In the next moment, a strange monster beast phantom suddenly appeared above her head. This monster beast's body was covered with thick black hair. Its eyes were bright and piercing, and there was a single horn on its forehead, giving it a powerful appearance. Yang Kai's eyes shrank. Inexplicably, he felt a sense of threat from this monster beast phantom, a feeling he had never felt since entering the Emperor Garden. Shanqing Luo, on the other hand, exclaimed, "Xie." She seemed to recognize what this monster beast was, but it was not surprising as Scarlet Wave Star, where she had been stranded, was a monster star. 90% of the creatures there were from the monster race, so under her influence, there were few monster beasts she did not recognize. "Your eyesight is quite good." Actually being able to recognize this young master's symbiotic monster spirit. "How about it? If you surrender now, this young master will let bygones be bygones and will only torture that bastard. As for you, you can stay by this young master's side as a concubine. Your beauty is quite good, just barely worthy of this young master." Shui Yu still wanted to persuade him to surrender, obviously knowing that her divine skill was too powerful and could not be retracted. She was worried that it would really hurt Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo. Symbiotic monster spirit. Shanqing Luo's beautiful eyes shrank, but she immediately giggled. "It seems I underestimated your Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, even being able to obtain such a thing, but so what? If you want this queen to be your concubine, don't talk big." Kai Ying's eyebrows also wrinkled. He had heard of a symbiotic monster spirit before. It required the blood essence of a powerful monster beast to be refined into one's body, using a secret technique. After a long period of time, one would be able to use the various abilities of that powerful monster beast and could even summon it to fight against enemies. This was also a kind of external force, but an ordinary cultivator did not have the ability to do this, and even if they did not have a suitable monster beast's blood essence. Because if one cultivated this secret technique, the strength of its power would depend on the level of the monster beast's blood essence. The Siege was a kind of ancient exotic beast that was innately good at fighting, especially the single horn on its forehead. It was no less powerful than an Origin King grade artifact, perhaps even more so. Its blood essence was definitely not bad, and looking at Xueyu's posture, it was obvious she had been cultivating this secret technique for many years. With the help of this symbiotic monster spirit, even if she was only a second-order Origin returning realm cultivator, she could be considered invincible in the same realm. No wonder she spoke so confidently. Yang Kai did not know when she had successfully cultivated this secret technique. Many years ago, when he was together with her, he had never seen her display this secret technique. Shanqing Luo's sarcastic remarks made Xueyu's face go cold. Do you really want to oppose this young master? Oppose? Shanqing Luo covered her mouth and giggled, her charming eyes flashing. Little young master, you really think too highly of yourself. It seems elder sister will have to teach you a lesson, lest you become too arrogant. The beguiling demon queen's tone was that of an elder reprimanding a junior, causing Xueyu to explode with anger. With the two women fighting, Yang Kai couldn't get a word in edgewise and could only helplessly stand to the side and watch indifferently. As for the other masters from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, they all wore strange expressions. The third young master was actually competing with an enchanting woman over another man. If word of this spread out, what kind of scandal was this? At this moment, all the masters present felt like committing suicide. Good. Then let this young master see who is the one who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and who is the one who is boasting shamelessly. Xueyu angrily pointed her finger, and the Siege phantom roared as it rushed towards Shanqing Luo. Yang Kai's face sank and wanted to resist, but Shanqing Luo's tender body flickered and she took a step forward. In the next moment, the phantom of a huge 8-legged spider appeared behind her. Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. Without gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, without using any technique, the phantom simply appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Its entire body seemed to be made of silver, pure and flawless. On its forehead there was even a half-moon mark. Although its appearance was terrifying at this moment, no one who saw this spider had such thoughts. Instead, they all felt that this giant spider was extremely beautiful. This strange feeling made everyone feel uncomfortable. Demonic chi soared to the sky, causing the world to tremble. This is... Xueyu's complexion changed as she stared at the huge white spider, feeling a bad premonition, but now that the arrow had been knocked, she had no choice but to release it. The Siege phantom had already rushed towards Shanqing Luo, so she couldn't even withdraw her hand. Go! In contrast, Shanqing Luo's demeanor was undoubtedly much calmer, and with a wave of her hand, the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider moved its 8 claws to meet the Siege phantom. One was an ancient divine spirit, while the other was an ancient variant species. Although the gap between the two was not small in terms of grade, in the end neither was a living creature, so the role they could play depended on the methods and ability of the user. Therefore, in terms of momentum, the Siege and the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider were basically on par. In the blink of an eye, the two figures collided, one black and one white, clearly separated. Faintly, one could hear the roars of a beast and the cries of a spider intertwining. After the black and white figures collided, a shocking energy fluctuation swept out in all directions, causing almost everyone present to lose their footing, as if they had become a small boat in the middle of a vast sea, only able to drift with the current. Yang Kai acted as if nothing had happened. The invisible aura emitted by the verdant dragon bone sword blocked the terrifying pressure coming from the center of the battle, so Yang Kai was not affected in the slightest. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the black and white lights were rapidly shrinking, obviously consuming a great deal of energy in this battle. After a dozen breaths of time, the two lights actually merged together, and the figures of the Siege and the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider could no longer be seen. The next moment, a terrifying burst of energy came from the other side. And an aura that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and earth spread out. Everyone's complexion changed greatly, as they summoned their defensive artifacts to resist the aftermath of the explosion. One figure after another was sent flying high into the air before crashing to the ground. No one had expected that the battle between the Xieji and the heavenly moon demon spider would be so violent. And in the end, it would end in mutual destruction. Shueyu's face was pale, and Shan Qingluo's vitality was somewhat unstable. Kacha. A shattering sound came from the side. It was the stone tablet that contained the way of refining. Finally, it could not withstand the energy waves again and again. It exploded, and the stone fragments splashed in all directions. Among the rubble, there was something else that was faintly mixed in and shot towards Yang Kai. Kai Yang's brow furrowed, but his eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. Grabbing the object, he looked at it again and was surprised to find that it was actually a stone tablet, 3 inches long and 1 finger thick. Engraved on its surface were 3 mysterious ancient characters. Yang Kai glanced at it but couldn't recognize what it was. Chapter 1472. The stone tablet that contained the artifact refining method actually contained something else, which greatly surprised Yang Kai. On the other hand, the pale-faced Xueyu suddenly showed a look of pleasant surprise when she saw this thing, her pair of beautiful eyes staring fixedly at the stone tablet in Yang Kai's hand. Yang Kai, give that thing to me. Xueyu suddenly shouted to Yang Kai. Why should I? Yang Kai glanced over at her before hurriedly putting the stone tablet into his space ring. Although he didn't know what was inside this stone tablet, since it had been stored so discreetly, it was obviously no trivial matter. Xueyu should have some understanding of this and even recognize the 3 ancient characters, otherwise, she wouldn't have been so excited. Give it to me. Xueyu shouted anxiously. That thing is useless to you. How do you know it's useless to me? Yang Kai asked indifferently. Give it to me first, I'll explain it to you later when there's a chance. Give it to me and this young master will withdraw and never bother you or them again. The grievances between you and me will be written off. Xueyu looked at Yang Kai sincerely. Yang Kai's expression changed as he became more and more curious. What exactly was this thing that could make Xueyu make such a concession? Although he was certain that the secrets contained in this stone tablet were enormous and of great value, Yang Kai didn't doubt that Xueyu was deceiving him. She said it was useless to him, so it was probably true. Although Xueyu was extremely possessive and had many means and abilities, she wasn't a person who liked to lie because she had a very high opinion of herself. Such a person disdained to deceive others. On this point, Yang Kai believed in his own judgment. In all fairness, exchanging a stone tablet for Xueyu's promise was not a loss. Seeing Yang Kai's expression change, Xueyu quickly struck while the iron was hot. This young master's words cannot be taken back. You don't need to doubt anything, everyone here can testify. Can I ask what this thing is for? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. A look of embarrassment appeared on Xueyu's face and after a while, she gently opened her red lips and quietly sent him a message. I can't tell you exactly what it's used for, but I can tell you that not only is it useless to you, it's also useless to me, and it's useless to all the cultivators in the Emperor Garden. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Although Xueyu didn't say it directly, her words were thought-provoking enough. Most of the cultivator who entered the Emperor Garden were origin-returning realm masters, and there was no lack of third-order masters among them, so there was only one explanation why this stone token was of no use to them. Only an Origin King Realm Master could use this stone token. No wonder Xueyu was willing to make such a promise. The value of something only an Origin King Realm Master could use was absolutely immeasurable, but Yang Kai had just broken through to the Origin Returning Realm and was still far from the Origin King Realm. What's more, he had many treasures in his hands, so he might not be interested in the secrets hidden in this stone token. Considering all this, Yang Kai had a plan in his heart and looked up at Xueyu. Can I believe your words? Yes, Xueyu said solemnly. Good. I hope you can keep your word. Yang Kai gently nodded and was about to throw the stone token to Xueyu when a sudden change occurred. All of a sudden, an abnormal energy fluctuation came from the surroundings, like an invisible ripple, sweeping through the place where everyone was. Yang Kai was extremely familiar with this kind of energy fluctuation, and the moment he noticed it, His face changed slightly and he hurriedly rushed over to Shan Qingluo while shouting, "Qingluo!" The beguiling demon queen hadn't yet reacted to what was happening, but seeing Yang Kai rushing over so eagerly, she couldn't help smiling and stretching out her jade hand towards him. But in the next moment, her expression changed because she saw a huge hand condensed from world energy appear behind Yang Kai. This hand should belong to a woman, because although it was huge, it gave off a slender and beautiful feeling, as if its flawless beauty had been magnified thousands of times over. This hand grabbed towards Yang Kai. "Don't!" Shan Qingluo's beautiful face paled as she screamed. As soon as her voice fell, the jade hand grabbed hold of Yang Kai's body, and with a burst of energy, Yang Kai disappeared from her sight. Before she could figure out what was going on, a burst of screams rang out from all around her. Looking around, Shan Qingluo couldn't help feeling stunned, because at this moment, everyone was experiencing the same thing as Yang Kai. A giant palm condensed from world energy had grabbed each of them and caused them to explode, causing the surrounding space to distort as one figure after another disappeared from her sight. Shan Qingluo couldn't help looking up at the sky and found that she was in the same situation. When she came back to her senses, she found that she had returned to the monster Emperor Star. Somewhere on Shadowed Star, Yang Kai stood in place in a daze, staring down at his palm. At his fingertips, there seemed to still be some of Shan Qingluo's warmth, and the tip of his nose seemed to be filled with the fragrance of the Dragon Lady, causing Yang Kai to feel somewhat lost. After a long time, Yang Kai raised his head and sighed slightly. Although they had been forced to separate shortly after reuniting, at least Shan Qingluo, the Dragon Lady, was living a comfortable life, which was enough for him. Yang Kai didn't know what had happened in the Emperor Garden, but the mysterious world principles had suddenly sent him out. Since he had come out, others must have as well. Considering all this, Yang Kai looked up and found that in the sky, the huge Emperor Garden was still in his field of vision, just as it had always been, but the jade transmission platform that had appeared before had disappeared. Yang Kai estimated that it would be impossible to enter the Emperor Garden again. Yang Kai didn't know what had happened in the Emperor Garden, but it should have something to do with the Yang inflammation. She had said before that when the Emperor Garden opened, it was the time to awaken the true bodies of the great emperors. Had everything gone smoothly between her and Yi Shiyun? If everything had gone well, then the true bodies of the great emperors should have already awakened. Considering all this, Yang Kai's heart suddenly clenched, and his expression became ugly. Yang inflammation was a soul clone of the great emperors, so if the true bodies of the great emperors were to awaken, what would happen to her? Yang Kai had never thought about this kind of thing before, and Yang inflammation had never told him about it, but now the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. No longer hesitating, Yang Kai quickly released his divine sense, wanting to investigate his current location and the direction to the Lu Yen sandfield. After investigating his surroundings, Yang Kai's expression became even uglier. He found that he was actually on a deserted island. This island wasn't very big, only about a dozen kilometers in diameter. The island was poor in materials, with no spirit grasses or spirit medicines to speak of, and there wasn't even a single trace of living people. All around him was a sparkling blue sea. Impossible, right? Yang Kai's brow furrowed. When one was unlucky, even drinking water would cause one's teeth to be stuffed. Had he been sent to the limitless ocean? Yang Kai had been on Shadowed Star for many years now and knew that there was a vast limitless ocean on Shadowed Star. One of the 3 great restricted zones, Serene Soul Island, was located in this limitless ocean. Unfortunately, no one had ever seen the Serene Soul Island, or rather, those who had seen it were all dead. The environment he was in now was very similar to the description of the limitless ocean he had heard before. If this was really the case, it would be troublesome. After all, the Lu Yen sandfield was very far from the limitless ocean, and if Yang Kai were to rely on himself to fly back, he didn't know how long it would take him. Of course, this was just a guess. As for where he was, he would have to ask someone to confirm it. Thinking so, Yang Kai summoned his star shuttle and flew out of the deserted island like a bolt of lightning. Above the boundless sea, 5 cultivators wearing the same uniform were fighting a huge octopus-like sea beast, their artifacts and martial skills flashing brilliantly as they fought. The strength of these 5 cultivators wasn't very high, only Saint Realm cultivations. The aura exuding from the octopus was also only at the peak of the 7th order. If they were in another place, the strength of the 5 people would have been enough to take down this sea beast easily. But on the sea beast had the advantage of being on its home ground, and it could easily draw support from the abundant water, attribute spiritual chi to fight. Water arrows were formed one after another, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they flew towards the 5 people, mixed with dark green filth. The sea beast's long and thick tentacles were not to be underestimated, and every time they lashed out, the 5 cultivators paled and hurriedly dodged. Although as time passed, more and more wounds appeared on the sea beast's body, the 5 cultivators had also consumed a lot of energy, each of them panting heavily. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a sharp cry suddenly rang out. It came from a woman in a green robe. She and her fellow disciples had only been focused on killing the profound-eyed ink octopus, but at some point in time, the surrounding space had already been enveloped by a thick fog. This was obviously the filthy aura emitted by the profound-eyed ink octopus. This fog not only obstructed the penetration of one's divine sense, but also damaged the world energy of artifacts and the circulation of Saint Chi in a cultivator's body. This woman's cultivation was the lowest, so she was the first to be affected. The moment she noticed that her Saint Chi was not flowing smoothly, one of the profound-eyed ink octopus tentacles flew towards her. The woman's beautiful face went pale as she tried to defend herself but was powerless to do so. Seeing the tentacle getting closer and closer to her, she couldn't help screaming, thinking that she was doomed this time. The expressions of the other 4 cultivators also changed drastically, but in the face of such a situation, there was nothing they could do to help. All of them glared at her, wishing they could split into 2 groups. But at that moment, a golden light suddenly appeared in front of them. This golden light looked very weak, but it was as dazzling as the sun, dispersing the dark green fog that had covered the world. Accompanied by a soft sound, the profound-eyed ink octopus tentacles, which the 5 cultivators had no way to deal with, were cut off and dark green blood spurted out. The sea beast let out a hiss. Under the pain, its countless tentacles waved in a disorderly manner, like huge whips, stirring up the nearby sea into chaos. The golden light reappeared, and with a chi-chi sound, all the tentacles of the profound-eyed ink octopus were cut off and sent flying into the distance, green blood instantly overflowing the sea. Chapter 1473. In the blink of an eye, the originally arrogant profound vision ink octopus died on the spot, its huge body cut into pieces, its death extremely miserable. Escaping from death, how could the young woman from some unknown force not realize that she had been lucky enough to be saved by a powerful master? Calming herself down, she quickly called out, "May I ask which senior has arrived here?" Heavenly Profound Sex Xiao Luo thanks senior for saving her life. The other 4 also recovered and respectfully thanked this young woman while looking around, trying to find traces of this person. A gust of wind blew by, blowing away the dark green fog that shrouded the sponge. Not far away, a stalwart young man stood there with a strange expression on his face. There seemed to be a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. So young. All 5 of them were surprised. They had thought that since this person could easily kill a peak 6th order sea beast, this young man would definitely not be young, but unexpectedly, he looked about the same age as them. However, this was obviously not the other party's true age. The higher a cultivator's strength was, the slower their vitality would fade away, so there were many powerful masters who appeared very young. Considering all this, the 5 people became even more respectful and, led by a burly man, flew over to Yong Kai and bowed again to thank him. A trivial matter, not worth mentioning, Yong Kai said faintly as he glanced around at the distressed expressions of these 5 people, and the 7th order sea beast's corpse, thinking back to the time when he was once weak, but as his strength grew, even this peak 7th order sea beast wouldn't be able to last more than a breath against him. Time really flies by. Moreover, I've already become a senior. Yong Kai suddenly felt like laughing. As his thoughts changed, he saw that the expressions of these 5 people were very cautious. Knowing what they were afraid of, Yong Kai did not waste any time and simply asked, "Is this the limitless ocean?" The 5 people looked at each other for a moment before the leading man nodded and said, "Reporting to senior, this is indeed the limitless ocean." Sure enough, Yong Kai's face sank. Although he had guessed as much, He had not expected that he would really be sent to the limitless ocean after leaving the Emperor Garden. Did Senior come from inland? The woman named Xiao Luo suddenly asked. Luo. The leader's face changed greatly, and he couldn't help but shout, although he didn't know what cultivation realm Yang Kai was in. However, judging from the way he killed the Shenite ink octopus just now, if he wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. It was one thing to be grateful to him for saving his life, but it was another thing to be wary of him. Before knowing his personality and temperament, it was better to rashly inquire about some information. It was very likely that he would be enraged. Furthermore, he still had two beautiful junior sisters on his side. If the other party was a lecherous person, it was very likely that he would get himself into trouble. The man's expression tensed up. He looked up at Yang Kai and found that he didn't seem to be angry. Instead, he was looking at his junior sister with interest. How did you know I came from the inland? That's because people who live on the limitless ocean all year round have darker skin. Moreover, there's a unique water vapor on their bodies. Senior, you don't have it. The girl named Xiao Luo was very magnanimous, so that's how it is. Yang Kai smiled faintly and sized them up a little. He found that it was indeed as she had said. These 5 people all had a unique water vapor on them. It was very light, and if one didn't examine them carefully, they wouldn't be able to detect it. Moreover, their skin was indeed darker than the inland people. Being pointed out, Yang Kai didn't have any intention of denying it. Instead, he nodded and said, "That's right, I came from the inland, but I got lost here. Do you know which direction to go to return to the inland? How long will it take?" Oh. After half a cup of tea's time, Yang Kai summoned his star shuttle and flew off in a certain direction. After inquiring with these 5 heavenly profound sect disciples, Yang Kai found that his luck wasn't so bad that it would make one's hair stand on end. This was still the outer sea of the limitless ocean, not the inland sea, so he wasn't too far from the inland. It would only take him 3 to 5 days to reach the inland. However, it was somewhat unrealistic to fly back to the flowing sandland. After all, the distance was too far. If he flew alone, it would take at least half a year. Yang Kai wasn't interested in spending so much time on the road. As such, he planned to find a city and use its space array. Fortunately, not far from the limitless ocean, there was a city called Seafront City, which could be regarded as the junction between the inland and the limitless ocean. Many cultivators came and went, so the city's space array was also open to the public, but it cost a lot of St. crystals. Each time it was used, the cost would vary depending on the distance, with the cheapest costing 10,000 St. crystals to 300,000 St. crystals. This kind of price was difficult for an ordinary cultivator to bear, but for Yang Kai, it was nothing. 5 days later, Yang Kai arrived at Seafront City. This city was not small, more than twice the size of Heavenly Fate City. Cultivators came and went like carps crossing a river, jostling shoulder to shoulder. After all, although the inland and the endless seas were both part of Shadowed Star, because of the difference in territory, there were different products. Many cultivation resources that could not be found inland could be easily found in the endless seas, and for the same reason, many resources that could not be found in the endless seas could be found in the endless seas. Seafront City, as such a junction, had become the most famous commercial city in the surrounding million-kilometer radius. Yang Kai was not in the mood to stay here for long, so after some inquiries, he learned the location of the space array and rushed over. The streets of Seafront City were extremely spacious, enough to accommodate several 4-horse carriages driving side by side, and the rows upon rows of shops on both sides of the street were a dizzying sight. Just as Yang Kai was rushing towards his destination, a loud noise suddenly reached his ears. "You cheap slut, you want to buy 100 spirits pill with just 2,000 St. crystals? Are you still sleeping? If you don't leave now, I'll take action. But I only have 2,000 St. crystals left. Shopkeeper Chung, I have made many transactions with you over the past few years, and although the value is not high, I am still a trustworthy person. Can you sell these pills to me first, and I'll make up for the rest of the St. crystals in the future? I still want to make a living in Seafront City in the future, so I won't just leave." What a joke. I'm a businessman, one hand for the other. I'm not running a charity. If you don't have St. crystals, then scram as far as you can. You want 100 spirits pill? Dream on. Shopkeeper Chung, I beg you. Impossible. I'm warning you one last time, if you don't leave now, you'll have to bear the consequences. The source of the voice was a man and a woman. The man was the shopkeeper of a pharmacy, while the woman was a woman who appeared to be around 40 years old. It could be seen that she was quite beautiful when she was young. However, at this moment, her face was sallow and emaciated. She looked extremely down and out. She was begging the shopkeeper with the surname Chang, but the other party was unmoved. Yang Kai stared at the woman's side for a long time before suddenly letting out a light sigh, a thoughtful look flashing across his face. He felt that he should know this woman, but he wasn't sure. After all, the two weren't familiar with each other, but her voice and profile were very similar. Thinking so, Yang Kai stepped forward. Shopkeeper Chang, who had been glaring at the woman before, immediately changed to a bowing posture when he saw Yang Kai arrive, smiling widely as he said, "What does honored guest want to order? Although this shop is small, all of the spirit pills we sell are of the highest quality. Honored guest may wish to take a look." Yang Kai glanced at him but didn't pay him any attention, instead walking over to the woman and carefully examining her. After a while, he asked tentatively, "Are you foreign elder Huang?" The woman looked like she was about to cry. Originally, she had been disheartened and was preparing to leave this place, but after hearing Yang Kai's voice, her expression couldn't help changing. Looking up, she saw Yang Kai looking at her curiously. In an instant, her tender body trembled as a look of panic and horror appeared on her face. "Sure enough, it's foreign elder Huang." Yang Kai gently nodded. Although this woman looked extremely down and out, she was indeed the one he knew, and judging from her reaction, she should also remember him. Huang Wan, one of the foreign elders of the Haiku family, an old acquaintance of Changqi and Howen. When Yang Kai and the Haiku family had a conflict, Huang Wan was ordered by Patriarch Yan to go to the city lord's mansion to ask for help. Unfortunately, Fei Jitu had no intention of intervening, so Huang Wan had no choice but to return to the family. Later, this woman left the Haiku family and disappeared. Yang Kai had also heard about this woman from Changqi and Howen, so he had some impression of her. He knew that she was unwilling to become enemies with Wu Yi and the others, so she had left the Haiku family without hesitation. She had a good personal relationship with Wu Yi, and Changqi and Howen had often talked about their old friends over the years. Huang Wan was the one they mentioned the most. Yang Kai didn't know why she had come to Seaside City, and why she was living so unhappily. However, this wasn't surprising as she was only a third-order Saint King. Such a cultivation was considered good in the Haiku family, but on Shadowed Star it was nothing. Without a backer or background, a third-order Saint King living alone was indeed difficult, especially when she was a woman. "You're Yang Kai." Huang Wan obviously remembered Yang Kai. "Why are you here?" "It's a long story." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, not preparing to explain in detail. "But foreign elder Huang, why are you here?" "I came here a long time ago." Huang Wan's expression flickered as she awkwardly said, "Back then I was just following orders, so I know you don't have to worry. I'm not here to find trouble with you." "Are you poisoned?" Yang Kai frowned and looked at her, a faint trace of black qi flowing between her eyebrows. Huang Wan was stunned, as if she hadn't expected Kai Yang to be able to see through her physical condition at a glance. "No wonder you wanted to buy the 100 spirits pill." Yang Kai gently nodded. "I've made a fool of myself." Huang Wan's face was filled with embarrassment. After all, it was a bit embarrassing to be seen through like this. Chapter 1474. Seeing Yang Kai and Huang Wan talking back and forth as if they were quite familiar with each other, the shopkeeper of the medicine shop couldn't help showing a touch of impatience. He subconsciously thought that someone who was acquainted with such a poor person like Huang Wan would definitely not be rich. What's more, Yang Kai had just come out of the Emperor Garden, experienced several battles, and flew all the way from the Endless Sea to Seaside City, so he really didn't look like much. His face immediately darkened and he no longer had his previous fawning and flattery. He said in a deep voice, "If the two of you want to catch up, can you not stand here and obstruct my store from doing business? Find a place to go and chat for as long as you want." Hearing what he said, Yang Kai glanced at him casually, knowing that this guy was looking down on him and couldn't help feeling a little annoyed, coldly snorting, "How many Saint Crystals for 100 spirits pill? What? Do you want to buy it? Shopkeeper Chung looked Yang Kai up and down suspiciously. What? Can't I buy it? Of course you can, but this is my store's small business. One hand for money, one hand for goods. Before Shopkeeper Cheng's voice fell though, he saw a cloth bag fly towards him. Quickly catching it, he used his divine sense to check its contents and his expression immediately changed 180 degrees, smiling happily as he said, Good, good, please wait a moment, honored guest. Saying so, he quickly took out 100 spirits pill and handed it to Yang Kai. After receiving the 100 spirits pill, Yang Kai didn't have any intention of entangling with this shopkeeper. The other party was just a Saint Realm cultivator, and although his conduct wasn't anything special, it would be too shameful to bicker with him, so he simply said to Huang Wan, Come with me. Huang Wan responded blankly. Her heart was beating wildly as she followed behind Kai Yang. All the way back. Not long after, under the guidance of Yang Kai, the two entered an inn and asked for a room. Yang Kai handed the 100 spirits pill to Huang Wan and had her sit down to meditate. After a day and night, Huang Wan recovered to her original state. Although the 100 spirits pill wasn't a high-grade pill, only Saint King grade low rank, it was still an antidote. The effect of the medicine was quite good. The poison in Huang Wan's body wasn't strong to begin with. It was just that the poison had been delayed for a long time. She swallowed the pill and adjusted her breathing. Immediately the illness was cured. There was nothing to worry about. He opened his eyes again. The woman wore a somewhat complicated expression as she thanked Yang Kai. This mistress thanks Sect Master Yang for his assistance. This mistress will never forget this kindness. While they were talking, this time if she hadn't coincidentally met Yang Kai, she didn't know what would have happened to her. It was impossible for her to die, but being entangled with the poison for a long time, her strength would definitely be affected. It might even cause her realm to drop. This was an unacceptable result for any cultivator. It's a small matter. Yang Kai casually waved his hand. But it seems that Consecrator Huang hasn't been doing well these past few years. Hearing this, Huang Wan brushed her hair behind her ear and smiled bitterly. It's not only not doing well, it's actually been extremely difficult. After leaving the Haika family, she realized how difficult it was to cultivate alone in this world. At first, she didn't realize it. After all, she had been a foreign elder of the Haiku family for so many years and had accumulated some savings. But after her savings were used up, the nightmare began. Without a backer or background, she had to rely on herself for everything. Moreover, she was a woman, and although she wasn't young, she was still quite beautiful. She was often coveted by some people with bad intentions and had faced danger several times. She also wanted to find another sect or family to join, but a cultivator with unknown origins like her was rarely accepted. As a last resort, she could only find some cultivators like her in Seafront City and hunt sea beasts in the open sea to make a living. However, such a thing was accompanied by great risks. Huang Wan had witnessed many cultivators die tragically in the open sea over the past few years, and the team she followed had changed over and over again. Fortunately, her luck was good and she was always able to escape death. Until one day she encountered a sea beast and was accidentally poisoned, so no one dared to travel with her anymore. In order to detoxify the poison in her body, Huang Wan had sold all of her belongings, but unfortunately, she still wasn't able to gather enough Saint crystals to refine 100 spirits pill. She had visited the pharmacy several times already, but every time she begged, the shopkeeper surnamed Chung would never open the door. Until today when she met Yang Kai. After listening to her story, Yang Kai gently nodded and pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, "Have you ever thought about going back?" Go back? Huang Wan was taken aback for a moment before a look of nostalgia appeared on her face, shaking her head with a bitter smile. "I can't go back, this mistress has already left the Haiku family. How could I have the face to go back? What's more, I heard that the family dismissed all foreign elders a few years ago, leaving only a few elders behind. Even if I go back, they won't accept me." No, I'm not talking about going back to the Haiku family. I'm talking about going to Wui Changqi and Howen. Yang Kai raised a finger and shook it. "You mean going to High Heaven Sect?" Huang Wan's eyes lit up. "Oh, you know about High Heaven Sect?" Yang Kai was surprised. Sect Master Yang must be joking. Huang Wan's bright eyes flashed. High Heaven sect is now famous. Although this mistress has lived in Seafront City for a long time, how could she not have heard of it? What's more, the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain has spread throughout Shadowed Star. So I'm afraid there is no one who doesn't know the name of High Heaven sect and Sect Master Yang. I'm that famous? Yang Kai raised his brow. He didn't think Huang Wan was trying to curry favor with him. After all, this place was adjacent to the Outer Star Sea, far from the mainland. She had heard about the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain and High Heaven sect, so what she said before was probably true. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. I just want to ask you, what do you think of my previous proposal? A touch of excitement appeared on Huang Wan's face, but she did not respond immediately. Instead, she hesitated for a long time before saying sadly, this mistress naturally wishes to, but this mistress' cultivation is so low, how could she possibly enter High Heaven sect? What does it matter if your cultivation is low? There are many people in the sect whose cultivation is lower than yours. It's not as if you don't know the abilities of the Haiku family's disciples. Most of them are still in the Saint realm while many of them have broken through to the Saint King realm. Yang Kai laughed dumbly. But, there are no buts whether you are willing or not, it's just a matter of saying a word. Yang Kai looked solemn as he interrupted her. Huang Wan bit her red lip and nodded solemnly after a long time. This mistress is willing. Good. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Then from today onwards, you are a member of High Heaven sect. As the sect master, accepting a disciple was not a problem. Subordinate thanks sect master for his kindness in accepting this mistress. Huang Wan was a decisive person otherwise, she would not have left the Haiku family in advance. Now that she had decided, she no longer hesitated and quickly bowed. No need to be so polite. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and helped her up. Observing her expression, he knew that she still had some doubts in her heart, so he took the initiative to explain, meeting you here can be considered fate. Moreover, over the years Wu Yi Changqi and Howen have often talked about you. Also, the sect is now in urgent need of an origin returning realm master, so I decided to do this. You don't need to think too much about it. Yes. Huang Wan nodded lightly, but sect master, subordinate is only a third order Saint King right now. She thought Yang Kai had made a mistake. You are now a third order Saint King, but after a while you will break through to the origin returning realm. Yang Kai grinned confidently. Huang Wan's situation was the same as Changqi and Hao An's. She had been stuck in this realm for many years and had been unable to break through. But since Changqi and Howen could break through, Huang Wan should be able to as well. High Heaven sect's current name was indeed resounding enough, and it was not worried about being harassed in the Luyen Sand field. But the strength of a sect was inseparable from the number and strength of its masters. It was not something that could be achieved by standing still. Looking at the entire High Heaven sect besides Yi Shiyun and Yang Kai, the cultivation of everyone else was really quite pitiful, especially the number of origin returning realm masters. It would take at least 10 or 20 years for Wu Yi and the others to grow up, but Huang Wan was different. She was only one step away from breaking through and could be said to be a ready-made origin returning realm master candidate. Not to mention Yang Kai knew her well. It was for this reason that Yang Kai had the idea of taking her back. If it were a stranger of unknown origins, how could Yang Kai do this? High Heaven sect would definitely face many setbacks and tribulations in the future, so naturally, it was necessary to prepare ahead of time and find ways to improve its strength. Do you have anything you want to pack up here? If not, come with me. Yang Kai looked at her and asked. I don't have anything but what? Yang Kai looked at her in amazement. But there is one more person I want to take with me. Subordinate earnestly requests sect master's permission. Take with you? Yang Kai frowned. He was willing to take Huang Wan into High Heaven sect, but that did not mean he was willing to take in others as well. Now that he heard Huang Wan say this, he suddenly felt a little unhappy. Isn't this woman a bit too greedy? Huang Wan could not help showing a look of panic as she bowed her head and said, Please calm your anger, sect master. Can I ask sect master to accompany this subordinate to meet with that person and wait until you see him before making a decision? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at her for a moment before nodding. Good, lead the way. Many thanks, sect master. Huang Wan was overjoyed and quickly led the way. In a corner of Seaside City, in front of a very simple house, This kind of house was very common in Seaside City, extremely low, and could even be described as a humble dwelling. Huang Wan led Yang Kai all the way to this place, walked up to the door, and gently knocked on it, seemingly using some kind of secret signal, before immediately pushing the door open and entering. Yang Kai followed in, turned his head around, and couldn't help sighing. Not only was this house abnormally small, it was also dark and damp, and the layout was extremely simple. Besides the minimal furniture, there was nothing else. "You've lived here all these years?" Yang Kai frowned, the anger in his heart dissipating greatly. Reporting to Sect Master, subordinate has only lived here for the past 3 years. Huang Wan smiled awkwardly. She was a foreign elder of the Haiku family, and although the Haiku family was not very powerful, at least she had a comfortable residence that was 1,000,000 times better than the environment in front of her. Chapter 1475. You've worked hard all these years. Yang Kai sighed slightly. Where's the person you were talking about? He didn't see anyone here. She's here. Huang Wan smiled and pulled out a small figure from behind her. Squatting down and saying in a pleasant tone, "Yuner, come and greet Sect Master Yang." Yang Kai looked down and couldn't help showing a look of astonishment. A child? He really didn't expect that the person Huang Wan was talking about was actually a child. Looking at her appearance, she was only about 6 or 7 years old, less than 3 feet tall. Her figure was slender, and her complexion was yellow. It was obvious that she was malnourished. The clothes she was wearing were coarse linen, but they were very neat and tidy, without any dirt or dust. Her hair was still light yellow, and she still had a childish air to her. However, her eyes were round and full of spirit. This was not Huang Wan's child, because the two didn't have any similarities in appearance, and according to Yang Kai's understanding, Huang Wan had never given birth to a child. So where did this little girl come from? The little girl seemed to be a little shy and a little curious, hiding behind Huang Wan, staring at Yang Kai with wide black eyes, but not saying a word. Huang Wan persuaded her a few words and asked her to bow, but she remained unmoved, just constantly shaking her head, looking at Yang Kai's face with a little vigilance. This kind of gaze made Yang Kai frown, his heart inexplicably sour. A child of this age shouldn't know anything, but she was actually wary of him, which meant she might have encountered something that made her panic before, so she didn't dare to get close to strangers. "Please forgive her, Sect Master. Yuner is still young and doesn't understand etiquette. Please forgive her." Huang Wan stood up and looked at Yang Kai with a wry smile. "It's fine." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, sweeping the little girl with his divine sense and saying in surprise, "She's already reached the peak of the initial element realm. Did you teach her?" Huang Wan nodded lightly. "Yuner pestered me to teach her, so I taught her a little." "Not bad, not bad." Yang Kai showed a look of approval. At such a young age, she had already reached the peak of the initial element realm. This was impossible to achieve in the central capital, and with Huang Wan's financial resources, it was likely that she hadn't been provided with a good environment and resources. In other words, this little girl's aptitude was quite good. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai asked via telepathy, "Where are her parents?" "He died 3 years ago," Huang Wan replied with a gloomy expression. Shortly after, Huang Wan briefly explained the matter of the little girl. The little girl's surname was Lin, and her full name was Lin Yuner. Her father was originally someone who did not belong to any sect, and her mother was originally a woman from the Ocean Palace. Sea Temple was a great force on the Limitless Ocean, and its reputation on the Limitless Ocean was comparable to that of Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect inland. Lin Yuner's mother also seemed to have some status in Sea Temple. Originally, with her status, she would have had many choices if she wanted to choose a husband, but love was an inexplicable thing. After meeting Lin Yuner's father, Lin Yuner's mother fell in love with him. The two of them fell in love with each other and soon decided to marry. This matter was learned by the higher-ups of Sea Temple, and in a fit of anger, Lin Yuner's mother was expelled from Sea Temple. Although this was done, the people of Sea Temple did not embarrass her too much and still acquiesced to her living in Seaside City. From then on, Lin Yuner's parents became a poor couple, but they were still in love with each other and lived quite comfortably. However, a cultivator not only needed to live a good life, they also needed to. Both of them were only Saint Kings, similar to Huang Wan, and without the support of a sect, they could only find their own way out to sea, hunting sea beasts for their monster cores, furs, and bones in exchange for resources. It was also for this reason that Huangwan got to know them and formed a team with them to act together. However, 3 years ago, when they went out, the three of them encountered an 8th-order sea beast. Lin Yun'er's parents died on the spot, and only Huangwan escaped and returned to Seaside City. Since then, she had raised Lin Yun'er by her side. At that time, the little Lin Yun'er was only 3 or 4 years old and had only just begun to remember. It could be said that most of Lin Yun'er's memories came from Huangwan, and the knowledge she learned was also taught by Huangwan. Their relationship was like that of mother and daughter. The reason why Lin Yun'er was wary of strangers was that when her parents were still alive, they had borrowed some saint crystals from others. After news of their death spread, those creditors came to take Lin Yun'er away to repay their debts. Fortunately, Huangwan stopped them and helped her pay off her debts. In short, Lin Yun'er's life was very miserable. She had lost her parents at such a young age, and if it weren't for Huangwan taking care of her these past 3 years, it was unknown whether she would still be alive today. This simple house was where Lin Yun'er's parents used to live. After they died, Huangwan stayed here in order to take care of Lin Yun'er. So that's how it is. After listening to Huangwan's story, Yang Kai gently nodded, a sense of pity surging in his heart. At that moment though, Lin Yun'er, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. "Are you here to take Yun'er away?" Her voice was crisp and extremely pleasant to the ear. When she asked this question, a pair of clear eyes stared at Yang Kai, like a clear spring without the slightest impurities. Yang Kai heard this and grinned. "And I'm here to take you away." Lin Yun'er didn't show any fear, instead tilting her head and thinking for a moment before asking, "Can you come back after a few years?" Why? Yang Kai was very curious about how such a child thought. Yun'er will grow up quickly and in a few years she'll be able to go out and hunt sea beasts. At that time I'll give you a lot of saint crystals, so many that you won't be able to spend them all in your lifetime. She obviously thought that Yang Kai had come to collect a debt again. Yang Kai was taken aback for a moment before he couldn't help laughing. Huangwan also listened from the side with a nervous expression. Good. You're so mischievous and ambitious." Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. "So don't take Yun'er away. Yun'er doesn't want to be separated from Auntie Huang right now," Lin Yun'er said crisply. As soon as this statement came out, Huangwan's eyes immediately became misty. Although Lin Yun'er wasn't her biological child, after getting along with her for several years, she had long regarded her as her own. Now that she heard such words, how could she not be moved? She couldn't help hugging the little girl tightly. "And this time I came not only to take Yun'er away, but also to take away your Auntie Huang. What should I do?" Yang Kai pretended to be embarrassed. "Oh, so you're a bad guy." Lin Yun'er suddenly realized and pointed her little finger at Yang Kai as she shouted resolutely. In the eyes of a child, black and white were clearly distinguished. Anyone who tried to harm her was a bad guy. Yang Kai just smiled and said nothing. "Sect Master." Huangwan looked at him hesitantly. "And there's no need to say anything, just take her with you." Yang Kai smiled lightly. Since things weren't as he had guessed before, it didn't matter if he just took a child with him. "Many thanks, Sect Master." Huangwan was overjoyed. Although she felt that Yang Kai wouldn't refuse this request, if Yang Kai really refused, she could only stay and take care of Lin Yun'er. Yun'er quickly thanked Sect Master for his kindness. Huangwan pulled Lin Yun'er out of her arms and pointed at Yang Kai. "No, he's a bad guy. He wants to take Yun'er away." Lin Yun'er insisted on her judgment. Not only did she insist, but she also took 2 steps forward and threw a punch at Yang Kai. She seemed to be in a good position, but her territory was unstable. Yang Kai smiled and stretched out a hand in front of him. Seeing this scene, Huangwan also showed a helpless and bitter smile. Of course, she knew that Yang Kai wouldn't be angered by the words of a young girl, and would never hurt her because of it, so she had no intention of intervening to stop it. Thunk. Her little fist just happened to hit Yang Kai's palm. Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, a look of surprise on his face, as if he had discovered something incredible. He then gently pushed Lin Yun'er back and provoked her. "You're too weak, come again." Humph! Lin Yun'er was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. Pouting her little mouth, she threw another punch. A moment later, Lin Yun'er was so tired that she was panting, looking at Yang Kai with a gloomy face. How could a little girl at the peak of the initial element realm shake Yang Kai? After waving her fists for a while, she had to accept this helpless reality. Yang Kai's eyes were bright, looking at Lin Yun'er as if he had found a treasure, his face full of excitement. "What's wrong, sect master?" Huang Wan looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. "Haven't you fought with her before?" Yang Kai didn't answer but asked instead. "No." Huang Wan slowly shook her head. "I only taught Yun'er how to do it, I haven't fought with her." "No wonder," Yang Kai muttered. "Sect master, is there something wrong with Yun'er?" Huang Wan suddenly became nervous. "There's nothing wrong, you don't have to worry." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and looked at Lin Yun'er. "It's just that this girl is very strong." "Very strong?" Huang Wan was stunned. "Forget it, we'll talk about this when we get back to the sect. It's hard to explain in a short time, and I don't know the specific reason." Yang Kai didn't mean to explain, but recalling the power that came from Lin Yun'er's fists when he was fighting with her just now, it was indeed a bit unusual. Although Lin Yun'er was already at the peak of the initial element realm, she was too young to know how to use Yuan Qi to fight, so the fists she waved were all her own strength. And that kind of strength was almost comparable to an ordinary strong man. This was too inconceivable. How could a mere 6 or 7-year-old little girl with such a thin and frail body possess such great strength? Was it a gift or something else? Although Yang Kai was experienced and knowledgeable, he couldn't judge in a short time. So he could only hide his doubts in the bottom of his heart and prepare to go back and talk about it. Yes, Huang Wan naturally wouldn't get to the bottom of it, and nodded obediently. Although Lin Yun'er subconsciously judged Yang Kai as a bad guy, after Huang Wan's explanation, she no longer resisted. There was nothing to pack, and it was not an exaggeration to describe this house as bare walls. Soon, Huang Wan took Lin Yun'er's little hand and followed Yang Kai to the center of Linhai City. Chapter 1476. Huang Wan had lived here for several years and could barely be regarded as a local tyrant, so she naturally knew the location of the space array. With her leading the way, Yang Kai arrived at the palace where the space array was located without much effort. Seaside City's space array was open to the public as long as one paid enough St. Crystals, but there were only a handful of destinations that could be reached. After some consideration, Yang Kai chose Black Crow City as his next stop. It wasn't that Black Crow City was the closest to the Luyen Sandfield, but because Yang Kai had been to this city before, he knew that it wasn't far from Clear Sky Sect. As long as he could reach Black Crow City, he could use Clear Sky Sect's power to easily teleport to the nearest city to the Luyen Sandfield. This was a rather helpless choice, but it was also the fastest and most time-efficient. After paying a total of 600,000 St. Crystals, Yang Kai's group of 3 successfully stepped onto the space array, and after a flash of light, the trio disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai had been to Black Crow City once before with Chun Shitao, Luing, and the others. It was in this city that Yang Kai encountered Qian Yu by chance, and after making a big scene in Joyous Union Pavilion, he managed to redeem her. Yang Kai had no intention of staying here for long, so after inquiring about the direction, he took Huang Wan and Lin Yun'er and flew off in a certain direction. 3 days later, in front of another city several times larger than Black Crow City, Yang Kai landed. "Sect Master, how did we get here?" Huang Wan looked at the 3 words above the huge city gate with a blank expression. "And there are some acquaintances here, so it's more convenient to transfer from here." Yang Kai explained lightly, glancing over at Lin Yun'er who was sleeping soundly on Huang Wan's back, a smile appearing on his face. After 3 days of traveling, although the little girl hadn't exerted any effort, she was still exhausted. Not to mention this was the first time she had traveled so far. Since she was born, she had never taken a step out of Linhai City. So when she left Linhai City that day, she was extremely curious about everything around her. Flying at high speed made her jump for joy. When she saw wild flowers and grass outside, she would dance with joy. When she saw birds and butterflies, she couldn't wait to catch them and play with them for a while. After the excitement, he was exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. "Let's go." Yang Kai called out and led the way into the city. Mahai City. As it was adjacent to Clear Sky Sect's headquarters, this city was basically as important to Clear Sky Sect as Heavenly Fate City was to Shadow Moon Hall. Black Sea City was also a city controlled by Clear Sky Sect. Chen Shurtao had invited Yang Kai to visit her home many times, but he had never had the opportunity or time to do so in the past. Not long after, Yang Kai arrived in front of Mahai City's City Lord's mansion. The City Lord's mansion was one of the most prominent buildings in Mahai City, so it was naturally built in a grand and majestic manner. In front of the City Lord's mansion was a row of cultivator wearing black leather armor, each of them wearing solemn expressions and holding a silver spear, giving them a majestic appearance. Seeing Yang Kai's group of 3, everyone turned their attention to them, and one of them, who seemed to be the leader, shouted, "Halt! This is Black Sea City's City Lord's mansion. Unrelated people are not allowed to approach." This person was a third-order Saint King, and as he spoke, he stepped in front of Yang Kai and stared at him vigilantly. Yang Kai grinned and cupped his fists slightly. "Hello, friend. This one is Yang Kai and has come here to discuss some matters with your City Lord. Can you inform him? You're looking for the City Lord's master." The man frowned, a slightly impatient expression appearing on his face. 10 out of 10 people who came here were looking for the City Lord's master, so of course he knew that Yang Kai was no exception. But how could the City Lord's master be so easily met? If he reported this matter without asking clearly, he would be the one to be punished. However, Yang Kai was an origin-returning realm master, so he didn't dare to be too negligent. If it had been any other weaker cultivator, he would have already driven them away. "Do you know our City Lord's master?" the man asked. "I don't know him." Yang Kai shook his head honestly. "You don't know him?" The man showed a look of astonishment. "But I know your sect master Guzhan," Yang Kai added. "You know the sect master?" The man was taken aback and the impatience on his face quickly disappeared, replaced by a look of shock. One had to know that the sect master had been in retreat all these years, and it was impossible for ordinary people to see him. Even he had never seen the sect master before, but this guy named Yang Kai actually said that he knew the sect master. Was he just bragging? "And I also know your great elder Mou." The man couldn't help sucking in a cold breath as he looked Yang Kai up and down again, as if he wanted to re-examine him. Being able to know both the sect master and their great elder at the same time, this person's status was definitely not low, but why had he never seen him before? Although he was puzzled in his heart, he didn't dare to delay any longer. The impatience on his face disappeared as he respectfully cupped his fists and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you to wait here for a moment while I inform the City Lord's master." "Thank you," Yang Kai nodded lightly. Less than half a cup of tea's worth of time after the man entered the City Lord's mansion, a petite figure suddenly rushed out and appeared in front of Yang Kai in an instant. After seeing Yang Kai, the person who rushed out was overjoyed. "Ah, it's really you, Yang Kai. Why are you here?" "Sister Lu Ying?" Yang Kai was also a little surprised. He hadn't expected that the first person to run out of the City Lord's mansion to greet him would be Lu Ying, but it seemed that she was the only one here. Chen Shurtao, who was always by her side, was nowhere to be seen. However, since she was an acquaintance, things were much easier. Yang Kai had been thinking about how to prove his identity to the City Lord he had never met before. "I was just passing by and wanted to borrow the space array here, but why is Sister Lu Ying here? Where is Sister Chen?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "Senior Sister Chen has been in retreat since returning from the Emperor Garden. As for why I am here, Black Sea City's City Lord is my father," Lu Ying replied with a grin. Yang Kai was stunned. He hadn't expected Lu Ying's identity to be so high. Usually, when he saw her following Chen Shurtao around, Yang Kai thought that she was just a disciple with good aptitude in Clear Sky Sect, but her background was actually not small. Since her father could become Black Sea City's City Lord, he was definitely a third-order origin returning realm master. Impudence! Just as they were speaking, a dignified shout suddenly rang out from inside the City Lord's mansion. Immediately after, a middle-aged man with fair skin stepped out, his expression solemn and dignified as he scolded, "Sect Master Yang is the sect master of a sect. How can a little girl like you speak so rudely?" This man was obviously Lu Ying's father, the City Lord of Black Sea City. Hearing her father's reprimand, Lu Ying couldn't help sticking out her tongue playfully. Yang Kai chuckled and said, City Lord Master is too serious. Sister Luing and I have known each other for a long time, and are friends of the same generation. There is no need for our relationship to become estranged just because this Yang has established a sect. The middle-aged man heard this and his eyes lit up, seemingly very satisfied with Yang Kai's humility and amiability, but he still shook his head and said, Even so, etiquette cannot be abandoned. Inger greets sect master Yang again. When Luing heard this, the corners of her mouth rose to the heavens, but she couldn't disobey her father's orders, so she could only reluctantly bow again. Yang Kai was helpless. Although he hadn't exchanged many words with this city lord, he could tell that he was quite rigid. After Luing bowed, the middle-aged man cupped his fists and said, This one is Lu Xian, the city lord of Black Sea City. Greetings, sect master Yang. City Lord Master is too polite. This one came uninvited. I hope City Lord Master will not take offense. Yang Kai quickly returned the courtesy. Sect Master Yang is too serious. Your presence in Black Sea City brings light to Black Sea City's humble dwelling. Please come inside. This Lu has already sent a message to Sect Master and Great Elder. The two of them will arrive within half an hour, so please wait a moment, Sect Master Yang. Good. Yang Kai gently nodded, not taking this matter to heart. He had saved Gu Zhan and Mou in the Emperor Garden, so they would definitely come after hearing the news. This was something Yang Kai had expected. Entering the city lord's mansion, Yang Kai found himself surrounded by crowds of people. Seeing the travel-worn appearance of Yang Kai's group of 3, Lu Xian arranged for them to bathe and change their clothes. Yang Kai naturally didn't refuse. He didn't care if he was covered in dust, but he couldn't bear to see Lin Yuner and Huang Wan like this. After a short while, Yang Kai appeared in a palace with a refreshed look on his face. At this time Gu Zhan and Mou, who had heard the news, had already arrived, so after meeting, they naturally couldn't avoid exchanging pleasantries. After a while the host and guests took their seats. Lu Xian had already prepared a welcome banquet and presented exquisite food and spirit fruits one by one, causing Lin Yuner, who had never experienced such a life before, to gobble up the food. This straightforward little girl's behavior was not only not annoying but also quite interesting. Luing sat next to Lin Yuner and constantly served her food, seemingly quite fond of this little girl. Huang Wan, on the other hand, was very reserved here. She had never thought that she would one day be able to sit at the same table as the master and young lady of Clear Sky sect. After all, a few days ago she had been so poor that she had to beg others for 100 spirit pill that only cost 5,000 saint crystals, but a few days later she had been reborn. She deeply understood that the reason she was able to receive such treatment was entirely because of Yang Kai, causing her heart to be filled with mixed feelings. A few hours later, as the sky darkened and the banquet came to an end, Lin Yuner, who had eaten and drunk to her heart's content, was taken away by Huang Wan to rest, leaving only Yang Kai and Clear Sky sect's elders in the hall. Is Sister Chun also back? Yang Kai took a sip of tea and asked with concern. Thanks to Sect Master Yang, the 3 of us returned unscathed, Gu Zhan said gratefully. This trip to the Emperor Garden had been filled with crises, the most dangerous of which was the battle with Yang Kai. At that time, if it weren't for Yang Kai coming to their rescue at the critical moment, Gu Zhan and Mou might have been fine, but Chan Shitao, who was the weakest of them, would definitely not have been able to escape. However, after returning, Chan Shitao entered retreat. After all, she had made some gains in the Emperor Garden. What's more, she had just broken through to the origin returning realm and had yet to condense her Shur, so she didn't dare delay. As such, she didn't come out to see Yang Kai this time. Chapter 1477. And that's good. After learning about Chan Shitao's recent situation, Yang Kai felt relieved. How did Sect Master Yang appear here? Mou looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. My luck was bad. Smiling bitterly, Yang Kai briefly recounted what had happened after he came out. Gu Zhan and Mou listened to him with mixed feelings. Speaking of which, Mou, Gu Zhan, and the others had been quite lucky when they came out of the Emperor Garden and happened to appear near Clear Sky sect, so it didn't take them much effort to return to the sect. This trip to the Emperor Garden was really unexpected. I didn't expect this restricted area to be the entire territory of Shadowed Star. Causing our Shadowed Star to suffer heavy losses, Gu Zhan sighed deeply. Oh, which great forces suffered losses? Yang Kai suddenly became interested. I'm not sure yet, but since this old master returned, he has been inquiring about the situation. It is said that Demon Blood Temple's great elder and temple master both died in the Emperor Garden. Yang Kai gently nodded, his expression calm. He was the one who killed these two from Demon Blood Temple, so of course he knew the specifics better than anyone. Gu Zhan and the others didn't see any clues and only thought that the two masters from Demon Blood Temple had died because they encountered masters from other cultivation stars in the Emperor Garden. So Gu Zhan continued, in addition to them, Thunder Typhoon Sect's great elder Changpeng Xian also died. Heaven Battling Union's Mo Xiaosheng was seriously injured but managed to escape, and Colored Glass Sect's Gong Xing he also failed to return. The other great forces also suffered some losses. My Clear Sky sect being able to come out unscathed is a stroke of luck. Even Changpeng Xian and Gong Xing he died? Yang Kai was shocked. And although the news hasn't spread yet, it is indeed true. Gu Zhan nodded. Yang Kai didn't suspect anything about this. These great forces would often place pawns in each other's camps, so it was possible for them to inquire about information. What about Shadow Moon Hall? How are Qiantong, Feiji Tu, Wei Guchang, and the others? Yang Kai asked nervously. Sect Master Yang does not need to be nervous, they are all fine. Mou smiled lightly. Old Ghost Qian is truly astute. This time they didn't go deep into the Emperor Garden at all, simply exploring the outside. I see. Yang Kai couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief as he admired Qiantong's cautiousness. It couldn't be said that Qiantong was a coward, but if Wei Guchang had not been present at that time, he and Feiji Tu would definitely not have missed this opportunity to enter the Emperor Garden. However, with Wei Guchang present, it was impossible. The reason Yang Kai hadn't ventured deep into the Emperor Garden was definitely out of consideration for Wei Guchang. It was because of this caution that Qiantong and the others were able to avoid any losses. Even experts like Changpeng Xian and Gong Xinghe had perished. No matter how strong Qiantong and Feiji Tu were, there was a possibility that they would meet the same fate. Although the opening of the Emperor Garden this time had brought many people great gains, it had also caused many sects to suffer heavy losses. Before entering, no one had expected that this trip to the Emperor Garden would be so dangerous. If they had known earlier, there probably wouldn't have been so many people rushing here. Compared to other cultivation stars, my shadowed star is still quite lacking. Although because of the world principles, which prevent us from prying into the mysteries of the Origin King realm, allowing us to explore the Origin Returning realm to its peak, in the end, without the guidance of an Origin King realm master, our artifacts and pills are all inferior to those outside. It's always a bit difficult to fight against those outside, Gu Zhan sighed. And if my shadowed star could also produce an Origin King realm master, this situation probably wouldn't have happened. Mou also nodded in agreement. That being said, breaking through to the Origin King realm is easier said than done. Lu Xian looked sad as he slowly shook his head. For the past 10,000 years, my shadowed star has not produced an Origin King realm master. Last time, a red candle fruit appeared in Lu Yan's desert. As far as I know, old Fart Tang of Floating Mist Palace obtained a piece of this red candle fruit and swallowed it to refine it, but in the end, he gained nothing and wasted such a good spirit fruit. Not just old Fart Tang, Colored Glass Sect also obtained a piece of red candle fruit at that time. Gong Xinghe also swallowed it and refined it, but it also had no effect, otherwise he would not have fallen this time. In fact, it is not impossible to break through to the Origin King realm, Mou said thoughtfully. Shadowed Star is suppressed by its world principles, but as long as we can leave Shadowed Star and go to other cultivation stars that meet these conditions, we will naturally have a chance to break through to the Origin King realm. Hearing this, both Gu Zhan and Lu Xian looked shocked. Yang Kai glanced at the three of them and suddenly laughed. Three seniors, if you have something to say, there's no need to beat around the bush. Yang Kai's straightforwardness made Mou and the others look embarrassed. After a long time, Mou lightly coughed and said, "It's like this, Yang Kai. We actually want to ask if you have any plans to use your noble sex Origin King grade starship for a long voyage." Sure enough. Yang Kai smiled knowingly. Just now, when he heard these three people talk about the Origin King realm, he had some guesses, and now that he had probed them, he immediately understood their intentions. Obviously, they intended to take a free ride, leave Shadowed Star, and go to other cultivation stars to spy on the mysteries of the Origin King realm. This was only human nature. What if I say, I have such an idea? Yang Kai smiled lightly. Gu Zhan and the other two's expressions brightened as they stared at him expectantly. Not only do I have such an idea, but I may also do so in the near future. Yang Kai's words were astonishing. Really? Mou stood up abruptly while Gu Zhan and Lu Xian also showed excitement. Really? Yang Kai nodded seriously. That's great, that's great. Mou muttered to himself for a moment before suddenly rubbing his big hands and staring at Yang Kai expectantly. Sect Master Yang, since things have gotten to this point, this Mou won't beat around the bush. May I ask how many people can board that starship? A few dozen shouldn't be a problem. Mou's eyes lit up as he grit his teeth and quickly said, Can my Clear Sky sect occupy one spot? On the other side, Gu Zhan and Lu Xian also looked over expectantly, Gu Zhan saying, Of course we won't occupy this precious spot for nothing. We can pay a corresponding price. One is enough. Yang Kai looked at them with some surprise. It's more than enough, Gu Zhan nodded. Gu Zhan nodded solemnly. If possible, we would certainly like to see more people leave Shadowed Star. But if all the masters leave, Clear Sky Sect will have no one to guard it. What's more, breaking through to the Origin King realm is not easy, so having one spot to try is more than enough. If that's the case, then I can agree. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Hearing this, the three from Clear Sky Sect were overjoyed. As for who this spot would be given to, that was a headache for Clear Sky Sect, so Yang Kai didn't need to worry about it. Afterward, Yang Kai told them that when he really wanted to use the starship to leave Shadowed Star, he would send them a message, so all they had to do was wait patiently. The three naturally had no objections. The night passed silently, and the next day, Yang Kai took Huang Wan and Lin Yun to bid farewell to the three from Clear Sky Sect. Although Gu Zhan and the others wanted to keep him, they knew that Yang Kai had just come out of the Emperor Garden and had many things to do, so they didn't stop him and personally escorted him to the location of Black Sea City's space array. Yang Kai's next destination was Demon Blood City. Demon Blood City was a city controlled by Demon Blood Temple, and was not far from Lu Yen Sandfield. When Yang Kai came out of Lu Yen Sandfield, he had met Demon Blood Temple disciple Dang Ning at the edge of the desert, and obtained the Demon Blood Thread secret technique. Dang Ning then took him to Demon Blood City. There was nothing wrong with choosing this route, but Gu Zhan told him that Demon Blood City might not be peaceful right now and urged him to be careful. Demon Blood City was indeed not peaceful. When Yang Kai's group of three teleported from Black Sea City's space array to Demon Blood City, they immediately noticed that the city seemed to be in turmoil and that many people were fighting. This couldn't be helped though, as Demon Blood Temple's Great Elder and Temple Master had both fallen in the Emperor Garden. Now that there was no one in control of the temple, the elders were naturally fighting for power. Demon Blood Temple was a great force that liked infighting. So with this reason, the entire Demon Blood Temple was in turmoil at this moment. Naturally, Demon Blood City had also become extremely chaotic. Even the main hall where the space array was located was unguarded. All the disciples of Demon Blood Temple had been involved in this dispute, and the city was constantly filled with scenes of people being killed and those being killed. After arriving at Demon Blood City, Yang Kai released his divine sense and quickly grasped the situation in the city. Not showing any fear, he simply circulated his Saint Qi, wrapped Huang Wan and Lin Yun in his Saint Qi, and flew out of the city. Along the way, there were many people who tried to block Yang Kai's path, but all of them were killed. With his current strength, even if he encountered a third-order origin returning realm master, he wouldn't be afraid, let alone these stray cats and dogs. Soon, the disciples of Demon Blood Temple realized just how tyrannical Yang Kai was, and no one dared to block his path. What's more, Yang Kai came and went in a hurry, obviously a master just passing by, so who would bother trying to stop him? Wouldn't that be seeking their own deaths? So in less than a dozen breaths of time, Yang Kai had already left Demon Blood City with Huang Wan and Lin Yun, heading straight towards the Lu Yen Desert. One day later, Yang Kai found a beautiful palace somewhere outside the Lu Yen Desert and rushed inside. This was the first time Yang Kai had entered this palace, and it belonged to High Heaven Sect. Inside the palace was a space array specially arranged by Yang Yen to facilitate the entry and exit of High Heaven Sect's disciples. After all, the flowing flame sand field covered an extremely large area. If one were to rely on flying alone, it would take at least a day or two to reach High Heaven Sect's headquarters, but with this special space array it was a different story, allowing one to come and go freely. At this moment, there were only 2 High Heaven Sect disciples guarding the palace. Both of their cultivations were not worth mentioning, only third-order saints. Such strength was nothing on Shadowed Star, but now that High Heaven Sect's name was like the sun in the sky, no one dared to stroke this tiger's whiskers, so there was no need to worry about their safety. On top of that, there was also a spirit array arranged by Yang Yin around the palace. If anyone tried to invade High Heaven Sect using this space array, they would be blocked by this spirit array. The disciples on duty would have plenty of time to destroy the space array. Chapter 1478. With the help of the space array outside Lu Yan's desert, Yang Kai easily arrived at High Heaven Sect's headquarters. When Yang Kai appeared on the other side of the palace, the several guards on duty immediately prepared their defenses, but when they saw him return, they were overjoyed and quickly bowed. Have Yang Yun and Elder Yi returned? Yang Kai hurriedly asked. Reporting to Sect Master, Vice Sect Master Yang and Great Elder Yi returned 5 days ago. A seemingly quick-witted guard quickly replied. Yang Kai couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Although he felt that Yang Yun and Yi Shiyun should be fine, he was still a little worried before he received specific news. Now that he knew they had returned safely, he naturally put down his worries. However, when they returned, Vice Sect Master Yang seemed to be in a coma and was carried back by Great Elder. The guard added cautiously. What? Yang Kai was shocked and asked a few more questions, but the answer he got was the same. He didn't know what kind of injury Yang Yun had suffered that caused him to fall into a coma, or if there were any serious injuries. There's nothing else for you to do, continue to stand guard here. Yang Kai had no choice but to quickly leave this place and go straight to 100 Flowers Peak, where Yang Yun had lived before. Halfway there, Wu Yi and Qian Yu came over to greet him, apparently having received news that Yang Kai had returned. The anxiety on the faces of the 2 women was obvious, and after seeing Yang Kai, they hurriedly called out to him. I heard a little about the situation. Do you know how Yang Yun was injured? Is his injury serious? Yang Kai came over and asked. Both women shook their heads, Qian Yu saying, since returning, Great Elder hasn't appeared in front of anyone, so we haven't been able to inquire about him. Don't worry, I'll go take a look myself. Yang Kai frowned. They're not in 100 Flowers Peak right now. Wu hurriedly pulled Yang Kai back. Then where are they? Yang Kai looked stunned. In the 6th layer, the 6th floor. Yang Kai's frown deepened. Of course he knew where the 6th floor was. It was none other than the center of the Lu Yan desert, where the small bamboo building was. It was supposed to be the place where the great emperors cultivated. But why did they go to the 6th floor? Could it be that the great emperors have really awakened? Kai Yang's heart suddenly filled with an uneasy feeling. Standing in place and pondering for a long time, Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, I'll go take a look. By the way, Wu Yi, you should be familiar with Foreign Elder Huang. I met her by chance on the way back and invited her to join High Heaven Sect. Now that she is also a member of the sect, please arrange for her. Yes. Wu Yi quickly nodded. She had seen Huang Wan just now, but because she had been worried about Yang Inflammation's safety, she hadn't had time to greet her. Now that she had listened to Yang Kai's instructions, she naturally agreed. Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared, heading straight to the 6th floor. High Heaven Sect was located in the 4th layer of the flowing flame sand field, and between it and the 6th layer was the flame area, the most powerful layer of the flowing flame sand field. However, Yang Kai had the protection of the Star Emperor token, so there was nothing to worry about. It only took half a day for Yang Kai to arrive in front of the bamboo building on the 6th floor. As if she had known Yang Kai would come, Yi Shiyun had been waiting in front of the bamboo building. After seeing Yang Kai, a complicated look flashed across her beautiful eyes as she bowed. Subordinate greets Sect Master. Is Yang Inflammation inside? Yang Kai asked as he walked inside. Unexpectedly, Yi Shiyun's figure flickered and directly blocked in front of Yang Kai, as if not allowing him to approach. What do you mean? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as he stared deeply at Yi Shiyun, a look of hostility filling his face. Please forgive me, Sect Master. Master has ordered that she will not see anyone right now. Yi Shiyun's expression remained calm as she replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Even me. Yang Kai raised his brow. Yes. Yi Shiyun nodded lightly. Subordinate is only carrying out master's orders. Please do not embarrass subordinate, sect master. Embarrass you? Yang Kai laughed dumbly. Interesting. I just want to see her. What's there to embarrass you about? It's not like I haven't seen her before. Please forgive me, sect master. Yi Shiyun stubbornly stood in front of him. Yang Kai frowned as he stared at her indifferently for a moment before asking in a deep voice. Since Yang Inflammation can give you orders, can you say that she is fine? But why did the people below say that she was in a coma when she returned and that you were the one who carried her back? Yes, master is indeed in a coma, but she is not seriously injured, it's just that. Just what? Yi Shiyun fell silent as a look of embarrassment appeared on her face. Observing her expression, Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he narrowed his eyes and said, I will only ask one question. Please tell me everything you know, great elder. Please ask, sect master. Yi Shiyun raised her head and brushed her hair behind her ear. Is the one inside the bamboo house the Yang Inflammation I know, or your master? Both, Yi Shiyun said with a bitter smile on her face. I understand. Yang Kai gently nodded, a look of understanding appearing on his face. So that's how it is. So this is what awakening the great emperors is all about, I understand. Previously, Yang Inflammation had said that the day the Emperor Garden opened was the day the great emperors were awakened. At that time, although Yang Kai was somewhat puzzled and suspicious, he did not ask about it in detail, or rather, he was subconsciously afraid to ask about the specific process, lest the answer he received was not what he wanted. Yang Kai had already made some guesses, but now this guess had obviously been confirmed. The great emperors as their main bodies had awakened, so Yang Inflammation as a soul clone naturally could not exist alone. The two had merged into one, which was why Yi Shiyun had given such an answer. Sect master is a wise man, you should understand the current situation. Yi Shiyun looked at him indifferently. I understand, I just want to know what will happen to Yang Inflammation? She is the master, and the master is her, so nothing will happen to her. Yang Kai gently nodded. The situation was not so bad that he could not accept it. Although this result was not the best, it was not the worst either. Considering all this, Yang Kai closed his eyes and released his divine sense into the bamboo house, wanting to see what the specific situation of Yang Inflammation was at the moment. Yi Shiyun opened her mouth, but in the end she did not stop him. His divine sense easily penetrated the obstacles of the bamboo house, and soon found Yang Inflammation in a room on the 3rd floor. At this moment she was lying quietly on a bamboo bed, motionless, as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. Her appearance was no different from the Yang Inflammation in his impression, but her temperament was completely different. Sweeping her with his divine sense, Yang Kai actually felt a sense of trepidation, as if he was an ant that was recklessly spying on a sleeping dragon. In an instant, Yang Kai's soul trembled as an inexplicable sense of crisis welled up from the bottom of his heart. The next moment, a tearing pain filled his mind and Yang Kai's eyes flew open as he involuntarily stepped back, his face extremely pale. Sect master, are you all right? Yi Shiyun's beautiful face paled. I'm fine. Yang Kai waved his hand, a look of lingering fear on his face. Was this the majesty of the great emperors? Even if they were in a deep sleep, no one was allowed to violate them. Yang Kai had finally experienced this personally. If she was awake, how awe-inspiring would she be? Yang Kai's mood fluctuated for a moment as his eyes flashed with a look of yearning. After a while, his mood calmed down and he rubbed his temples as he asked, Did she say when she would wake up? My lord, you have been asleep for too long. Tens of thousands of years have passed, so waking up will be a very long process. You will only truly wake up after your divine soul and body have completely fused. It might take 10 or 20 years or even 100 years. This subordinate cannot say for sure. So long, Yang Kai frowned slightly. Yes. Yi Shiyun nodded lightly. Before master left, she told me to assist sect master with all my strength. So if sect master has any instructions, please do not hesitate to speak and subordinate will do her best to comply. Yang Yan's orders. Yang Kai's heart warmed as he thought to himself, no wonder when he saw Yi Shiyun this time, she had always referred to him as her subordinate. She had never been like this before, so there was actually such a reason. For the time being, there is nothing for you to do. Just stay here and look after Yang Inflammation. Yes, subordinate will not disappoint. Take care, sect master. Yi Shiyun bowed slightly. She had actually ordered him to leave. Yang Kai swallowed the words he was about to say and left with a look of resentment. In any case, it was now determined that Yang Inflammation was not dangerous. Although her soul clone had merged with the main body of the great emperors, her memories and emotions would not be erased, and would only be inherited by the body she currently possessed. That was enough. Right now, he may not have the qualifications to speak to the great emperors as equals, but one day, he would be able to stand at the same height as her. When that time came, he would be able to coexist peacefully with Yang Inflammation as usual. A burst of ambition ignited in Yang Kai's heart. A day later, Yang Kai returned to High Heaven Sect's headquarters. Everything in the sect was as usual, but the arrival of Huang Wan made Wu Yi, Changqi, Haowen, and the others happy, while the little brat Lin Yun won the unanimous favor of all High Heaven Sect members. The arrival of the little girl brought some laughter to the sect, and after a short period of familiarity, Lin Yun immediately fell in love with this picturesque place. Everyone here was very good to her, taking care of her like a family member, allowing Lin Yun to feel the warmth of home that she had not felt for a long time, and her courage gradually grew. From time to time, she could be seen wearing beautiful new clothes and running around the sect like a little madwoman. Huang Wan chased after her until she was gasping for breath. First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai's residence. Inside his room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged in meditation with his eyes closed. He had been in this state for half a month now. When he had used his divine sense to spy on Yang Inflammation in the bamboo house, he had been shocked by the invisible emperor pressure, which had left a flaw in his mind. This flaw was usually not noticeable and would not manifest itself, but if he encountered a powerful enemy, it would inevitably affect Yang Kai's performance. So, after Yang Kai returned to the sect's headquarters, the first thing he had to do was to erase this flaw. Chapter 1479. Fortunately, the problem was not serious and Yang Kai spent half a month dealing with it. The next thing he needed to do was naturally take stock of his harvest from the Emperor Garden. Considering all this, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and wiped his space ring. With a flash of light, a pile of herbs appeared in front of him. These herbs were naturally collected together with the people from Ice Heart Valley, in that hidden mountain valley. At that time, Yang Kai did not have time to deal with them, so he had simply placed them in his space ring. Now that he had some free time, he naturally had to organize them, otherwise the medicinal efficacies would definitely be lost. As an alchemist, Yang Kai naturally knew how to properly preserve spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Taking out boxes made of different materials from his space ring, he carefully stored them according to their characteristics. Those that were suitable for preservation in jade were placed in jade boxes, while those that were suitable for preservation in wood were placed in wooden boxes. There were many ways to preserve herbs, but this was not a problem for Yang Kai. After busying himself for a while, Yang Kai quickly put away these boxes with a smile on his face. These were several hundred spirit medicines of high medicinal age, and although their grades varied, each one was extremely valuable. After all, these spirit grasses and spirit medicines had existed in that hidden mountain valley for tens of thousands of years, and could all be considered 10,000-year-old spirit medicines. Pills refined from such spirit grasses and spirit medicines were far more efficacious than those refined from ordinary spirit grasses, and would be of great help to Yang Kai in refining his alchemy skills. Combined with the herbs he had collected from the floating continent when he first entered the Star Territory, Yang Kai felt that before he broke through to the Origin King grade alchemist realm, he would definitely not lack materials. Even after breaking through to the Origin King realm, he would have many Origin King grade materials to practice with. The next thing Yang Kai took out was an alchemy furnace, one that he had also found in that hidden mountain valley. This was the alchemy furnace used by the mountain valley's owner when he was alive. It was an Origin King grade alchemy furnace and was extremely rare in this world. Yang Kai already had two furnaces. One was the Origin King grade artifact refining furnace where the Firebird artifact spirit resided, and the other was the alchemy furnace in front of him, but neither was something that could be seen casually. If an artifact refiner or alchemist had a good furnace, they would be able to save a lot of time when performing artifact refining and alchemy, allowing them to refine better artifacts and pills. There was a saying that a craftsman must first sharpen his tools if he wanted to do a good job. This was the truth. Unfortunately, artifact refining furnaces and alchemy furnaces were much more difficult to refine than ordinary artifacts, so they were much rarer and more valuable. The third-order origin returning realm young woman from Ice Heart Valley also knew the value of this pill furnace, but because of her many thoughts and concerns, she still gave it to Yang Kai in exchange for more pills to be distributed. This choice wasn't a loss for her, but for Kai Yang it was a profit. When it came to pills, Yang Kai could refine them himself in the future. Even if he wanted to refine pills, it wouldn't be difficult for him to refine them, but an Origin King grade alchemy furnace was extremely difficult to find. This alchemy furnace was about half the height of a person and had a simple texture. It was purple in color and gave off a desolate aura. At the top of the furnace there were two large characters. At the time, Yang Kai hadn't examined them carefully, but now that he looked at them carefully, he realized that they were actually Purple Origin. This was obviously the name of this alchemy furnace. Purple Origin Furnace, a good name. With the assistance of this alchemy furnace, refining pills in the future would become easier and of higher quality. Alchemy furnaces were different from artifacts in that they didn't require a lot of time to refine. All one needed to do was leave their mark on the alchemy furnace. However, because this Purple Origin furnace had a previous owner, Yang Kai had to erase the previous owner's mark before he could leave his mark on it. This wasn't a difficult task. The owner of this hidden mountain valley had died tens of thousands of years ago, so the mark he left behind was extremely weak. Yang Kai easily erased it and spent a few days to leave his mark on it, successfully taking possession of this Purple Origin furnace. After happily playing with it for a while, Yang Kai put it away. Now was not the time to perform alchemy, so there was no need to use it. Immediately, Yang Kai took out another item. It was a pill. This was not the pill that Yang Kai and the young woman from Ice Heart Valley had shared, but rather one that Yang Kai had fished out of the Purple Origin furnace. When he found this Purple Origin furnace, Yang Kai had swept its interior with his divine sense and noticed that there was a pill inside. According to the posture of the skeleton before its death, this should be the last pill that the owner of this mountain valley had tried his best to refine before his death. Fortunately, he had succeeded. However, before Yang Kai had time to examine it carefully, the young woman from Ice Heart Valley had chased him into the cave, so Yang Kai quickly put away this pill, not knowing whether it could still be used. If it was an ordinary pill, no matter what its quality was, after 10,000 years of the flowing time Great Emperor, its medicinal efficacies would have long since dissipated and could no longer be used. It would simply be a useless pill. Only a spirit pill that had formed pill veins could maintain its medicinal efficacies. Pill veins were like shackles that bound a pill's medicinal properties. At that time, the spirit pills that Yang Kai and the young woman from Ice Heart Valley had all formed pill veins and were extremely rare, while all the other useless pills had been discarded. As for whether the pill in the Purple Origin furnace had pill veins or not, Yang Kai was not sure, but this did not prevent him from looking forward to it. After all, it was a pill that the alchemy grandmaster had refined at the cost of his last drop of vitality. But at this moment, when Yang Kai looked at the pill in his hand, his face could not help changing, immediately revealing a look of horror and ecstasy as he cried out, "Pill clouds!" He never expected that the pill he had fished out of the Purple Origin furnace would actually form pill clouds. On the surface of this pill, there was a layer of mist, as if a seven-colored cloud had shrunk and wrapped around it, giving it a magnificent appearance. There was no doubt that this was indeed pill clouds. Yang Kai was stunned for a long time before confirming that his eyes were not playing tricks on him. Pills that formed pill clouds were not something Yang Kai had never seen before. He had taken one and had even refined one himself. The pill he had taken had allowed his 5-colored soul-warming lotus to evolve into a 6-colored one, and had greatly improved his strength. The pill he had refined was the burning flame pill that had been used to save Shuiyu. The pill he had taken had been found in the ancient ruins on the seabed of Tongxian realm, while the pill he had refined had occurred on Rainfall Star. Yang Kai knew better than anyone how difficult it was to form pill clouds. This was simply not something that could be achieved by a human. The pills that he refined now had a very high probability of forming pill veins, around 20 to 30%. But after so many years, only a single burning flame pill had formed pill clouds. That one had been refined after breaking through one's own limits and nearly dying from exhaustion. From the pills he obtained in the cave, Yang Kai knew that the owner of that cave must have been a great alchemy grandmaster when he was alive, otherwise, he would not have been able to refine so many pills with pill veins. Yang Kai originally thought that the pill this person had refined with his last bit of vitality should also form pill veins, but the truth of the matter was far more shocking than he had expected. This was actually a spirit pill that had formed pill clouds. And judging from the medicinal efficacies and energy fluctuations radiating from it, this was an Origin King grade pill. That person was actually so amazing. Yang Kai was secretly stunned. Just an Origin King grade pill was already extremely valuable, let alone an Origin King grade pill that had formed pill clouds. What's more, this was an existence that had existed for tens of thousands of years. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. The value of such a spirit pill could no longer be judged by ordinary standards. Yang Kai, who had always been calm, suddenly found his face twitching and his hands trembling slightly. As everyone knew, once a spirit pill formed pill veins, it would become indestructible, and its medicinal efficacies would double. If a spirit pill formed pill clouds, not only would its medicinal efficacies double, but as time passed, the pill clouds would automatically absorb world energy to nourish the spirit pill, allowing its medicinal efficacies to become stronger and stronger. The longer this process lasted, the greater the medicinal efficacies would become. The reason why the pill Yang Kai had taken in the past could allow his 5-colored soul-warming lotus to evolve was because it had undergone thousands of years of accumulation and precipitation, allowing its medicinal efficacies to become so terrifying. At that time when Yang Kai had taken it, his body had almost exploded. Fortunately, the soul-warming lotus had absorbed most of the medicinal efficacies. However, compared to the one in front of him, there was simply no comparison. Not to mention that there was a world of difference between the two, just the accumulation and accumulation over time made the one in front of him far inferior to the one in front of him. What kind of concept was tens of thousands of years? Yang Kai suddenly felt that his mind was unable to process all of this. He had actually been lucky enough to obtain such a heaven-defying treasure. His luck was simply too good. Everything he had obtained from that hidden mountain valley paled in comparison to this Origin King grade spirit pill. After recovering from his shock and excitement, Yang Kai smiled bitterly again. What kind of astonishing medicinal efficacies did this spirit pill contain? Regardless of what use it had, it was impossible for him to take it with his current cultivation. If he swallowed it rashly, there would only be one result. His body would explode. If an Origin King grade master were to take it, they might not be able to withstand the medicinal efficacies of this spirit pill. Considering all this, Yang Kai's excitement gradually calmed down. The most important thing right now was to figure out what this pill was used for. At the very least, he had to figure out what it was. Squinting his eyes and looking into the spirit pill, Yang Kai found that its insides were crystal clear and seemed to be flowing with some kind of translucent substance. Inside this translucent substance, there was also a gossamer-like substance that seemed to have a life of its own. No way. Yang Kai was stunned. This spirit pill was actually on the verge of gaining sentience. That gossamer-like substance was obviously the result of the accumulation and precipitation of the flowing time Great Emperor. As long as this spirit pill was given some more time, perhaps it would really gain sentience and become a completely different kind of existence. Pills gaining sentience was just a theory, not even a legend. Yang Kai had never expected that he would one day be able to verify the validity of this theory. Unfortunately, since this spirit pill had fallen into his hands, it would one day play a role, and there would be no possibility of it gaining sentience. Chapter 1480. Half an hour later, Yang Kai sighed helplessly with a distressed look on his face. Even with his attainments and knowledge in alchemy, he was unable to identify the type of spirit pill. He could only vaguely tell from its medicinal fragrance that it was used for cultivation and was not harmful. Could it be a lost spirit pill from ancient times? Yang Kai frowned as he secretly guessed. If this was the case, it was understandable that he couldn't recognize it. After all, a spirit pill refined by a cultivator tens of thousands of years ago would definitely be somewhat different from one now. Even though he couldn't identify it, Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. For the time being, he carefully put away this Origin King grade spirit pill. waiting for an opportunity to confirm it later. In any case, he wouldn't use this spirit pill carelessly, so he would eventually figure it out. Considering all this, Yang Kai took out another object and began studying it. It was a finger bone. Speaking of which, Yang Kai's harvest from this trip to the Emperor Garden alone was enormous. He had obtained several hundred 10,000-year-old spirit medicines, several dozen pills with pill veins, an Origin King grade artifact refining furnace, and an Origin King grade pill that had formed pill clouds, each of which was extremely valuable. This finger bone was also obtained from the hidden mountain valley. It was the only bone left behind by the owner of this mountain valley after his death. Yang Kai simply respected that alchemy grandmaster and wanted to bury him in peace, but when he was burying his remains, he had inadvertently discovered this finger bone that had not been weathered into dust. It could be said that good deeds were rewarded with good deeds. What secrets were hidden in this finger bone? Yang Kai didn't know, so he could only begin studying it now. Holding this finger bone in his hand, Kai Yang carefully observed it. He found that although it had been here for tens of thousands of years, this bone was still as smooth as jade, pure and flawless, as if it had been refined by its owner using some kind of special secret technique. Thinking so, Yang Kai suddenly became excited. He had never seen a cultivator refine a part of their body like an artifact, but since the other party had done so, there must be some profound meaning behind it. Perhaps this finger bone really did hide some great secret. Pushing his Saint Chi, Yang Kai tried to pour his own Saint Chi into the phalanx, but to his great disappointment, the Saint Chi in the phalanx disappeared. This finger bone did not accept his Saint Chi at all. There were no changes either. After a while, Yang Kai withdrew his Saint Chi. Since the finger bone did not accept him, there was no point in continuing to probe. It did not respond to the infusion of Saint Chi. What about divine sense? Yang Kai thought. He immediately urged his divine sense power. In an instant, a vast sea of divine sense appeared like a mist-like existence, wrapping around the finger bone. Divine will manifestation. Only when one's spiritual power reached a certain level. Only the invisible power of the divine sense could undergo such a miraculous transformation, turning into something that could be captured with the naked eye. Yang Kai's knowledge sea was nourished by the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, so even if he did not deliberately cultivate, his divine sense was constantly growing, so although his cultivation was only at the first-order origin returning realm, the strength of his divine sense had barely reached the standard of divine will manifestation. This was something even ordinary origin kings could not achieve, something he could be proud of. Moreover, Yang Kai's divine sense was a variant conflagrated knowledge sea with great destructive power, so even the mist-like existence appeared fiery red. This time Yang Kai guessed right. This finger bone did not accept Saint Chi, but it reacted very sensitively to divine sense. When the fiery red divine sense wrapped around it, a dazzling white light suddenly burst out from the finger bone. Immediately, an incomparably huge suction force emerged from the finger bone, instantly sucking in Yang Kai's divine sense. Yang Kai did not panic. Although he did not know what would happen next, this kind of suction force was not too dangerous, and if he wanted to resist, he could take back his divine sense. Thinking of this, he didn't resist. Instead, he followed the pulling force and allowed his divine sense to enter his finger bone. In an instant, Yang Kai seemed to have arrived in another world. Under the probing of his divine telekinesis, his surroundings were gray and hazy. There was nothing but mysterious runes that swam around like fish in the water. Yang Kai looked stunned. He actually felt the fluctuations of divine sense from these mysterious runes. These runes were actually also produced by divine sense. Needless to say, this was obviously the divine sense of the alchemy grandmaster. Yang Kai hadn't expected that this person not only had such high attainments in the alchemic Tao, but also had such a high cultivation. To be able to manifest such a clear manifestation of one's divine sense, one had to be at least a third-order origin king. After perceiving the arrival of Yang Kai's divine sense, these mysterious runes seemed to have been activated and rushed towards Yang Kai, instantly merging with his divine sense. Yang Kai's body shook and his eyes flashed as he allowed these runes to merge with his divine sense, and began to carefully comprehend the mysteries hidden in them. At first, Yang Kai was confused, but as time passed and more runes merged with his divine sense, he gradually figured out what mysteries were contained in this finger bone. After these runes were rearranged and combined, what was left to Yang Kai was actually an ancient alchemy book. The True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture. Yang Kai had read a lot of alchemy books, and it was from the True Alchemic Way he obtained from Medicine King's Valley that he began to embark on the path of alchemy. However, there was no alchemy book that could be compared to this True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture. The various knowledge and alchemy techniques contained in the True Alchemic Way, as well as the spirit arrays used in alchemy, were like child's play in front of this True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture. This alchemy book was not created by the Mountain Valley's master, and was instead inadvertently obtained from a ruin. It was with this True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture that the Mountain Valley's master was able to reach the pinnacle of his alchemy skills and become the most famous alchemy grandmaster of tens of thousands of years ago. However, when his time came, the Mountain Valley's master could not bear to let this peerless book be buried with his death. He was also afraid that such a wondrous book would fall into the hands of a junior and bring shame to its name, so he spent a great deal of effort to transform the information contained in this wondrous book into his own divine sense and leave it in his finger bone. He then used a secret technique to refine his finger bone, turning it into an artifact so that it would not be eroded by the flowing time great emperor. In this way, even if he died, the True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture would be passed down through this special method. If it was really a junior who found his skeleton, they would definitely ignore it, which would only result in him missing the opportunity to obtain the True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture. Fortunately, Yang Kai had the idea of burying it, so he was able to obtain the finger bone by chance and obtain the True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture. This information was also left behind by the Alchemy Grandmaster. After Yang Kai learned about it, he was very surprised and felt that his luck was really good. But soon he put these distracting thoughts behind him and concentrated on swimming in the sea of alchemy knowledge. Although the True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture came from ancient times, far before the Mountain Valley's master lived, what Yang Kai obtained today was not entirely the orthodox True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture. It also contained the unique understanding of the Mountain Valley's master and his own alchemy experience, making it much more valuable than the pure True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture. It could be said that the Mountain Valley's master had integrated his entire life's worth of alchemy experience into the True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture. Yang Kai was fascinated by it. For a long time, many of the questions he had encountered in alchemy could be answered here. In terms of alchemy, although Yang Kai had a unique advantage in the end, he was still groping his way forward. There were very few people in this territory who could guide him. When he was in Tongxian realm, Yang Kai would occasionally consult the highly respected the Old Man of Heaven's Keep, Li Rui. But since coming to Tongxian territory, he had to rely on himself. What's more, Yang Kai did not dare to casually expose his proficiency in alchemy. So, as his strength improved, Yang Kai had faintly realized that his alchemy skills and understanding of alchemy had reached a limit. This limit was not his personal limit. As long as he worked hard, he would eventually be able to break through. It was just that this breakthrough could take 10 years, 20 years, or even longer. But now things were different. With this True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture, Yang Kai had a master who could teach him alchemy, and he could consult with him at any time and place. In just a moment, Yang Kai felt that his understanding of the alchemic Tao had become more thorough. Yang Kai became more and more fond of this True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture, completely unaware of the passage of time as he continued to absorb knowledge from it greedily. After half a month, Yang Kai slowly exhaled and withdrew his divine sense from the finger bone, a tired look on his face. Continuously releasing his divine sense for half a month had consumed a lot of his spiritual energy. However, his eyes were shining brightly, looking extremely excited. Half a month was naturally not enough for Yang Kai to fully comprehend the True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture. He had only roughly browsed through it, but even so, the harvest he had gained was huge. It was hard to imagine what kind of sublimation his alchemy skills would achieve once he fully comprehended the True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture. A pill can only be called a spirit pill if it has a spirit? Yang Kai muttered to himself while stroking his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. There were many alternative ideas in the True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture that had inspired Yang Kai greatly. Just the idea of pills having a spirit could allow his alchemy skills to soar qualitatively. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai slowly shook his head and stopped thinking about it. The true alchemy enlightenment scripture could be studied in the future. There was no need to rush, but Yongkai had a rough idea of what that Origin King grade spirit pill with pill clouds was. The true alchemy enlightenment scripture not only contained all kinds of magical ideas, but also the life experiences of the Mountain Valley's owner, as well as many long-lost pill recipes. Each of these recipes was extremely precious and many of them had already gone extinct. Through these pill recipes and descriptions, Yongkai vaguely understood the type and purpose of that spirit pill. Yongkai took out the Origin King grade spirit pill again and observed it in the palm of his hand, a smile appearing on his face after a long time. There's no mistaking it. Judging from the color, size, fragrance, and various traces inside this spirit pill, it should be a dragon flame purple marrow pill. Chapter 1481. It turned out to be a precious dragon flame purple marrow pill. Yongkai could not help feeling shocked. The dragon flame purple marrow pill was an Origin King grade low-rank spirit pill, and the materials needed to refine it were extremely complex, with as many as 50 to 60 of them. Its role was also very simple for a cultivator: to improve one's strength. Once a cultivator broke through to the Origin King realm, their cultivation would become very difficult. The world energy produced by ordinary earth veins and even high-rank Saint crystals could not meet the cultivation requirements of an Origin King realm master. So in ancient times, the Dragon Flame Purple Marrow Pill was another way for Origin Kings to improve their strength. Absorbing the medicinal efficacies contained in this pill was also helpful to a cultivator's growth, but this method had both advantages and disadvantages compared to ordinary meditation. On the one hand, as long as there were enough pills, one's strength would increase very quickly, far from being comparable to meditation. On the other hand, the strength improved by this method may be somewhat unstable, and if one took too many spirit pills, it would cause a certain burden on the cultivator's body. Therefore, no cultivator's growth depended entirely on the medicinal efficacies of spirit pills. Even if they took pills to cultivate, they would only do so occasionally and in a very restrained manner. Yongkai, on the other hand, had basically not taken any pills to cultivate, so his foundation was extremely solid and his Saint Qi was pure and vigorous. Understanding the purpose of this Origin King grade spirit pill, Yongkai suddenly felt a little excited. This was a spirit pill that could increase the strength of an Origin King realm master. After being refined by the Mountain Valley's owner, it had formed pill clouds, and after tens of thousands of years of flowing time great emperor's accumulation, Yongkai was unable to determine just how amazing the medicinal efficacies contained inside it were. He could only vaguely guess that if he had the ability to take this pill now and safely refine it, his strength would most likely reach the Origin King realm, saving him many years of bitter cultivation. This was a terrifying increase. However, all of this was just a guess. Yongkai had some self-awareness and knew that such a spirit pill was not something he could covet right now. Reluctantly putting away the Dragon Flame Purple Marrow pill again, Yongkai dispelled the restlessness in his heart and calmed his mind before taking out two other things from his space ring. One was as red as blood and was only the size of a heart. The other was completely black and rolling. Two strange stones. One was the blood essence stone he had accidentally obtained in the Emperor Garden, while the other was the stone mongoose embryo that Yongkai had stored for many years. There were a total of 2 stone mongoose embryos, both of which were brought over from Tongxian realm. When Yongkai first arrived on Shadowed Star, one of the embryos had fused with a blood essence stone, giving birth to a stone mongoose, which Yang Inflammation named Xiao Xiao. As for the other stone embryo, although it was on the verge of maturity, because it didn't have a blood essence stone as its heart, it couldn't break out of its shell. It wasn't until this trip to the Emperor Garden that Yongkai finally got what he wanted. Yang Inflammation had always envied Yongkai for having a stone mongoose, so Yongkai had always wanted to hatch this second stone mongoose and give it to her. Yongkai didn't know if Yang Inflammation still wanted it, but when he thought about Yang Inflammation's current situation, Yongkai couldn't help smiling bitterly. Regardless of whether she wanted it or not, letting the blood essence stone and the stone embryo fuse together was the right thing to do. Thinking so, Yongkai put the 2 strange stones together. Strangely enough, the moment the stone embryo, which had been resting peacefully in the black book space, touched the blood essence stone, countless black threads burst out from inside it and wrapped around it. In the blink of an eye, the two were tightly linked together, as if they had become one. but it would probably take a long time for them to fully fuse. This scene made Yang Kai a little surprised, and after thinking about it for a moment, he silently called out a few times with his divine sense. A moment later, the stone mongoose appeared in front of him like a small whirlwind, staring at Yang Kai with a pair of clear and innocent eyes. "I'll leave this to you, is that okay?" Yang Kai pointed to the black and red fusion of strange stones in front of him and asked. Although the stone mongoose's IQ wasn't high, it could still understand Yang Kai's orders and looked in the direction Yang Kai was pointing. After seeing what was in front of it, the stone mongoose's eyes bulged with joy and excitement. It could feel that inside this fusion of black and red stones, a companion was being born. The stone mongoose nodded repeatedly, a look of desire filling its face. "Good, take it away, remember to report to me at any time," Yang Kai ordered faintly, and the stone mongoose immediately picked up the fusion of the two strange stones before disappearing. Yang Kai estimated that it wouldn't be long before a second stone mongoose was born, something Yang Kai was secretly looking forward to. The next thing Yang Kai needed to check was the space ring of the beautiful temple master of Demon Blood Temple. This woman and Jin Shi had both fallen on the Emperor Garden's ice path, and Jin Shi's space ring had been banished into the void by Yang Kai with his space blade, never to be recovered, leaving only the ring of Demon Blood Temple's temple master. As a temple master, her wealth was naturally extremely rich. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and wiped her space ring before pouring out everything inside. There were countless saint crystals, at least several tens of millions, various artifacts of different grades, hundreds of jade bottles filled with pills, and some materials for alchemy and artifact refining. The dazzling lineup was too much for the eyes to take in. Yang Kai raised his brow. Although most of the things here were no longer of interest to him, they were still a considerable amount of wealth. Patiently sorting them out, Yang Kai kept what was useful for himself and put the rest aside to replenish High Heaven Sect's storehouse. Although there weren't many people in the sect right now, because High Heaven Sect had sealed off its entrance and had no communication with the outside world, it had to be self-sufficient in terms of cultivation resources. These things that Yang Kai didn't care about were treasures to the disciples. After sorting them out, Yang Kai quickly finished. This is... Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up as he picked up an animal skin book with a look of amazement on his face. This animal skin book was also placed inside the space ring of Demon Blood Temple's temple master. At first, Yang Kai hadn't noticed it, but it wasn't until he was almost done counting that he discovered it. This animal skin book wasn't big, but its pages were red, as if they had been soaked in blood. Through these pages, Yang Kai could smell a strong bloody smell. This shouldn't be. Yang Kai's heart suddenly jumped and he quickly flipped to the first page, but what he saw stunned him for a moment before he burst into laughter. It was truly a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search only to find it by chance. What was recorded on this animal skin book was the complete set of the Demon Blood Thread secret techniques. Since obtaining the Demon Blood Thread secret techniques from Demon Blood Temple's disciple Deng Ning, Yang Kai had been cultivating them. Moreover, this secret technique had helped him a lot, repeatedly performing miraculous feats in battle, making Yang Kai rely heavily on it. Although the Demon Blood Thread secret techniques had various restrictions for Demon Blood Temple's disciples to cultivate, this secret technique seemed to be tailor-made for Yang Kai. Yang Kai had more capital and backing than any other Demon Blood Temple disciple, and that was his endless supply of golden blood. Unfortunately, Yang Kai only obtained the first half of this secret technique from Deng Ning. After cultivating the Golden Blood Thread secret technique, Yang Kai faintly felt that this secret technique should also have some transformations, and after meeting Demon Blood Temple's temple master, this guess was confirmed. Unfortunately, he couldn't obtain the second half of the Demon Blood Thread secret technique. However, after killing Demon Blood Temple's temple master, Yang Kai found it in her space ring. Thinking about it, this wasn't surprising. Demon Blood Temple was filled with endless internal disputes and revered personal strength. Since this beautiful woman was Demon Blood Temple's temple master, she would naturally carry this kind of treasure with her. So after her death, it had fallen into Yang Kai's hands. Yang Kai was ecstatic and carefully studied this secret technique, confirming that it was indeed the Demon Blood Thread secret technique. Not only did it include the first half of what he had cultivated, but it also explained the second half of the Demon Blood Thread secret technique. There was also the method to refine the blood condensing pill. The blood-condensing pill was a unique pill created by Demon Blood Temple that could increase a cultivator's vitality. Every disciple who cultivated the Demon Blood Thread secret technique was eager to obtain this pill, because increasing one's vitality would increase the power of their Demon Blood Thread secret technique. Deng Ning had performed meritorious deeds in Lu Yan's desert, and was rewarded with the first half of the Demon Blood Thread secret technique, as well as a blood-condensing pill. Yang Kai felt like he had obtained a priceless treasure. After all, in Demon Blood Temple, only the elders and temple masters were eligible to take blood-condensing pills. The disciples below had no way to obtain them other than as a reward. Yang Kai carefully studied the refining method of the blood-condensing pill, but after understanding how to refine it, he immediately lost interest in this pill. This could not be helped though, as refining this kind of evil pill required him to collect a lot of fresh blood, preferably human blood. If Yang Kai wanted to increase his vitality, it was very simple. All he had to do was take some life-revitalizing jade cream. During his trip to the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai had obtained a large amount of the purest life-revitalizing jade cream, so how could he put this blood-condensing pill in his eyes? However, the second half of the Demon Blood Thread secret technique was something Yang Kai greatly desired. After all, his golden blood threads transformations were too simple when used in battle. If he could master the second half of the secret technique, his golden blood thread would be able to play a greater role in the future. Since he was not in a hurry to cultivate, Yang Kai still had one last harvest he had yet to examine. It was the stone tablet that had flown out from the stone tablet containing the artifact refining Tao during his battle with Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. When she saw this stone tablet at that time, Shui Yu's face changed greatly and she even begged Yang Kai to hand it over. Originally, Yang Kai had intended to do so. After all, he did not know what value this stone tablet had. But before he could reach an agreement with Shui Yu, the Emperor Garden had suddenly closed and teleported him to the Endless Sea. Yang Kai guessed that Shui Yu was probably hopping mad right now. To be honest, Yang Kai was quite curious about this stone tablet that Shui Yu attached so much importance to. Now that he had taken it out, he naturally intended to study it. The stone tablet was not very big, only about the size of a palm. Yang Kai did not know why it had been hidden inside the stone tablet, but if the battle had not been so fierce and the stone tablet had not been destroyed, the stone tablet would likely have never seen the light of day again. All of this could only be said to be a coincidence. What was even more coincidental was that this stone tablet had actually flown to him, allowing him to obtain it. No matter what this stone tablet was, Yang Kai could tell at a glance. Shui Yu had said that it had no use for an origin-returning realm cultivator, and was only useful for origin kings, so he was quite curious about it. Chapter 1482. Half a month later, the door of First Heavenly Palace opened with a bang and Yang Kai stepped out with a calm expression. After half a month of research, he finally figured out what secrets were hidden in this stone tablet. Star refining art. This was not a martial skill, but a secret technique that taught a cultivator how to refine the star sources of stars. When he figured it out, Yang Kai was taken aback, never having expected that the stone tablet would record such an incredible thing. Refining the star sources of stars was extremely difficult, and only Origin King Realm Masters were qualified to do so. Once a cultivator refined the star source of a certain star, that Origin King Realm Master would become the ruler of that star, the Star Master of that particular star. The power of a Star Master was something Yang Kai had already understood when he first entered the territory of a star. The entire territory of a star was vast and boundless, but there were still very few existences who could become a Star Master. The biggest reason for this was that to become a Star Master, not only did one need to possess extraordinary cultivation, but there were also great risks associated with it. A star source was the essence of a star, and refining it was destined to be a magnificent feat with both risks and benefits. If it was successful, it would naturally allow the refiner to obtain unimaginable benefits, but if it was a failure, it would result in the complete annihilation of one's soul. Since ancient times, countless masters had tried to conquer a certain star and refine its star source. These masters were all famous existences, and it could be said that each of them was a genius among geniuses, a master among masters. However, those who succeeded in refining a star source and became a star master were still extremely rare. It was unknown how many geniuses had fallen in the process of conquering a star. The situation of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, which Yang Kai was familiar with, was similar. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce had 7 or 8 stars under its jurisdiction and more than a dozen origin kings, but there was only one star master. No one else dared to try to refine a star source. After all, this was dancing on the tip of a blade. If they succeeded, they would gain glory and the admiration of the entire star territory. But if they made the slightest mistake, they would be consigned to eternal damnation. None of these origin king realm masters dared to take their lives lightly. No wonder Shui Yu said that this stone tablet was useless to origin returning realm cultivators, and was only useful to origin kings. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was a major force in star territory and had a star master as its leader, so it naturally had a method to refine star essence. But compared with the star refining art recorded in the stone tablet, the method it had was far inferior. The star refining art could be said to be the most advanced secret technique, the most perfect way to refine the origin of stars. Shui Yu's trip to the Emperor Garden this time was also for this star refining art. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's president Aio's cultivation had been stuck at the second order origin king realm for many years, unable to make any further progress. But if he could refine a star source, he would be able to break through to the peak of the third order. Shui Yu did not know where Shui Yu had obtained news that there was an extremely powerful secret technique in the Emperor Garden, so she had personally led a group of elites to explore it. Otherwise, with Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's financial resources, how could Shui Yu risk her life? However, when the star refining art appeared, she missed it by a hair's breadth. Yang Kai did not recognize the 3 ancient characters on the stone tablet, but Shui Yu did, which was why she had acted so eagerly at that time. The role of the star refining art was still too distant for Yang Kai. Not to mention that his cultivation was not high enough. Even if it was high enough, he would not dare to refine a star source without full assurance. As such, after studying it for a while, Yang Kai put it away. After leaving First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai had only taken a few steps when he met a few people from High Heaven Sect. After seeing that it was Yang Kai, these people quickly bowed and greeted, "Greetings, Sect Master. Is everything all right in the sect?" Yang Kai asked casually. Reporting to Sect Master, "There has been no change in the sect since you entered retreat. Everyone is working diligently, except for Great Elder who has returned from the 6th layer." "Oh? She's back?" Yang Kai was a little surprised, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized it wasn't a big deal. Yang Yun was still in a deep sleep and would not wake up for at least a dozen years, so there was no use for her to remain there, so she would naturally return to High Heaven Sect. After all, she had been instructed by Yang Yun to assist Yang Kai with all her strength, so how could she remain in the 6th layer? It would be inconvenient for everyone to communicate and meet. "Good." Yang Kai nodded lightly before ordering, "Tell Huang Wan to take Lin Yuan, to see me at Great Elder's residence." Yes. Although the others didn't know why Yang Kai wanted to see Huang Wan and Lin Yuan, they didn't ask and quickly left. 100 Flowers Peak, where Yang Yun and Yishi Yun used to live. Although there were still hundreds of flowers blooming and competing with one another, Yishi Yun was now the only one left in 100 Flowers Peak. When Yang Kai arrived, he found her resting in the stone pavilion, seemingly deep in thought, not even noticing his arrival. It wasn't until Yang Kai lightly coughed that Yishi Yun suddenly woke up, raised her eyes and said lightly, "So it is Sect Master." Subordinate greets Sect Master. Saying so, she got up gracefully. "There's no need to be polite." Yang Kai waved his hand and sat down across from her, pouring himself a cup of tea and taking a sip before asking indifferently, "Is Yang Yun all right?" "And Master is fine, she will just continue to sleep for a while. Sect Master doesn't need to worry." "That's good." Yang Kai nodded lightly before suddenly asking, "What does Great Elder plan to do in the future?" Yishi Yun glanced at him suspiciously before stroking her hair and asking, "What is Sect Master referring to? Why does Great Elder ask a question you already know the answer to? You staying here is only for the sake of the Great Emperors. I don't know why you are so obsessed with the Great Emperors, but do you plan to stay here until she wakes up?" "And," Yishi Yun gently nodded, "is there a problem?" "There is no problem." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "It's just that Great Elder is willing to waste the flowing time Great Emperor like this. Not wanting to advance further in the origin returning realm? Advance further? Yi Shiyun's beautiful eyes shrank as a strange light flashed across them. If Sect Master has something to say, just say it directly. Why bother speaking in riddles with this subordinate? You're my senior, so don't call yourself a subordinate. It's making me feel uncomfortable. Yang Kai's mouth twitched, and it's like this. Now that High Heaven Sect no longer needs to worry about being invaded, the defenses around it are impregnable, and as long as we don't go out, we won't be harmed at all. We also don't lack supplies, so I want to leave this place. Leave this place? Yi Shiyun frowned slightly, not understanding what Yang Kai was talking about. A voyage, a departure from Shadowed Star. Yang Kai stared at her. Yi Shiyun couldn't help feeling moved. Sect Master means? I just want to ask if you want to leave with me. Yang Kai grinned. You should have reached the limit of the origin returning realm, right? The reason why you haven't been able to break through should be because of the suppression of the world principles here. If you can escape this shackle, I think with your aptitude and strength, there is a good chance you can break through to the origin king realm. And we now have the conditions to do so. What do you think? Leave? Yi Shiyun's beautiful eyes filled with expectation, but she quickly regained her calm as she turned to Yang Kai and asked, will Sect Master come back? Naturally, Yang Kai nodded. Of course, Yang Kai nodded. I won't lie to you, I want to leave here just to find some people. After I find them, I will return. Although Star's territory is vast, it is not easy to find a place to settle down. Of course, I won't give up on High Heaven Sect. Good. Yi Shiyun also relaxed. Although Sect Master's intentions are good, please forgive this subordinate for boldly refusing. Give me a reason. Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Master is still asleep, so I can't leave. Besides, if Sect Master and I leave at the same time, once something happens in the sect, no one will be able to take charge of the overall situation. Sure enough. Yang Kai nodded lightly, as if he knew she would say this. Yi Shiyun's eyes flashed as she asked in amazement, Sect Master actually just wanted to tell me about this. He didn't really want me to follow, right? Heh. Yang Kai chuckled lightly. The choice is in your hands. Whether you want to go or not is up to you. I didn't say anything, but Yang Kai's expression changed and he said seriously, thank you. Being able to resist breaking through to the Origin King realm and still insisting on staying in High Heaven Sect to guard the door for Yang Kai. Yi Shiyun deserved his sincere thanks. Both of them were well aware of this, so Yi Shiyun did not try to deny it and simply nodded lightly. Suddenly, she raised her head to look outside and asked softly, did the Sect Master call these two people here? Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate and nodded. And the people who came were naturally Huang Wan and Lin Yuner. The little girl was led by Huang Wan as they strolled over from that side. However, upon seeing such a large scale of beautiful flowers, Lin Yuner rushed into the flower bed like a wild horse that had escaped its reins. Huang Wan was shocked and quickly ran over, caught Lin Yuner and dragged her over to the stone pavilion. Lin Yuner's face was filled with unwillingness as she pouted. Greetings, Sect Master. Greetings, Great Elder. Huang Wan bowed respectfully to Yi Shiyun. Huang Wan bowed while quietly sizing up Yi Shiyun. She had been in High Heaven Sect for some time now, so she naturally knew that there was a powerful Great Elder in the sect, but unfortunately, she had never had the chance to meet her. Now that she had been summoned by Yang Kai, she was fortunate enough to see Yi Shiyun. Sit. Yang Kai gestured before beckoning to Lin Yuner. The little girl rolled her eyes at him before hiding in Huang Wan's arms, glancing vigilantly at Yang Kai from the corner of her eyes, leaving Yang Kai speechless. Have you gotten used to living here? Yang Kai turned to Huang Wan and asked. Thanks to Sect Master's blessings, Subordinate and Yuner are doing well here. Good, if you need anything go find Wu Yi, she will take care of everything. You are not outsiders, so there's no need to be polite. Many thanks for Sect Master's kindness, Huang Wan said gratefully. Right, this is an origin condensing pill. Take it and enter retreat for a while, you should be able to break through to the origin returning realm. Remember to go to Rising Dragon Palace when you need to break through. There is a 10,000-year incense and a 9-branch jade crystal tree there. These two things can help you expel your heart demons and comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao, greatly increasing your chances of breaking through. Chapter 1483. Yes. Huang Wan nodded as she took the origin condensing pill from Yang Kai's hand and carefully stored it away, her heart filled with emotion. 2 months ago, she was still struggling to make a living and couldn't even afford 100 spirits pill, but now not only was she living in the beautiful high heaven sect with rich world energy, but she also didn't have to worry about cultivation resources. She even had heaven-defying treasures like the 10,000-year incense and 9-branch jade crystal tree to help her break through her shackles. The difference was like heaven and earth. Huang Wan couldn't believe she could live such a life every day, and the gratitude she felt towards Yang Kai in her heart grew stronger and stronger. After all, if it weren't for Yang Kai bringing her back, what would have happened to her and Lin Yuner in the future? She didn't even dare imagine. Sect Master, what instructions do you have for summoning this subordinate this time? Huang Wan looked at Yang Kai respectfully. Yang Kai smiled lightly but didn't answer, instead turning his head to look at Yi Shiyun. Since Huang Wan brought Lin Yuner here, Yi Shiyun had been observing the little girl, her powerful divine sense silently covering Lin Yuner's body. Seemingly noticing something, a look of surprise flashed across Yi Shiyun's eyes. Great Elder, have you discovered something? After waiting for a while, Yang Kai asked. Yi Shiyun gently nodded and beckoned to Lin Yuner. Little girl, come here. Strangely enough, although Yi Shiyun's demeanor was serious and her expression was meticulous, Lin Yuner was not afraid of her. Hearing her call, she only hesitated for a moment before walking over obediently and standing in front of Yi Shiyun. Don't be afraid. Yi Shiyun flashed a smile as she stretched out her jade-white hand and held Lin Yuner's wrist, immediately pouring her Saint Qi into Lin Yuner's body to carefully investigate. As time passed, the expression on Yi Shiyun's face became more and more strange. After a long time, she took a deep breath and let go of Lin Yuner, a look of surprise flashing across her eyes. Huang Wan stood in place in fear as she stared nervously at Yi Shiyun, wondering if she had discovered anything. Ever since Yang Kai had told her about Lin Yuner's strangeness, Huang Wan had also paid more attention to her. She discovered that it was indeed as Yang Kai had said. Lin Yuner's small body actually contained a huge amount of strength that was completely different from her age and size. This kind of power was pure. Huang Wan didn't know if Lin Yuner had contracted some strange illness. After coming to High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai had asked several of the elders, but no one could give him a clear explanation. Now that Yi Shiyun seemed to be lost in thought, Yang Kai immediately pinned his hopes on her. After all, it was rumored that this great elder was once the leader of Star Emperor Mountain and was extremely knowledgeable, but for some unknown reason, he had left Star Emperor Mountain and lived a life of seclusion. For some unknown reason, he suddenly reappeared and joined High Heaven Sect. Great Elder Yun. Seeing Yi Shiyun not speaking for a long time, Huang Wan became even more nervous. Don't worry. Yi Shiyun comforted her lightly. There's nothing wrong with this little girl. It's just that her physique seems a bit strange. Special constitution? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. And otherwise it would be difficult to explain why the vitality in her body is so vigorous. It's just that I don't know what kind of physique she has, so I'll have to read some ancient books to find out. Yi Shiyun frowned slightly. Yang Kai gently nodded. This was in line with his own judgment. He had also guessed that Lin Yuner's physique was special. Although special constitutions were extremely rare, that did not mean they did not exist in this world. Yang Kai had encountered some such cases. Little senior sister Xia Ningchang's sacred spirit medicine body, beguiling demon queen Shan Qingluo's poison widow constitution, and Shui Yu's dragon marrow phoenix body all belonged to the category of special constitutions. Special constitutions were innate and possessed all kinds of incredible magical effects. For example, Xia Ningchang's sacred spirit medicine body allowed her to possess outstanding alchemy skills and standards. Alchemy was an instinct for her, so she didn't need to be taught by others, and could improve her own cultivation with the help of alchemy. As for what kind of physique Lin Yuner had, no one knew, but since her physique allowed her to possess such great strength, it should be related to her combat prowess. Yang Kai looked at her as if he was looking at a piece of unpolished jade. This little girl was so young and her body was so thin, yet she already possessed such strength. If she was allowed to grow up in terms of pure strength, even the monster race, which had always been famous for their physique, would be left in the dust. Great Elder, since you have nothing better to do, why don't you accept a disciple and teach her? Not only will she relieve your loneliness, but she will also have someone to show filial piety to you in the future. Killing two birds with one stone, Yang Kai suddenly said with a smile. Yi Shiyun glanced over at him and said lightly, "So sect master called this little girl over because he had ideas about me?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "You also know the current situation in our sect. Besides you, no one else is worthy of teaching. This little girl has a special physique, so if anyone else were to teach her, they would only mislead her. It would be more reassuring to leave her with Great Elder." Hearing Yang Kai say this, Huang Wan's eyes lit up and she quickly pleaded. Although she couldn't bear to be separated from Lin Yun, she was also clear about her own strength. Lin Yun's cultivation with her was naturally far inferior to Yi Shiyun's. For the sake of the little girl's future, Huang Wan naturally didn't mind a short separation. What's more, Great Elder had always lived in High Heaven sect, so it wasn't as if she and Lin Yun had never met before. Huang Wan and Yang Kai sang the same tune, causing Yi Shiyun to smile bitterly and gently rub her forehead. If I were to refuse, wouldn't I seem too unreasonable? Subordinate wouldn't dare. If Great Elder has some difficulties, subordinate wouldn't dare insist. Huang Wan was terrified. And Yi Shiyun sighed. It's not that this queen doesn't want to accept her as a disciple. It's just that this little girl has a special physique. Before I figure out what kind of physique she has, the secret arts I have mastered may not be suitable for her. However, a little guidance should not be a problem. Huang Wan was overjoyed. However, that's up to her. Yi Shiyun smiled lightly, looked at Lin Yun kindly and asked, "Yun, are you willing to cultivate with this queen?" "I'm willing." Unexpectedly, Lin Yun didn't even think about it and replied crisply. Yi Shiyun was startled and asked in amazement, "Why?" "Because you seem to be very powerful." Lin Yun tilted her head and said. Yang Kai and the other two couldn't help laughing. Although the child didn't know much about worldly affairs, she still had her own intuition and could tell at a glance which of the three had the highest cultivation. Yi Shiyun pretended to be dignified and quickly said, "Following this queen will be very difficult. If you don't cultivate well, this queen will beat you and scold you, do you understand?" "Yun will cultivate well and won't let you beat or scold me." "Good." Yi Shiyun nodded with satisfaction. "From today onwards, you will stay in 100 Flowers Peak." Seeing Yi Shiyun agree, Huang Wan was so excited that tears filled her eyes as she thanked her profusely. Yi Shiyun waved her hand and said, "I'm just giving her some pointers in her cultivation, not accepting a disciple. I hope you and sect master will remember this." Subordinate will remember. Yun being able to receive Great Elder's guidance is her good fortune. It doesn't matter if she accepts a disciple or not. "Good, if there's nothing else, there's no need to come to 100 Flowers Peak. I will let Yun take the initiative to visit you," Yi Shiyun said before turning to Yang Kai. "Sect master, if there's nothing else, please return." She's asking him to leave again. Yang Kai wore a depressed look as he rubbed his nose and stood up, not waiting for Huang Wan, who was still tearfully advising Lin Yun to leave alone. 5 days later, in the Space Array Palace belonging to High Heaven sect outside Luyan's desert, a light flashed and Yang Kai appeared. Without saying anything to the disciples guarding this place, he summoned his star shuttle and flew off into the horizon, soon disappearing. Now that High Heaven sect had settled down and there was nothing to worry about inside or outside the sect, Yang Kai had to prepare for a long voyage. It had been 20 to 30 years since he entered star territory, and everything about Tongxian realm had become a source of great concern for him. Now that High Heaven sect had an Origin King Great Starship, Yang Kai wanted to return to Tongxian realm. Of course, if possible, he also wanted to find Su Yan and Shanqing Luo on the way. Many people were waiting for him, so he couldn't stay on Shadowed Star forever. However, before that, Yang Kai had to collect some cultivation resources. After all, this long voyage might not be a simple matter. High Heaven sect had no contact with the outside world, so it was impossible to provide all kinds of cultivation resources for itself. Before leaving, Yang Kai wanted to leave behind plenty of supplies for the disciples of the sect. There was no need to worry about Saint Crystals as there was a Saint Crystal lode in the second layer of Luyan's desert, enough to last him 1,000 years without worry. On the other hand, pills were relatively rare. Although Yang Kai was an alchemist, he couldn't refine too many spirit pills at once, so he could only buy some and store them. Based on this consideration, Yang Kai did not choose to use the space array along the way, and instead entered every city he came across to purchase pills and the like. The direction he was heading towards was Shadow Moon Hall. Since he was going to embark on a long voyage, Yang Kai naturally wanted to invite Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tuesday. The two of them had expressed their intention to hitch a ride with him a long time ago, but Yang Kai hadn't decided at the time, so he hadn't given them a reply. Now that even Clear Sky Sect had given him a spot, Yang Kai from Shadow Moon Hall naturally wouldn't be left out. After all, after arriving on Shadowed Star, Qian Tong had taken care of him a lot and Fei Ji too had a good relationship with him. If he left without saying goodbye to them, it would be too unreasonable. At the same time, on a vast plain to the east of Shadowed Star, a towering city stood, stretching for thousands of kilometers. At the center of this city, there were rows upon rows of exquisite palaces. This was the headquarters of Heaven Battling Union, Heaven Battling City. Inside one of the palaces in the city, two people were discussing important matters, one of them a white-haired old man and the other a burly middle-aged man. If Yang Kai were here, he would definitely recognize the old man as Heaven Battling Union's great elder, Mo Xiaosheng, who also cultivated space attribute secret techniques. However, at this moment, this famous great elder was facing this middle-aged man with a respectful attitude. The identity of this person was obvious: Heaven Battling Union's Union Master, Chu Zheng. Chapter 1484. Chu Zheng, like Mo Xiaosheng, was a master at the peak of the Third Order Origin Returning Realm, but over the years, he had been in retreat comprehending the mysteries of the Origin King Realm and rarely showed himself, leaving all the affairs of the Union to Mo Xiaosheng. On Shadowed Star, this situation was very common. Because of the constraints of world principles, the limit a cultivator could reach was the Third Order Origin Returning Realm. But every master who reached this realm was not content with the status quo, and wanted to go one step further to reach the legendary Origin King Realm. No one had ever succeeded, but this did not hinder the determination and pace of these masters to explore the martial Tao and heavenly way. When the Emperor Garden opened, Chu Zheng also went, but his gains were not great. At this time, the matter he was discussing with Mo Xiaosheng was related to the Emperor Garden. At that moment though, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the hall, followed by a voice, reporting to Union Master, Great Elder, Thunder Typhoon Sect's Senior Fang Peng requests an audience. Old Ghost Fang? Chu Zheng frowned and said with displeasure, that old dog dares to come to my Heaven Battling City? Does he not put this chew in his eyes at all? Mo Xiaosheng also showed a look of surprise. One had to know that Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect were both giants of Shadowed Star, and although they couldn't be said to be like fire and water, they rarely had any contact with each other. On the contrary, there was often friction between them, with many battles breaking out every year, resulting in many casualties. In particular, going deep into the headquarters of the other party was a great taboo. Moreover, Fang Peng's identity was extraordinary as he was the sect master of Thunder Typhoon Sect, the same status as Chu Zheng. With his transcendent status and sensitive identity, rashly coming to Heaven Battling City was very likely to cause friction and disputes between the two giants, which could lead to a war between the two sides. So after hearing this report, Chu Zheng immediately became angry. Union Master, please calm down. Although Mo Xiaosheng was also very confused, his consideration was much more thorough than Chu Zheng's and he quickly said, Old Ghost Fang daring to come to Heaven Battling City may mean he has something important to discuss with Union Master. We might as well see what he is here for first before making a decision. Hearing this, Chu Zheng also felt that this was somewhat reasonable. Moreover, as the host, he wasn't afraid of a lone Fang Peng, so after pondering for a moment, he nodded lightly and said, Since that's the case, we will do as Great Elder says. If he really came here to provoke my Heaven Battling Union, this old master will let him know what it means to overestimate himself. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of laughter came from outside the hall, followed by a hearty voice, Brother Chu's temper is still so fiery after so many years. At the same time as this voice sounded, a figure appeared outside the hall. The Heaven Battling Union disciple was shocked and hurriedly tried to stop this newcomer, but he was kicked to the side and was unable to get up even after a long time. Immediately, the newcomer walked directly into the hall without the slightest trace of politeness. treating this place as if it were his own courtyard, a satisfied expression on his face. Chu Zheng's face was gloomy while Mo Xiaosheng frowned, a look of displeasure appearing on his face. The newcomer was naturally Sect Master Fang Peng of Thunder Typhoon Sect, but neither of them had expected that this guy's face would be so thick as to actually enter uninvited. After entering the hall, Fang Peng found a seat and sat down, squinting at Chu Zheng as he asked, "Brother Chu, we're guests from afar, so why didn't you offer us a cup of tea? Is Heaven Battling Union so stingy?" Humph, if it were anyone else, this Chu would definitely welcome them, but as for you, there's no need for tea, Chu Zheng coldly snorted. Fang Peng spat disdainfully, not intending to delve too deeply into this irrelevant topic. "Old Ghost Fang, why didn't you stay in Thunder Typhoon Sect, and instead came all the way to my Heaven Battling City?" Chu Zheng didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "Changpeng Xian has already fallen in the Emperor Garden. If you leave Thunder Typhoon Sect so rashly, aren't you afraid someone will take advantage of this opportunity to cause trouble? Who would dare?" Hearing Chu Zheng mention Changpeng Xian's fall, Fang Peng's face suddenly became gloomy and he coldly snorted. "Although Elder Chang unfortunately fell, my Thunder Typhoon Sect is not some weakling. Who would dare bring about their own destruction?" "Your tone isn't small," Chu Zheng sneered, a dangerous light flashing across his eyes. "If this old master were to kill you here, I think your Thunder Typhoon Sect would be nothing more than a bunch of chickens and dogs." "Kill me?" Fang Peng pointed at himself and said with a smile on his face, "Brother Chu, don't boast so shamelessly. If you really have such confidence, you might as well try and see if you can really kill this Fang in Heaven Battling City." As soon as these words came out, the dangerous light in Chu Zheng's eyes became even stronger, as if he really intended to take action. After all, if Fang Peng was killed here, Thunder Typhoon Sect would inevitably collapse, and only Heaven Battling Union would be left of Shadowed Star's two giants. However, Fang Peng's calm demeanor, as if he had something to rely on, made Chu Zheng somewhat uncertain and hesitant to make up his mind. Mo Xiaosheng also had a look of doubt on his face. Although Fang Peng's strength was good, since he had entered Heaven Battling City, it was not up to him to leave. This old dog wasn't so stupid as to take the initiative to deliver himself to him, right? Enough. After a moment of stalemate, Fang Peng waved his hand and said, "I'll tell you the truth. This Fang dared to infiltrate Heaven Battling Union alone this time because he was ordered to do so." "Ordered?" Chu Zheng and Mo Xiaosheng were both startled. "What order, and whose order?" Fang Peng was Thunder Typhoon Sect's sect master, so who could command him? Both of them felt their hearts jump as they vaguely guessed. "What do you think?" Fang Peng narrowed his eyes at them. Meeting his gaze, Chu Zheng and Mo Xiaosheng's expressions both became serious. After a while, Chu Zheng hesitated and asked, "It shouldn't be that side, right?" "And it should be that side. Besides that side, who else could make this Fang come here in person?" Fang Peng grinned meaningfully. "Otherwise, do you think this old master would come here to die? Although this old master is not young, he has not lived long enough, so how could he enter the tiger's den without something to rely on?" Although these words were not pleasant to the ears, Chu Zheng and Mo Xiaosheng exchanged a glance and could only restrain the murderous intent in their hearts. Since the other party had come here on orders from that side, they could not act against him. Although Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect were the two giants of Shadowed Star, compared to that side it was like comparing a small wizard to a great wizard. Several thousand years ago, there was an ancient Yang sect that was on par with Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect, but because it had offended that side it was uprooted overnight. It was obvious how terrifying that side's forces were. However, that side had never cared about worldly affairs, so why had they sent Fang Peng to contact Heaven Battling Union this time? "Brother Fang, if you have something to say, just say it. You and I both know that the reason why Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect can dominate Shadowed Star is because of that side. Since this is a matter of that side, my Heaven Battling Union will not stand idly by." Chu Zheng took a deep breath, his attitude becoming much more amiable. Brother Chu really understands the situation. Fang Peng laughed before his expression became solemn. "That little brat from High Heaven Sect has left Luyan Sandfield." Chu Zheng was startled but quickly reacted, "You mean that guy called Yang Kai?" Fang Peng nodded lightly, and looking at his route, "It seems he wants to go to the Shadow Moon Hall." "Shadow Moon Hall?" Chu Zheng frowned. What does that have to do with us? Why does Brother Chu need to play dumb? Feng Peng sneered. Although High Heaven Sect isn't much, it is located inside the Flowing Flame Sandfield, so no one can attack it. Given time when they grow stronger, will there still be a place for our two sects to stand on Shadowed Star? What Brother Feng means is that we should nip this danger in the bud. And Feng Peng nodded seriously. If he had been hiding in the Luyan Sandfield, I'm afraid no one would have been able to do anything to him. But since he has decided to run out recklessly, his fate is no longer up to him. That being said, I heard that this little brat's strength is extraordinary. Ordinary people can't do anything to him, and it seems that he has many powerful external forces he can borrow. So what? Even if his strength is great, he has just broken through to the origin returning realm. Our two forces have countless masters. Do you think we can't do anything to him? Chu Zheng nodded lightly, also feeling that he was making a big fuss over nothing, but he still asked suspiciously, but what does this have to do with them? Naturally it has something to do with them. Feng Peng grinned meaningfully. High Heaven Sect has an Origin King Great Starship. Has Brother Chu never heard of it? This Chu has heard of it, but is it really an Origin King Great Starship? Chu Zheng asked doubtfully. You might as well ask Elder Mo. He should have seen it with his own eyes. Chu Zheng quickly looked at Mo Xiaosheng, who nodded solemnly, and it is indeed an Origin King Great Starship, but I don't know where they obtained it. Perhaps they found it in some ancient ruin. No matter where they obtained it, the key is that as long as we can obtain this starship, we can leave Shadowed Star and go to another star to break through to the Origin King realm. As soon as this statement came out, both Mo Xiaosheng and Chu Zheng were shocked, their eyes flashing with excitement. The Origin King realm was a realm they dreamed of, but had never been able to reach, but an Origin King Great Starship could make it possible. Presumably Brother Chu should understand, and Yi Shiyun is also in High Heaven Sect, and I heard she has taken on the position of Great Elder. Do you think they will let High Heaven Sect off? Feng Peng sneered meaningfully. So that's how it is. Chu Zheng nodded lightly, finally understanding. Whether it was because of the Origin King Great Starship or because of Yi Shiyun, it was impossible for High Heaven Sect to sit back and watch High Heaven Sect grow stronger. They would definitely find an opportunity to eradicate it. And their sect master Yang Kai's departure was such an opportunity. Is this only between our two forces? Chu Zheng asked. For the time being, but High Heaven Sect will also send people. They're quite calculative. Chu Zheng snorted coldly. Chu Zheng coldly snorted. He could almost imagine that if High Heaven Sect was really eradicated, the Origin King Great Starship would definitely fall into their hands. As for Thunder Typhoon Sect and Heaven Battling Union, they would only be able to drink the leftovers. Who told them to have bigger fists? Chu Zheng smiled helplessly. I've already passed on the message, but as for how we should cooperate, you and I will discuss it carefully. Because this matter is related to that starship in Yi Shiyun, it's not as simple as killing Yang Kai, but rather capturing him alive and using him as a bargaining chip to force High Heaven Sect to willingly hand over the starship. Chapter 1485. Yang Kai naturally knew nothing about Chu Zheng and Feng Peng's conspiracy. At this moment he was still flying in the direction of Shadow Moon Hall, entering every city he came across and purchasing any useful pills he found. The number of Saint crystals in Yang Kai's space ring shrank at an extremely fast rate, but at the same time, he was also purchasing a variety of pills of different grades. The harvest was huge. 3 months later Yang Kai stood mid-air, looking at a city not far away. Heavenly Fate City. Turning his gaze, Yang Kai saw a small mountain range 50 kilometers away from Heavenly Fate City. Dragon Cave Mountain. This was the first stop Yang Kai had made after arriving on Shadowed Star, and it was there that he had made many friends and enemies, allowing him to slowly grow. Unfortunately, this unique mountain range, which had been managed by Wu Yang Inflammation, and the others had been destroyed in the Great War. Looking at the desolate Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai seemed to see his rapid growth in the past 10 years. After a while, Yang Kai slowly shook his head, collected his thoughts, and flew straight to Heavenly Fate City. Although it had taken Yang Kai 3 months to fly all the way from the Flowing Flame Sand Field to this place, he hadn't wasted any time on the road, so it was impossible for him to waste his time here. However, it wasn't a problem for Yang Kai to comprehend the various gains he obtained from the Emperor Garden. Yang Kai had completely comprehended the second half of the Demon Blood Thread secret technique. So as long as he was given enough time, he would be able to improve the transformations of his golden blood threads and increase their power in battle. From time to time, Yang Kai would take out the True Alchemy Enlightenment scripture and read it, gaining new insights every time. These past 3 months had been extremely enriching for Yang Kai. Inside the majestic city lord's mansion, Yang Kai stepped forward, but as soon as he arrived, he was stopped by the cultivator guarding outside. The leader of the cultivators swept his eyes over Yang Kai before paling and cupping his fists in a dignified manner. Heavenly Fate City's Chan Chi greets Sect Master Yang. "Oh, you recognize me?" Yang Kai looked at the person who spoke with a smile, somewhat surprised. The cultivator named Chan Chi scratched his head and said respectfully, "When Sect Master Yang caused havoc in Heavenly Fate City, this Chan saw Sect Master Yang from a distance, so that's how it is." Yang Kai gently nodded. Since someone knew him, things would be easier. "Yang Kai's Sect Master Fei's residence, is he here? I have something to discuss with him this time." As he said this, he walked straight in. Chan Chi, however, stood in front of him with an awkward look on his face. Reporting to Sect Master Yang, "Sir City Lord is not in the city at the moment." "He's not?" Yang Kai's Yang's disciples Master Yang's mansion. Yang's master Yang Kai's Yang Kai's was Yang was a heavenly Yang Kai's heaves Yang heavenly lords heaves is Yang of. Where did they go? Yang Kai was speechless. He had just returned from the Emperor Garden not long ago, but instead of checking his gains, these two had run off to somewhere else. Elder and the City Lord's master went to Fallen Emperor Mountain together. Chan Chi replied quickly. "Why did they go to Fallen Emperor Mountain?" Yang Kai frowned. Chan Chi asked curiously, "Has Sect Master Yang not heard about the changes in Fallen Emperor Mountain?" "What changes?" Yang Kai suddenly became interested. Half an hour later, Yang Kai left Heavenly Fate City, summoned his star shuttle, and flew towards Fallen Emperor Mountain. From Chen Chi, Yang Kai finally learned some things. A large number of ancient cultivator cave mansions had appeared in Fallen Emperor Mountain, and there were even rumors that there were sect ruins inside. This news was quite shocking, and after it spread, it immediately attracted a large number of Shadowed Stars cultivator to explore Fallen Emperor Mountain. Moreover, this was not a false rumor, it was actually true. Some people found heaven-defying secret techniques inside. Some obtained a lot of treasures, and some even found top-quality artifacts. It was said that even Origin King-grade artifacts had appeared. Of course, this might be an exaggeration. Origin King-grade artifacts were rare treasures no matter which star one was on because there were too few artifact refiners who could refine such artifacts. However, it was undeniable that Fallen Emperor Mountain had now become the focus of all of Shadowed Star's attention. Yang Kai had been to Fallen Emperor Mountain once before. It was here that he had gone with Fei Ji Tu and the others to rescue Qian Tong. The reason why this mountain range was called Fallen Emperor Mountain was because it was rumored that the great emperors of Starfield had fallen here. The emperor pressure that existed in Fallen Emperor Mountain all year round added infinite credibility to this rumor. The deeper one went, the stronger the emperor pressure became. Before the Emperor Garden appeared, after a cultivator broke through to the Origin Returning Realm, many of Shadowed Star's cultivators would enter Fallen Emperor Mountain to condense their Shur with the help of the emperor pressure. The deeper one went, the stronger the emperor pressure became. No cultivator could enter Fallen Emperor Mountain because no one could withstand the pressure of the emperor pressure. However, after the Emperor Garden appeared, the emperor pressure that had always shrouded Fallen Emperor Mountain disappeared. The reason for this was because of the Emperor Garden. The Emperor Garden originally existed several tens of thousands of meters below Fallen Emperor Mountain, which was why the emperor pressure had shrouded this mountain range. But now that the Emperor Garden had appeared, the emperor pressure it emitted was naturally unable to affect this mountain range. No one had ever been able to enter Fallen Emperor Mountain before, but now it could no longer stop cultivators' exploration. Originally, it was just a few cultivator who were curious about what was inside Fallen Emperor Mountain and decided to explore it together. But as a result, they discovered a hidden ancient cave mansion and obtained a lot of benefits from it. These cultivators were also very cunning and did not spread the news, instead choosing to hide it. If it weren't for the unequal distribution of resources leading to mutual slaughter, this news would not have leaked. Previously, all the cultivators on Shadowed Star had been paying attention to the Emperor Garden's movements, so the changes in Fallen Emperor Mountain and news about it had not been noticed by many. But now, after the world's attention shifted away from the Emperor Garden, Fallen Emperor Mountain immediately became a hot commodity. This was especially true after news spread that there were a large number of ancient cultivator secluded homes and sect ruins inside Fallen Emperor Mountain. All of Shadowed Star was in an uproar as countless cultivators rushed into Fallen Emperor Mountain in droves. This happened 3 or 4 months ago, when Yang Kai left High Heaven Sect. Along the way, he had only bought a lot of pills and immersed himself in studying the true alchemy enlightenment scripture and the demon blood thread secret technique, so he had not paid much attention to the news circulating in the outside world. It was only natural that he did not know. It was not until now that he came to Heavenly Fate City that he learned about it. Of course, Yang Kai was very interested in the cave mansions and sect ruins of an ancient cultivator. If he had not heard about them it would have been fine, but now that he knew about them, he did not mind taking a trip there. He could also find Qian Tong and Fei Ji too, saving him the trouble of waiting in Heavenly Fate City and wasting time. So, after learning a little about the situation, Yang Kai went straight to Fallen Emperor Mountain. Along the way, he found that many cultivators were also heading in the same direction as him towards Fallen Emperor Mountain. It seemed that the news was not groundless and was likely to be true, otherwise, it would not have attracted so many people. Yang Kai naturally remembered the location of Fallen Emperor Mountain, and it was not too far from Heavenly Fate City. 10 days later, a streak of light arrived outside Fallen Emperor Mountain. When the light dissipated, Yang Kai's figure was revealed. Looking down at the countless cultivators, Yang Kai frowned. He had not expected that the outskirts of Fallen Emperor Mountain would be so lively. With a rough count, there were actually several tens of thousands of martial artists lingering in the periphery. Moreover, the cultivation realms of these martial artists were uneven. Yuan-Chi boundary, Immortal Ascension boundary, Transcendent realm, Saint realm. There were even cultivators at the separation and reunion boundary below Yuan-Chi. What were they doing here? Yang Kai was shocked. With such strength and cultivation, rashly entering this dangerous place was tantamount to courting death. But after thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai felt relieved. Since they had chosen this path, naturally they were not afraid of taking risks. Yang Kai had also walked this path in the past, so he had a deep understanding of this. Often, the more dangerous a place was, the greater the benefits and the more it could help a cultivator grow. If these cultivators were lucky enough to find the cave mansion of an ancient cultivator, perhaps they would never have to worry about resources in the future. Moreover, there was no trace of Emperor pressure remaining in Fallen Emperor Mountain, so even ordinary people who had never experienced it would not have to worry about their own safety. Fallen Emperor Mountain was also different from other mountain ranges. Because it was shrouded in Emperor pressure all year round, there were no living creatures living inside Fallen Emperor Mountain, so the cultivator who entered did not have to worry about encountering a fierce or powerful monster beast. The only thing they needed to worry about was fellow cultivators. Killing people for treasures was a common occurrence here, but as long as they did not venture too deep and acted according to their strength, they would not necessarily die. With all kinds of thoughts flashing through his mind, Yang Kai soon understood why these cultivators with low strength had gathered here. Not only that, but some cultivators did not intend to venture deep into Fallen Emperor Mountain, and were simply taking advantage of this opportunity to do some business. In the crowded area, countless stalls were placed casually on the ground, each of them selling a dazzling array of things. Some of the stalls seemed to be doing quite well, with many people gathered around and haggling with the stall owners, just like a lively market. Yang Kai laughed dumbly. He did not need to care too much about other people's affairs. Coming to Fallen Emperor Mountain this time was completely a coincidence. What he needed to do now was to see if he could find Qian Tong or Fei Ji Tuesday. If he could not find them, it would not hurt to explore this place. If he could find something, it would be great, but if he did not, it would not matter. Considering all this, Yang Kai flicked his sleeve and descended. Just as he put away his star shuttle, Yang Kai suddenly saw several cultivators rushing over, all of them wearing flattering smiles as they cupped their fists towards him from a distance. Kai Ying's brow wrinkled. He didn't know what these people wanted to do, But he didn't want to slap a smiling face, so he just stood there and looked at them indifferently. When they came closer, he asked, "Do you need something?" "Friends from Heaven's Absolute Sect." One of the cultivators who looked the most astute quickly said. The others also followed suit and reported their names. What was interesting was that all of these people were actually Saint King Realm cultivators. Chapter 1486. After listening to their self-introductions, Yang Kai raised his brow as he discovered that these people were not from the same force and seemed to be competing with each other. This made Yang Kai a little confused as he didn't know what they wanted to do. "It's like this, friend." The guy named Wu Chang seemed to be a friendly person, and the smile on his face was also quite familiar, but it gave Yang Kai a fake feeling, which made him a little unhappy. "Seeing that you've come alone, do you want to explore Fallen Emperor Mountain and explore the cave mansion of an ancient cultivator?" "Indeed." Yang Kai gently nodded. "So what?" Wu Chang chuckled. "Friend doesn't need to be so vigilant. This one has no malicious intentions. He just wanted to invite you to enter with this Wu." "With you?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "Indeed." Wu Chang nodded quickly before pointing to the side. "Friend, you must have noticed that this Wu is just a second-order Saint King. Although this realm is not too low, it is not high either. The disciples of my sect's Heavenly Extreme sect are also there. And there is no origin returning realm master present. If you enter Fallen Emperor Mountain and encounter a powerful enemy..." Haha. Wu Chang didn't finish speaking, but Yang Kai vaguely understood why he had invited him. Looking in the direction Wu Chang was pointing, Yang Kai found a group of cultivators wearing the same robes as Wu Chang. There were about a dozen of them, but they were basically all Saint King Realm cultivators with no trace of origin returning realm masters. It seemed that the strength of this Heavenly Extreme sect wasn't very strong. "You want me to protect your safety?" Yang Kai asked. "It's easy to talk to smart people. Protection is fine, cooperation is also fine. It all depends on whether friend is willing or not." Wu Chang nodded quickly. "Is there a difference?" Yang Kai was surprised. Of course there is a difference. Wu Chang saw that Yang Kai seemed to be somewhat moved and quickly struck while the iron was hot. "If you want to protect my Heaven Absolute sect, we can pay this friend a sum of money and guarantee you will be satisfied. However, no matter what we find inside Fallen Emperor Mountain, it will be my Heaven Absolute sect's harvest and has nothing to do with this friend. If we want to cooperate, you and I can discuss the details of our cooperation in detail, such as how to distribute the treasures we find. Of course, this Wu still hopes to cooperate with you." Yang Kai nodded lightly, finally understanding why the other party was so friendly. It turned out that the other party was lacking masters. Yang Kai had not concealed his cultivation, so as a Saint King Realm cultivator, he could naturally perceive that Yang Kai was an origin returning realm master. "Are you guys the same?" Yang Kai looked at the others. The few cultivator hurriedly nodded and began to introduce their own clans or sections. "I understand." Yang Kai chuckled and asked meaningfully, "But aren't you afraid that I'll go back on my word and kill you all if I find something good?" Hearing this, Wu Chang and the others all stiffened and wore uncomfortable expressions, but soon Wu Chang returned to normal and said bitterly, "Friend must be joking." "Whether I'm joking or not, since I have the ability to explore the interior of Fallen Emperor Mountain, why would I cooperate with you and allow you to share the benefits?" Yang Kai sneered. It wasn't that he had nothing better to do with these people. It was just that he had just arrived here in Wu Chang and these people obviously had some understanding of the interior of Fallen Emperor Mountain, so he might be able to obtain some useful information from them. "It's like this, friend. Each of the ancient cultivators' cave mansions in Fallen Emperor Mountain is extremely well hidden, many of which cannot even be discovered with one's divine sense. If there are more people, the chances of finding these cave mansions will naturally be much higher. Moreover, most of those cave mansions' restrictions cannot be broken through by a single person. They need to cooperate with others, so the cultivators who enter will generally find like-minded people. It can be said that there are very few who go in alone." "That makes sense." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Wu Chang and the others were overjoyed and were about to say something when Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "But I just arrived and have no intention of going in for the time being. I'll look for you to cooperate when I have." Saying so, Yang Kai left directly. From beginning to end, he had never intended to cooperate with these people. Although Wu Chang and the others were a little unwilling, They could not continue to stop him, and could only continue to pay attention to the situation around them to see if there were any origin-returning realm masters who could be won over. After getting rid of these people, Yang Kai did not rush into Fallen Emperor Mountain, and instead looked around the randomly placed stalls while taking out a communication artifact and pouring his divine sense into it. After waiting for a while, the communication artifact did not respond, so Yang Kai shook his head and put it away. It seemed that the Qian Tong was very far away from him, otherwise, he would have been able to contact it. He wasn't checking out these stalls to find any treasures. Although there were many different kinds of goods on display, there were almost none that caught Kai Yang's eye. After all, who would be willing to put out the truly good stuff? It was too late to cherish them. It could be said that the goods placed in these stalls were all common goods. Of course, there were also some people who did not know what was good and treated the good stuff as garbage, but such good things were very rare. Yang Kai continued to stay here because he wanted to inquire about information. At the very least, he could roughly understand the situation inside Fallen Emperor Mountain through the conversations of the surrounding cultivators. Needless to say, with so many people around, Yang Kai was able to obtain a lot of information. The ruins of the ancient sect actually existed. What's more, they were located in the innermost part of Fallen Emperor Mountain. Now many masters had rushed there, but the sect defending array around the sect ruins was quite strong and would not be easy to break through, so for the time being, these masters were helpless and could only wait for more people to arrive so they could join forces. If only Yang Inflammation was here with her ability, the so-called sect defending array would not be able to stop her, but unfortunately, she had merged with the great emperor's bodies and was still in a deep sleep. Thinking about Yang Inflammation, Yang Kai sighed again. This woman was the most important friend Yang Kai had made after coming to Shadowed Star. She had accompanied him through thick and thin, sharing joys and sorrows with him, but Yang Kai had never expected her life experience to be so bizarre. While he was immersed in his memories, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly flashed and he quietly left his original spot, walking towards a place where the crowd was sparse. A moment later, he suddenly turned around with a smile on his face and said, "Friend, why are you sneaking around behind this Yang? Why don't you show yourself?" A soft cry of surprise rang out as a figure strangely appeared not far in front of Yang Kai. Looking over Yang Kai, this figure said in surprise, "You can actually see this Zhang's whereabouts." Yang Kai sneered as he swept the other party with his divine sense and found that this man was a second-order origin-returning realm cultivator who appeared to be about 50 years old with gray hair, a short stature, and a slightly strange Saint Chi. Although this man's cultivation was a minor realm higher than Yang Kai's, Yang Kai did not show the slightest fear. Yang Kai had already killed several third-order cultivator, so why would he be afraid of a second-order? Moreover, looking at the other party's expression, he did not seem to have any malicious intent, so before he figured out his true intentions, Yang Kai did not intend to act rashly. "Little brother, please don't take offense. This Zhang has no malicious intent." The cultivator surnamed Zhang hurriedly expressed his attitude. After all, sneaking around behind someone was indeed a taboo. Although Yang Kai's cultivation was lower than his, there were dragons and snakes mixed together here. So he did not want to have any conflict with Yang Kai, and allow others to take advantage of him. "I see." Yang Kai smiled faintly, not seeming to mind. "But please explain clearly, why are you following me?" "Haha, this old man is being rude. This old man will apologize to little brother here." Although he looked much older than Yang Kai, since they were both origin-returning realm cultivators who did not know each other, he did not dare to act arrogantly, and if you don't mind, this old man would like to ask, what is the Saint Chi attribute that little brother cultivates? Attribute? Yang Kai frowned, his face darkening slightly. "Why should I tell you? If it is convenient, please enlighten me, little brother." This old man is looking for a companion who cultivates a suitable fire attribute secret art. Of course, if you find it difficult, just pretend this old man never asked and this Zhang will find someone else. The cultivator surnamed Zhang's expression was extremely sincere. Yang Kai frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, "Take a look for yourself." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and a mass of black demonic flame appeared in his hand, exuding a scorching heat. The cultivator surnamed Zhang's eyes lit up and a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. "Fire attribute. I finally found it." "HM?" Yang Kai frowned. "You are looking for a cultivator who cultivates fire attribute Saint Chi." "That's right." The cultivator surnamed Zhang's expression brightened. This old man has already asked more than a dozen people, but none of them met my requirements. If little brother finds it convenient, can we go somewhere else and discuss in detail? Saying so, he stared at Yang Kai eagerly. Seeing Yang Kai hesitate, the cultivator surnamed Zhang gritted his teeth and quietly sent a message to Yang Kai. Oh, is there such a good thing? Yang Kai was surprised and immediately nodded. In that case, please lead the way, old man Zhang. This way, please. The old man surnamed Zhang was overjoyed when he saw Yang Kai agree, and quickly walked to the side. Yang Kai followed behind him, moving further and further away, gradually leaving the place where countless people gathered, but he was bold enough to not worry about the other party playing any tricks. Not long after, the two arrived at a certain slope 10 kilometers away where 3 people were sitting cross-legged in meditation, seemingly adjusting their breathing. Yang Kai was surprised and swept these 3 people with his divine sense, quickly discovering that they were all second-order origin returning realm cultivators, similar in cultivation to the old man surnamed Zhang. The 3 people were 2 men and 1 woman, one of whom looked similar to the old man surnamed Zhang, around 50 to 60 years old, while the other man and woman looked much younger. The man had a wide mouth and a split nose, giving off a wild aura, while the woman was petite and exquisite with an exaggerated bust line, a pair of towering jade peaks and a graceful waist. Chapter 1487. However, from the way this man and woman were sitting together in meditation, they seemed to be husband and wife, otherwise they wouldn't be so intimate. Their appearance, however, gave off a strong sense of visual conflict, as if they were a combination of beauty and a beast. Noticing that someone had arrived, the 3 opened their eyes at the same time, and after seeing that it was Zhang Shan who had brought someone back, they all turned their eyes to Yang Kai, sizing him up. Brother Zhang, why were you gone for so long? This old man thought that something had happened. The old man who was meditating asked impatiently. Haha, it's nothing like that. It's just that it's difficult to find a suitable candidate. This old man had a hard time finding this little brother. Zhang Shan explained. It was indeed difficult to find a suitable candidate. What Zhang Shan was looking for was a cultivator who cultivated fire attribute Saint Qi, and their strength couldn't be too low. If they were too low, they wouldn't be able to meet the requirements, but they also couldn't be too high. If they were too high, no one would be able to control them, and it would be quite troublesome if someone had bad intentions towards them. Therefore, a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, or a second-order cultivator was the best choice. What's more, most of the cultivators who had come to the periphery of Fallen Emperor Mountain were in groups, so it was naturally not easy to find a single cultivator. Zhang Shan wandered around for 2 or 3 days and asked a total of more than a dozen people before he found Yang Kai who met his requirements. Only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator? The brawny man coldly snorted. Isn't his strength a bit too low? Since the barrier over there is so difficult to crack, can this person really do it? When the time comes, don't drag us down and waste our time. Although he was only a second-order cultivator, he was still higher than Yang Kai, so his tone was quite condescending. Yang Kai just smiled lightly and didn't take it seriously. The old man surnamed Zhang also hurriedly said, a first-order cultivator shouldn't be a problem. Although this little brother's cultivation is slightly lower, as long as he takes some pills to supplement his Saint Qi, he'll be fine. On top of that, cracking that spirit array isn't actually that difficult. As long as the number of people required to break it is a piece of cake, but if not, no matter how strong one is, they won't be able to break it. Since Elder Zhang said so, then there is no difference. The brawny man did not continue to dwell on this issue. Elder Zhang, since everyone is here now, shouldn't we set out? Although you said that place is very remote and unlikely to be discovered, more and more people are now pouring into Fallen Emperor Mountain. It's better to be safe than sorry. The sooner we leave, the sooner we arrive. The petite woman's voice was very pleasant, crisp and tender, mixed with a hint of a child's voice. Just by listening to her voice, it was difficult to connect her to an origin returning realm master. Mrs. E is right. Since everyone is here, let's go. The old man surnamed Zhang did not say anything and immediately summoned his star shuttle, and flew into the depths of Fallen Emperor Mountain. The other 4 exchanged a glance before quickly following. Along the way, everyone introduced themselves to each other. After all, they were going to join forces, so it wasn't good to be too unfamiliar. However, there was no need to go into too much detail. Yang Kai only knew that the old man who had found him was surnamed Jiang. The other old man in gray robes was surnamed He. And as for the beast and beautiful woman, the man was surnamed Chan while the woman was surnamed Yi. This was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. After all, his current reputation on Shadowed Star was like the sun in the sky, so if he really reported his name, these people would definitely think of many things. Now that he had only reported his surname, it saved him a lot of trouble. The reason why Old Man Jiang wanted to gather 5 people to explore Fallen Emperor Mountain was because he accidentally discovered an ancient cultivator's cave mansion a few days ago. However, there was a mysterious spirit array guarding this cave mansion, and even after several days of hard work, he was unable to crack it. In desperation, he could only withdraw from Fallen Emperor Mountain and search for helpers. Fortunately, he had dabbled in the Tao of spirit arrays, so although he was unable to crack the spirit array after several days of hard work, he was finally able to see some clues. After carefully reading some ancient records, he finally determined that this was the long-lost 5 elements scattering array. This spirit array was extremely mysterious and difficult to crack, but as long as 5 cultivator who cultivated metal, wood, water, fire and earth St. Chi worked together, there was a chance they could crack it. If this spirit array was at its peak, it would take 5 Origin King Realm Masters to break it effortlessly. However, tens of thousands of years had passed since that ancient cave mansion was discovered, so the power of the spirit array had greatly decreased, so as long as 5 Origin returning Realm Masters were gathered, it would be possible. After withdrawing from Fallen Emperor Mountain, Old Man Jiang finally found 3 suitable candidates after some effort, with Yang Kai being the last one. Yang Kai had heard from Old Man Jiang that there was an ancient cultivator's cave mansion, which was why he had decided to come with him. In any case, Yang Kai was going to explore the depths of Fallen Emperor Mountain anyway, so if he could obtain any harvest it would be great, but if not, it didn't matter. Yang Kai's mentality was very calm, far less fanatical than the other 4. Let's get this straight first. After Old Man Jiang finished talking about the ancient cave mansion and the 5 elements scattering array, his expression became solemn as he said, "After the barrier is broken, if we really find something inside the cave mansion, this old man will take 40% of the profits while the remaining 60% will be divided equally among the 5 of you." 40%? Hearing Old Man Jiang's words, Old Man He raised his brow and considered for a moment before nodding. Brother Jiang's allocation is very fair. This old man has no objections. Old Man Chan and the beautiful woman called Madame E naturally had no objections. Even though the 5 of them were working together, the old man with the Jiang surname was the one who had discovered the ancient cave abode, and he was the one who had provided them with the method to break into the cave abode. As such, it wasn't unreasonable for the old man to demand 40% of the loot. Although Yang Kai rarely teamed up with others to explore outside, he still understood the rules of distribution and knew that Old Man Jiang wasn't asking for too much. Otherwise, no one would have said anything if he wanted to take half of the profits. Now that Old Man Jiang was only asking for 40%, it was obvious that he wasn't a bad person. What if there aren't enough treasures to go around? Yang Kai asked. If there aren't enough treasures to go around, naturally we'll convert them into Saint Crystals or auction them off on the spot. The beautiful woman called Madame E looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "Little brother, you rarely go out, right? You also rarely team up with strangers to search for treasures, right?" Yes. Yang Kai was a little embarrassed as he vaguely felt that he had asked about some hidden rule that everyone was aware of. No wonder. Madame E giggled. Old Man Jiang also smiled kindly, seeing that little brother Yang has already reached the First Order Origin returning realm at such a young age. It's only natural that you come from some famous great sect. It's only natural that you don't know about these tacit rules. Humph. A flower raised in a greenhouse can't withstand the wind and rain. Boy, don't drop the ball when the time comes. Old Man Chun seemed to have always looked down on Yang Kai's strength and didn't trust him, so he tried to warn him with a few words. But as soon as his words fell, Madame E pinched him. Yang Kai coughed dryly and immediately fell silent. He had gone through so many hardships to achieve his current achievements, but now he was being treated like a flower raised in a greenhouse by a stranger, making him unable to explain himself. However, Yang Kai was too lazy to say anything to these people. They had just met by chance, and after cooperating once they might never meet again, so there was no point in explaining. The group of 5 continued on their way. At first, on the outskirts of Fallen Emperor Mountain, there were still various cultivators that were rushing towards it, but after noticing the energy fluctuations emanating from the 5 of them, these cultivators all chose to avoid them. After all, 5 origin returning realm masters joining forces was a force that could not be underestimated. Only the heavens knew what kind of temperament these 5 had, so if they were to provoke them, wouldn't that be courting death? However, as time passed, the group of 5 became more and more remote, and gradually they could no longer see any other cultivator. Fallen Emperor Mountain was very large, and although there were tens of thousands of people pouring into this place, it was still rare for them to encounter one another. A day after Yang Kai entered Fallen Emperor Mountain, a group of more than a dozen people suddenly appeared on the outskirts. A strong sense of oppression descended from the sky, and the noisy outskirts of Fallen Emperor Mountain suddenly fell silent as everyone's eyes turned towards this group of people. Among this group of people, there were 2 leaders. One was a middle-aged man in a blue robe with a burly figure, while the other was a man in an azure robe. Although he wasn't very strong, his aura was not inferior to the blue-robed man's. The 2 of them swept the surrounding 100 kilometers with their divine senses, but the blue-robed man frowned and said, "He's not here." The azure-robed man smiled slightly before taking out a communication artifact and pouring his divine sense into it, seemingly communicating with someone. A moment later, he put away the artifact and said, "Brother Chu, that little brat entered Fallen Emperor Mountain today. He's already inside?" The blue-robed man frowned as his eyes flashed brightly, slowly nodding. "Good. Then there's no time to lose, let's go in." I didn't expect such a change to appear in Fallen Emperor Mountain, but it's convenient for us to act. Otherwise we would have to cover our tracks, which would be too troublesome. The azure-robed man smiled lightly. The group of more than a dozen people stayed here for a moment before directly entering Fallen Emperor Mountain and disappearing. After they left, the tens of thousands of cultivators on the outskirts of Fallen Emperor Mountain gasped for breath. Heaven Battling Union's Union Master Chu Zhang and Thunder Typhoon Sect Master Fang Peng. When did they come together? Aren't these 2 sworn enemies? Someone exclaimed, apparently having recognized the identities of the 2 people from before. What's so strange about that? Fallen Emperor Mountain is now rich with opportunities and many benefits. It's not like this hasn't happened before. What this friend says makes sense, but since the masters of these 2 giants have come over, it seems that the ancient sect's mountain defending array is about to break. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and follow them. The expression of the person who spoke changed as he quickly put away his stall and followed the masters from Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect into Fallen Emperor Mountain. While others ate the meat, they could follow behind and drink the soup. Opportunity and risk always coexisted. As long as one was careful, they might be able to pick up some benefits. Chapter 1488. Inside Fallen Emperor Mountain, Yang Kai's group of 5, after 3 days of flying, finally came to a stop. This was already inside Fallen Emperor Mountain. Before the Emperor Garden appeared, no one could set foot in this place as the rich Emperor pressure here was enough to crush anyone who dared to provoke it. However, after the Emperor Garden appeared, the Emperor pressure of Fallen Emperor Mountain disappeared, leaving this place undefended. The group of 5 easily arrived without encountering any setbacks along the way. "It's here." Old man, he turned his head and looked around, his brow furrowed deeply. The others also wore confused expressions. Although the world energy aura here was extraordinary, under the probing of their divine senses, none of them noticed any traces of spirit arrays, let alone the cave mansion of an ancient cultivator. "Yes, it's here," Old Man Jiang said confidently with a smile. "If it weren't for this old man coincidentally fighting someone here, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to discover the mysteries of this place. Being able to detect it was nothing more than pure luck." "Old Man Jiang, don't keep us in suspense. Where is this ancient cave mansion hidden?" Chun Jian was the most impatient of the group and asked eagerly. "Far away but close at hand." Old Man Jiang smiled faintly. "Brother Chun, why don't you attack that place at will, and you'll be able to see some clues?" "Oh, The brawny man surnamed Chun raised his brow and looked in the direction the old man surnamed Jiang was pointing, only to discover that it was just a smooth rock face. Even with his second-order origin returning realm divine sense, he was unable to see anything out of the ordinary. However, since the other party had said so, they must have something they could rely on. So Chun Jian didn't hesitate and immediately sent out a punch. Pushing his Saint Chi, Yang Kai's fist was so condensed that it could be seen with the naked eye as a golden fist shadow flew out from his hand and blasted directly towards the rock wall. The Saint Chi in this man's body was of the metal surname. It was incredibly powerful. Yang Kai raised his brow and gently nodded. Although he didn't know which great force this Chun Jian came from, judging from the density of his Saint Chi, it seemed to be stronger than an ordinary second-order origin returning realm master. Madame Yi stood to the side with a smile. She was obviously very satisfied with her husband's strength and imposing manner. An unexpected scene occurred. Just as the fist shadow was about to hit the rock wall, a layer of ripples suddenly appeared in the air. It was as if there was an energy film that couldn't be seen with the naked eye blocking the front. The mighty fist shadow was like a clay ox entering the sea. It didn't cause any movement at all and just disappeared. In the next moment, an attack similar to the golden fist suddenly appeared from the space in front of the cultivator surnamed Chun. A sudden change occurred. The burly man let out a strange cry and hurriedly dodged. Boom! With a loud bang, the golden fist shadow shot out hundreds of meters away, sending the mountain rocks and trees in that direction flying like rain. Can actually reflect the attack back? The old man surnamed Chun was not surprised. Instead, he was overjoyed. That's why this 5-element scattering array is so powerful that this old master couldn't do anything about it. Old man Jiang gently nodded. Although the brawny man surnamed Chun was in a rather sorry state just now, he did not show any signs of anger. He said from the side, "This spirit array is quite interesting. Elder Jiang, tell me, what do you want us to do to break it?" Old man Jiang chuckled. "This old man is untalented, but I have indeed developed a method to break this spirit array. As long as everyone works together, it will be fine. Please come over here first." Hearing his words, everyone hurriedly gathered around him. The look on old man Jiang's face became solemn, as he immediately began explaining how everyone could work together to break this spirit array. Everyone present was an origin returning realm cultivator, and although they weren't top-level masters after cultivating for so many years, they had naturally seen many kinds of spirit arrays. After listening to old man Jiang's explanation, everyone nodded lightly, indicating that they understood. Alright, since everyone has already understood this method, we will first recover for a while and adjust our condition to the best. No one had any objections and immediately sat down cross-legged, holding Saint crystals in their hands to restore the Saint Chi they had consumed on the way here. About half a day later, everyone opened their eyes one after another, each of them brimming with energy and anticipation. By the way, little friend Yang, do you have any spirit pills that can quickly restore your Saint Chi? Old man Jiang asked worriedly. Although he vaguely guessed that Yang Kai's background was not poor, this matter was of great importance, so he didn't dare act carelessly. Yes, old man Jiang can rest assured, Yang Kai replied lightly. With the massive amount of Saint Chi stored in his body, there was no need for him to take any restorative spirit pills. Even if his Saint Chi was exhausted, he only needed to explode a drop of golden blood to instantly restore himself. Yang Kai had wandered the world for so many years, but he had rarely encountered a problem like running out of Saint Chi. That's good. Everyone, please place your restorative spirit pills where they can be easily obtained. Although the 5-element scattering array is not difficult to crack, it has high requirements for the continuous output of Saint Chi. If we want to enter the ancient cave mansion, we can't afford to be negligent. Naturally, we understand. Let's not waste any more time. Old man Jiang, let's get started, Chun urged. Good, everyone take your positions. Let's follow the plan this old man just explained. Old man Jiang's expression became solemn as he immediately rushed off in a certain direction. The other 4 also rushed off to different positions, and in an instant, the 5 of them were arranged in a 5-cornered formation, the spacing between them exactly the same as if they had been measured with a ruler. Everyone, let's work together. Old man Jiang shouted as he poured his Saint Chi into the space in front of him. The others didn't hesitate either. And after seeing him take action, they also pushed their own Saint Chi and forced it out of their bodies. In an instant, 5 different types of energy fluctuations rippled out. Although they weren't very strong, they were continuous and continuous. Among them, Yang Kai's Saint Chi was naturally of the fire attribute. Although when he first began cultivating, the secret art he came into contact with was of the Yang attribute. As his strength improved, the Saint Chi in his body began to change. Now, his demonic flames could be considered to be of the fire attribute. Of course, the nature of his demonic flames was unpredictable, capable of being cold or hot at will. The brawny man surnamed Chan, who had taken action before, had a metal attribute, I Ching had a water attribute, Jiang Wu had a wood attribute, and Chan Wu had an earth attribute. When the 5 elements gathered, the 5 different colored Saint Chis poured into the void, but strangely, they did not dissipate and instead gradually gathered towards the center, as if there was an invisible suction force there that was sucking in the Saint Chi of the 5 people. The 5 elements scattering array was both strong and weak, and it could reflect all attacks. At its peak, even an Origin King Realm Master would be helpless against it, and would need to gather all 5 elements in order to break it. If one wanted to rely on brute force, one would need to be at least a 3rd order Origin King, as well as a powerful artifact or secret technique. However, the 5 elements scattering array in front of them had existed for tens of thousands of years, so naturally it was not at its peak. Even so, it was not something that could be broken with ordinary means. The 5 people poured their Saint Chi into the spirit array but did not encounter any backlash. Firstly, this was not an attack, and secondly, everyone was keeping an eye on Jiang Shan and adjusting their own Saint Chi according to the amount of Saint Chi he was sending out. Not a single bit more or a single bit less was acceptable, as the balance of the 5 elements had to be maintained. Once this balance was broken, the spirit array would immediately reflect their Saint Chi. Everything was difficult at the beginning. Seeing that the other 4 had adjusted their Saint Chi quite well, Jiang Wu could not help breathing a sigh of relief and finally relaxed. After all, this was a 5-man operation, and any mistake made by any one of them would affect the others, so how could he not be on edge? Seeing that things were going smoothly, Jiang Wu also released his restraint on his Saint Chi step by step, and increased the output. The others naturally followed suit, not daring to show the slightest neglect. Time passed slowly, and the vast area was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. As time passed, the Saint Chi overflowing from the 5 people gradually filled the central space. 5 different colors intertwined as the Saint Chi of the 5 different elements reinforced and restrained each other, gradually forming a clockwise cycle. As their Saint Chi flowed, a hole vaguely appeared on the originally smooth, mirror-like rock wall, the entrance to the ancient secluded mansion. All 5 people looked shocked as their eyes flashed with excitement. However, the entrance was still faintly discernible, as if it would disappear at any moment. Naturally, everyone knew that this was because the spirit array had not been broken yet, so they immediately took out spirit pills and stuffed them into their mouths, swallowing and refining them to supplement the Saint Chi they had consumed. Yang Kai was no exception. His current cultivation was only at the 1st order Origin returning realm, so he didn't want to stand out too much, casually taking out a few spirit pills and swallowing them. In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours passed. All 5 people were sweating profusely. Maintaining the output of their Saint Chi for such a long time was not something any cultivator could bear. Even if they had spirit pills to supplement their Saint Chi, it would still be difficult to make ends meet. However, the entrance to the ancient secluded mansion was still not completely visible. Although it was much clearer than before, it was still a long way from breaking the spirit array. Realizing this, everyone's expressions became ugly. Everyone, it doesn't seem good if things continue like this. Mistressy was the first to call out. Boy, you have to hold on a little longer. If you fall now, father here won't let you go. The big man surnamed Chun turned his head and shouted at Yang Kai. Seeing Yang Kai on the verge of collapse, he was worried that his Saint Chi would run out and he would fail. No problem, Yang Kai said perfunctorily. Jiang Shan frowned as he glanced over at Yang Kai with some worry, secretly regretting that he had invited Yang Kai, a 1st order Origin returning realm cultivator. At that time he had misjudged the power of this 5 elements scattering array, and thought that as long as he gathered all 5 elements, he would be able to break it. How could he have known it would take so long? and from the looks of it, it would take at least a few more hours. After such a long time, even Jiang Shan felt a little apprehensive, let alone Yang Kai, whose strength was much lower than his. Jiang Shan was secretly anxious for Yang Kai, fearing that he would not be able to hold on until the moment the spirit array broke. Chapter 1489. But now that they were riding a tiger, it was difficult to dismount. The Saint Chi of the 5 masters had already gathered at the center of the formation, and was extremely rich. Once they stopped, the consequences would be unimaginable. In particular, this spirit array had the ability to reflect attacks, so once such a huge amount of Saint Chi was reflected, none of them would be able to survive. Jiang Shan's brow furrowed deeply. You don't have to worry. Although this Yang's cultivation is slightly lower, in terms of Saint Chi storage, this Yang believes he is not inferior to anyone here, so all you need to do is take care of yourselves. Seeing all of them looking at him anxiously, how could Yang Kai not know what they were thinking, so he immediately spoke up. Shameless boasting. Chan Shan coldly snorted, but soon grinned again. But I appreciate it. It's good to hear you say that. The old man surnamed Jiang also relaxed, his eyes shining like diamonds as he grit his teeth and declared, since little brother Yang is so confident in himself, this old man will increase the output of his Saint Chi. Everyone follow closely. Saying so, he let out a low roar and increased the amount of Saint Chi pouring out of his hands, obviously intending to finish this battle in one fell swoop. He had misjudged the strength of this 5-element scattering array before, and hadn't expected it to take so long to break. So Xiaozhu wanted to finish this battle as quickly as possible. The only way to do this was to increase the output of his Saint Chi, so that the spirit array reached saturation in a short period of time. This way the spirit array would break on its own. Seeing this situation, everyone naturally didn't dare to neglect, and began pushing their Saint Chi to increase the speed and volume of their Saint Chi. The same was true for Yang Kai. In an instant, a large amount of 5 elements Saint Chi poured into the void, gathered together, and intertwined at twice the speed of before. Seeing that Yang Kai hadn't exaggerated his strength and was actually able to keep up with everyone's pace, the other 4 masters couldn't help feeling relieved. Jiang Shan even showed a look of approval and nodded lightly. However, good things didn't last long. Even with the continuous influx of 5 elements Saint Chi, the barrier in front of them still showed no signs of breaking. Everyone became anxious. After a while, Jiang Shan suddenly bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood mist, his originally pale face suddenly becoming much redder. He had already used some sort of secret technique to increase his own strength. The old man surnamed He, the brawny man surnamed Chan, and the beautiful woman surnamed Yi also used various methods to maintain the circulation of their Saint Chi, either taking spirit pills they normally kept or using powerful secret techniques that had side effects. Only Yang Kai remained the same, looking pale and on the verge of collapse, but the Saint Chi pouring out of his body did not weaken in the slightest. The 4 of them couldn't help but look at him in a new light. No one knew how much Saint Chi this young man from the First Order origin returning realm had. A tense and uneasy atmosphere gradually permeated through the air. Everyone was starting to regret coming here, and they were even more regretful that they had been too gullible in believing the elderly man's words. However, there was clearly no point in worrying about that now. Seeing that even if they consumed all of their Saint Chi, there was a great chance they would not be able to crack this spirit array. The old man surnamed Chen's eyes flashed fiercely as he suddenly shouted, "Everyone, it seems that with our strength, we won't be able to crack this 5-element scattering array. This old man has a wife at home, so he won't accompany you." Everyone's face changed drastically. The old man surnamed Jiang even shouted, "Brother He, what are you trying to do? Don't you dare." The brawny man surnamed Chan also shouted. The old man surnamed Chan, however, turned a deaf ear to these words and instead pushed his Saint Chi fiercely as his figure rapidly retreated, obviously intending to leave this place. If they continued to delay like this, they would only die. Instead of continuing this stalemate, it was better to give up now and still have a chance to survive. Of course, they also had to be on guard against the violent backlash of the spirit array after giving up. However, the first person to give up would always have more time and opportunity to escape. In order to save their lives, the others would naturally block many of the impacts for them. In this group of 5, except for the brawny man surnamed Chan and the beautiful woman surnamed Yi, who were husband and wife and had a close relationship, the others were all strangers who had only temporarily joined forces to break this spirit array. There was no friendship between them at all. For the sake of his own life, how could the old man surnamed Chan care about the lives of others? Husband and wife were birds of the same forest, but when disaster struck, they would fly their separate ways, let alone 5 people who had just met. As soon as the old man surnamed Chan shouted this sentence, this small alliance was broken. The others were shocked and quickly understood the old man surnamed Chen's plan, quickly withdrawing their hands and preparing to evacuate. But in the next moment, everyone's complexion changed, including Yang Kai, who had been hiding his strength all this time. Because at this moment no one could move. The strange force coming from the center of the spirit array had frozen everyone in place. Not only that, but the Saint Chi in their bodies was also being poured uncontrollably into the spirit array. The energy of the 5 elements seemed to be producing a huge suction force as it rotated, not only sucking in everyone's Saint Chi, but also constantly swallowing it. When everyone had taken the initiative to transfer their Saint Chi before, they hadn't noticed, but now that they wanted to withdraw, they immediately noticed. What's going on? The old man surnamed Chan paled in horror as he twisted his body a few times but was still unable to move, his face turning ashen as he felt the situation was far from good. Old Jiang, what is the meaning of this? The brawny man surnamed Chan was the most hot-tempered of them all, so the moment he noticed the situation, he turned his attention to the old man surnamed Jiang and shouted, apparently thinking the latter had set up some kind of trap. Not only did he think so, but Yang Kai also had the same thought, narrowing his eyes as he turned to look at the old man surnamed Jiang, only to see that the latter's face had also turned pale and he had a panicked look on his face. He was also caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. This old man didn't know. The old man surnamed Jiang wore an aggrieved expression. You didn't know? The brawny man surnamed Chan refused to back down. You were the one who discovered this place, and you were the one who brought us here. The way to break this spirit array was also provided by you. Yet you dare say you didn't know? Weren't you the one who set up this trap in advance and made us jump in? Humph, Brother Chen's words are too unreasonable. This old man can't even protect himself right now, so what good is this to me? Although the old man surnamed Jiang had a mild temper, he couldn't help but retort after being slandered like this. In any case, this matter was caused by you, so if you don't think of a solution, this Chun won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Stop arguing. Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. What's the point of arguing like this? I believe Senior Jiang didn't know about this. You believe that? The brawny man surnamed Chan sneered. Who knows if you and this old man are together? Yang Kai glanced at him coldly and didn't continue to pay attention to him. This man was simple-minded and didn't know how to think. Now that he was in prison, his mind was in a mess, so continuing to argue would only make the situation worse and wouldn't be of any help at all. Senior Jiang, will the 5 elements scattering array change like this? Yang Kai frowned as he looked at the old man surnamed Jiang. It won't. The old man surnamed Jiang shook his head decisively. The 5 elements scattering array is just a protective spirit array. Apart from having the ability to reflect attacks, it doesn't have any killing power, so it definitely won't change like this unless what? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Unless this spirit array has changed into another spirit array, the old man surnamed Jiang guessed. As he spoke, he carefully recalled the knowledge he possessed regarding spell formations. Since he could find a way to crack the 5 elements scattering array, he obviously had some knowledge of spirit arrays. Even if his knowledge was far inferior to Yang Yun's, it was still not something the other 4 could compare to. After thinking about it, the old man surnamed Jiang's complexion changed again as he exclaimed, could this be the 5 elements absorbing array? 5 elements absorbing array? The beautiful woman surnamed Yi exclaimed, asking suspiciously, it's only one word different from the 5 elements scattering array. Is there something special about it? Haha. The old man surnamed Jiang smiled bitterly. Although it's only one word different, the power is incomparable. Madame Yi has also seen the current situation. Once this spirit array is activated, it won't stop until one of us is dead. Not only will it swallow the Saint Chi in our bodies, it won't even spare our vitality. What? Everyone paled and fell silent for a while. The owner of this secluded mansion is really insidious. The old man surnamed Zhang's face was gloomy as he muttered bitterly. He actually arranged a 5 elements absorbing array under the cover of the 5 elements scattering array. This old man was too careless. What's the point of saying all this now? Father here doesn't want to die here. The brawny man surnamed Chan shouted as he desperately pushed his Saint Chi, trying to break free from the shackles of the spirit array in front of him. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, it didn't have any effect and only caused his mood to fluctuate even more. Don't be reckless. Falling into the 5 elements absorbing array is like falling into a swamp. The more you struggle, the faster your Saint Chi will be drained. Zhang hurriedly tried to stop him. Then what should we do? The beautiful woman surnamed Yi's beautiful face paled as she hurriedly tried to stop her husband's recklessness. The old man surnamed Zhang smiled bitterly, unable to respond. Are we just going to wait for death? The old man surnamed Chen's face was extremely pale. This old man has let everyone down. Zhang's face was filled with guilt. The old man surnamed Zhang said with a look of guilt. He had thought he had brought everyone here to search for treasure and had even discussed how to split the spoils, but in the end all 5 of them had fallen into a dangerous situation. Not only were they unable to escape, but they could only wait for death. Is there really no way to solve this? Old man Zhang, you know the most about spirit arrays here. Please think of a way. The beautiful woman surnamed Yi begged. The old man surnamed Zhang didn't even have the courage to look her in the eye, so he was obviously at his wit's end. He did have some knowledge of spirit arrays, but trying to crack the 2 spirit arrays in front of him at the same time was beyond his ability. Unless he had Yang Yan's knowledge of spirit arrays, he wouldn't be able to accomplish this seemingly impossible task. Yang Kai also wore a depressed look on his face. Although the reserve of Saint Chi in his body was enormous, as long as this spirit array was not removed, he could only be trapped here. Of course, he wasn't completely sure he could escape. Chapter 1490. The Tao of space he cultivated should be useful in this situation. As long as he could find the right opportunity to tear space, he might be able to escape unscathed. As such, compared to the other 4, Yang Kai was the calmest. However, there was also a great deal of risk involved. Once the torn space encountered too strong of an energy shock, it was very likely to become unstable or even collapse. Shuttling through an unstable void crack was something even Yang Kai could not guarantee his own safety. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Kai would not do such a thing. The 5 of them had fallen into a dangerous situation together, but there was no way to solve it. All they could do was wait for death in place. This kind of despair shrouded everyone's hearts, causing them to panic. Right at this moment, the old man with the surname Chan suddenly cried out in alarm as if something unexpected had happened. Along with his exclamation, the flow of the 5 elements' energy in front of them suddenly accelerated and the entrance to the cave mansion on the rock wall became clear, as if it had stabilized and could be entered and exited by anyone. The 5 elements scattering array seemed to be on the verge of breaking. This discovery filled everyone with a sense of excitement, but in the next moment, all of them cried out in alarm. Along with the rotation of the void crack, an incredibly huge suction force appeared in front of them, and the remaining strength in the bodies of the 4 began to pour out like a dam bursting through a dam. At a rate visible to the naked eye, all of their auras were drained and their faces turned as white as paper as they tottered on the verge of collapse. Even Yang Kai wasn't faring so well. At this moment he felt the Saint Chi in his body suddenly disappear. This loss was almost equivalent to the total strength of a 3rd-order origin returning realm cultivator. Yang Kai had a huge reserve of Saint Chi, so he did not need to worry about his life being in danger, but Zhang Shan and the other 3 were different. Not only was the remaining Saint Chi in their bodies instantly drained, even their vitality was stripped away. All 4 of them rolled their eyes as they breathed in more than they breathed out. Streams of crimson energy were drawn out from their bodies and merged into the void in front of them like swimming blood snakes. This energy was the vitality of the 4 of them, the foundation they relied on to survive. At a speed visible to the naked eye, their bodies were shriveling at a terrifying speed. Their eye sockets were sunken, and the skin on their faces was as dry as tree bark. It was as if hundreds or thousands of years had passed on their bodies in an instant. Even their hair had turned white, quickly becoming as white as snow. Silently, in just 10 breaths of time, the 4 second-order origin returning realm masters had lost their ability to survive, their auras completely gone. At this time, the 5 elements scattering array seemed to be almost full. It turned into a huge amount of energy and began to attack the entrance of the cave. However, without the help of the other 4, Yong-kai alone could not maintain the balance of the 5 elements. Once the balance was broken, with the nature of the 5 elements scattering array, all the energy was bound to be reflected. This was a powerful attack that contained the vitality and Saint Chi of 4 second-order origin returning realm masters. Even Yong-kai could not guarantee that he could survive such a backlash. Even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. The biggest possibility was that he would die instantly. Was it all for naught? A look of unwillingness flashed across Yong-kai's eyes. The 5 of them had come together to hunt for treasure, yet the others had all died in front of him. Although they had only met by chance and there was no friendship between them, their deaths had become worthless if they failed so badly. Yong-kai did not feel any heartache for what had happened to them. A cultivator's cultivation was always like this. It was often accompanied by risks and inadvertent deaths, but he was not willing to give up just like this. It was impossible to maintain the balance of the 5 elements by himself. Was he really going to have to tear space and escape immediately? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Yong-kai had already condensed his space force and was about to tear space, but in the next moment, his eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had thought of something, and he instantly suppressed his space force. Instead, he flipped his hand and summoned a 5-colored ball of light into his palm. 5 elements indestructible sword chi. The 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art was a body tempering secret art, but the requirements for cultivating it were extremely harsh. Not only did it require a cultivator's physical strength, but it also required a powerful soul in order to withstand the pain of cultivating it. On top of that, it was necessary to find supreme treasures of the 5 elements and absorb their auras in order to cultivate it. Yong-kai had spent a lot of time and effort, intentionally or unintentionally, and finally managed to collect supreme treasures of the 5 elements and cultivate them for a period of time. The 5 elements indestructible sword chi in his hand was the result of this cultivation, but because he had only been cultivating it for a short time, the power of this 5 elements indestructible sword chi was not strong enough to be used against powerful enemies. However, it might be of some help to the current situation. Sun's true essence, profounding sunflower water, thunderwood, profound crystal, divine nullification sand. Which one of these was not a heaven-defying treasure that could not be found on Shadowed Star? Using these materials to cultivate the 5 elements indestructible sword chi, even if it was weak, would not be weak. Moreover, this 5 elements indestructible sword chi was unique to Yong-kai, allowing him to circulate his Saint Chi as he wished. In particular, the 5 elements scattering array in front of him was on the verge of breaking, only one step away. Perhaps the 5 elements indestructible sword chi would be the straw that broke the camel's back. Thinking so, Yong-kai immediately waved his hand and split the 5-colored light mass in his hand into 5 small swords that shot out from the positions the 5 of them had just been standing and merged into the terrifying energy field. After doing all this, Yong-kai did not remain in place at all and immediately tore space and dove into the void crack. A loud bang and a huge impact seemed to ring out from behind him. The void crack was instantly destroyed, and at that moment Yong-kai appeared 50 kilometers away, his face pale as he glanced back with some lingering fear. Yong-kai had not escaped too far. After all, he had done his best and could only leave the rest to the heavens. Whether he could succeed or not, Yong-kai had no idea. Yong-kai felt a burning pain on his back. Although he had run quickly just now, he had still been hit by the impact at the last moment. Sweeping his back with his divine sense, Yong-kai found that his back was covered in blood and bone. This kind of injury was not light, but fortunately, Yong-kai's physique was excellent and he had golden blood in his body, so it should not be difficult for him to recover. Circulating his Saint Chi slightly to stop the bleeding from his wound, Yong-kai flew directly 50 kilometers away. The movement just now had been very loud, so if there were people nearby, it was very likely they would have been attracted over. Yong-kai did not want to waste so much effort only to have someone else beat him to it. The distance of 50 kilometers was covered in a moment, and after returning to his original position, Yang Kai looked around and could not help raising his brow as a look of joy appeared on his face. He had actually succeeded. Even though the rock wall was a complete mess, and there were still traces left behind by the massive amount of energy that had wreaked havoc there, and even the corpses of the 4 old men had disappeared, there was still a hole in the rock wall that led deep into it. This was the cave mansion of an ancient cultivator. Without hesitation, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he dove in. Yang Kai did not relax his vigilance though, using his divine sense to investigate his surroundings, but there did not seem to be much danger inside this ancient cultivator's cave mansion, so Yang Kai was able to proceed without hindrance. Soon Yang Kai appeared in front of a dozen or so exquisite stone rooms. Without hesitation, Yang Kai began inspecting the leftmost room. A moment later, Yang Kai walked out of the first stone room and rushed into the second, then the third. Along the way, Yang Kai inspected more than a dozen stone rooms, but his harvest was minimal. Besides a few bottles of pills that had long since lost their medicinal efficacies, there was nothing else. Will I return empty-handed? Yang Kai's mood became a little depressed. If this was really the case, then Jiang Shan and the others would have died in vain, and his expectations would have been in vain. This was not impossible. After all, not every ancient cultivator's cave mansion had good things. Perhaps someone else had already taken them, or perhaps there was nothing here. There was only one room left, so Kai Yang took a deep breath and walked in. The next moment, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he rushed over to a stone table, grinning widely. There were 2 things placed on this stone table, one of them an artifact that looked like a short arrow, but Yang Kai could not tell what kind of material it was refined from. The arrow was also inlaid with 2 white jade stones that Yang Kai could not recognize, one at the head and one at the tail, giving it a rather strange appearance. This artifact did not give off strong energy fluctuations, so Yang Kai reached out and picked it up, his brow furrowing slightly as he was unable to determine the grade of this artifact. Logically speaking, since the barriers in front of this ancient cultivator's cave mansion were so powerful, the owner of this place should not have been weak when he was alive, so how could he have such a strange artifact? Before he could examine it carefully though, Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and looked in a certain direction, his face immediately becoming gloomy. Although he had already guessed that such a huge movement would attract the attention of a nearby cultivator, he did not expect it to come so quickly. 200 kilometers away, the aura of a cultivator had already entered, and judging from the direction it was flying, it was heading towards this place. Perceiving this, Yang Kai naturally had no intention of staying here any longer. Stuffing the short arrow into his space ring, he quickly grabbed a jade box on the stone table and hurried away. After about the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, a group of 3 figures appeared in front of the ancient cave mansion. All 3 of them were origin-returning realm cultivators, and judging from their robes, they seemed to be from the same sect. Seeing the entrance, all 3's eyes lit up and they immediately rushed in. However, after entering and inspecting, all 3 of them could not help showing disappointment. There were only 2 things here, a short arrow and a jade box. After Yang Kai took them away, how could they possibly gain anything else? However, the 3 of them were obviously unwilling to give up and continued to search the stone rooms, but in the end, they still came up empty-handed. At this time, Yang Kai was already 1,000 kilometers away. In terms of speed, he was no worse than any origin-returning realm cultivator, especially after activating his wind and thunder wings, which greatly enhanced his speed. Inside a certain natural cave, Yang Kai sat cross-legged as he released his powerful divine sense. After confirming that there was no one else within 1,000 kilometers, he took out his previous harvest and prepared to see what it was. Chapter 1491. Yang Kai had already roughly examined this small arrow before, so he was naturally more curious about what was inside this jade box. Yang Kai didn't know what material this jade box was made of, but it was actually able to block the prying of his divine sense, so it was obviously of high grade. Taking it out of his space ring, Yang Kai flicked his finger and opened the lid. A burst of vigorous and pure energy suddenly rushed towards him, causing Yang Kai's eyes to light up and he couldn't help taking a deep breath, immediately feeling refreshed. Looking around, the jade box only contained 2 pure white, hexagonal crystals, each of which was only about the size of a fingernail, but under the investigation of Yang Kai's divine sense, The energy contained in these 2 crystals caused him to pale. What is this? Yang Kai muttered to himself as he reached out and picked up one of the crystals, placing it in front of his eyes to examine it carefully. This crystal looked a bit like a saint crystal, but its grade and quality were far superior. Even the saint crystal source condensed from the stone mongoose couldn't compare to the energy contained in this crystal. The 2 were simply not on the same level. The energy stored in this crystal seemed to be beyond the scope of saint crystals. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling shocked. Yang Kai had traveled far and wide for many years and had encountered many opportunities, so he had seen countless good things. Even if it was an Origin King grade artifact, he had several of them, so there were not many things that could interest him. The 2 fingernail-sized crystals in front of him were definitely one of them. Yang Kai stared at them for a long time but still couldn't figure out what they were. The only thing he could tell was that the energy stored in these 2 crystals was incredibly pure, and could be directly absorbed into his body to supplement the Saint Chi consumed by his cultivator. Yang Kai only absorbed this energy for a moment before he felt that all the Saint Chi he had consumed before had been restored. However, the crystal in his hand didn't change at all, as if the energy stored inside it was inexhaustible. Of course, this was impossible. It could only be said that compared to the energy stored inside this crystal, the energy Yang Kai absorbed was just a drop in the bucket, so he couldn't detect any changes. In front of these 2 crystals, high-rank Saint Crystals and even Saint Crystal sources were suddenly overshadowed. Good stuff. The corners of Kai Yang's mouth drew back into a happy smile. Although he never worried about running out of Saint Chi, whether it was in battle or not, he didn't need to deliberately replenish his Saint Chi. These 2 crystals were undoubtedly helpful to him. At the very least, when breaking through in the future, he wouldn't need to deliberately search for a place with rich world energy. As long as he had these 2 energy crystals, he could safely break through anywhere without having to worry about a lack of world energy. However, Kai Yang was naturally reluctant to use this kind of treasure. Aside from replenishing his world chi when breaking through, it might have other uses. After inspecting them for a moment, Yang Kai solemnly placed the 2 crystals back into the jade box and carefully put them away. Then he began carefully inspecting the short arrow. This short arrow was clearly an artifact, but its shape was a bit strange. It was only half a foot long and had the words Feather Spirit engraved on it. Obviously, that was the name of this artifact. The head and tail of this heavenly spirit arrow were inlaid with an unknown piece of jade, giving it a pure white and flawless appearance. However, the artifact itself didn't give off the slightest energy fluctuation. This was very strange. Since it was an artifact, it must have a grade, and as long as it had a grade, it would emit energy fluctuations that would allow people to identify it. However, this heavenly spirit arrow seemed to have deviated from this common sense. It looked inconspicuous, and even when Yang Kai swept it with his divine sense, he couldn't detect anything suspicious about it, as if it was just an ordinary object. Being placed next to the 2 hexagonal crystals, it was naturally not an ordinary object, but Yang Kai couldn't identify it for a while. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai pushed his Saint Chi and poured it into the heavenly spirit arrow. Testing the power of an artifact was generally done this way. Smoothly, the heavenly spirit arrow absorbed Yang Kai's Saint Chi, and as his Saint Chi continued to pour in, the crystal clear jade inlaid at the front of the arrow also began to change color, gradually turning black. Upon closer inspection, Yang Kai found that this black color was mixed with a trace of fiery red that was extremely hot. The color of the demonic flame. Yang Kai brow furrowed as he continued to pour his Saint Chi into the heavenly spirit arrow, while paying attention to the changes in the jade. Time passed by, and after a full hour, Yang Kai cut off the input of his Saint Chi with a dignified expression and stared blankly at the heavenly spirit arrow. At this moment, this arrow was no longer as ordinary as it had been before. Instead, it was giving off a shocking energy fluctuation, and from the looks of it, it was no worse than an origin-grade high-rank artifact, perhaps even stronger. The energy fluctuations of this strange artifact were actually increasing as Yang Kai poured his Saint Chi into it. Moreover, origin-grade high rank was far from being its limit. However, due to the limitations of Yang Kai's cultivation, the Saint Chi he poured into it was only enough to make it produce the energy fluctuations of an origin-grade high-rank artifact. The infusion of Saint Chi for a full hour was nothing short of sensational. If it were any other origin-returning realm cultivator, They would not be able to achieve this in just an hour. Only Yang Kai, who had a massive reserve of Saint Qi, could crazily pour in his Saint Qi regardless of the consequences. Yang Kai secretly calculated that the amount of Saint Qi he poured into this heavenly spirit arrow was almost equivalent to the total amount of Saint Qi a third-order origin returning realm cultivator had. In other words, if any other origin returning realm cultivator were to obtain this heavenly spirit arrow, even if they were a third order, they would have to exhaust all of their Saint Qi to achieve this. If it were a first or second order cultivator, they may have to pour in a dozen or so times before it was saturated. Yang Kai secretly clicked his tongue. Soon he turned his gaze to the piece of jade at the end of the heavenly spirit arrow. There were a total of 2 pieces of jade inlaid on the body of this artifact, both of which should be able to be poured in Saint Qi. Considering all this, Yang Kai continued to push his Saint Qi. After another hour, the jade at the end of the heavenly spirit arrow also reached a saturated state, confirming Yang Kai's guess. Taking a light breath, Yang Kai showed a look of joy on his face. Although he did not know what kind of grandmaster had refined this heavenly spirit arrow, it was undoubtedly an incredible artifact. If used well, it could play a decisive role in many battles. Moreover, even though Yang Kai hadn't refined it yet, it was still able to smoothly accept his Saint Qi, so it was obvious that this feather spirit arrow either had no master before or had been around for so long that the life brand left behind by its master had worn away and become an ownerless object again. Now, all Yang Kai needed to do was refine it slightly and he could take it for himself. Thinking of this, Yang Kai did not hesitate, holding the heavenly spirit arrow with both hands and beginning to pour his divine sense into it, trying to carve his life brand and spiritual energy into it. The sun set and the moon rose and time passed by. Half a month later, Yang Kai stood up, and with a single thought, the heavenly spirit arrow turned into a stream of light that drilled into his body and disappeared. The refinement process went much smoother than expected. Yang Kai didn't know if it was because artifacts from ancient times were different from modern artifacts, but in any case it only took him half a month to successfully refine the heavenly spirit arrow, much less time than refining other artifacts. After refining it, Yang Kai thoroughly understood the power and limitations of the heavenly spirit arrow. Strictly speaking, the power of the heavenly spirit arrow was enormous. The 2 pieces of unknown jade embedded in the front and back of the arrow could accept a large amount of Saint Qi and compress it into a powerful attack. When encountering a powerful enemy, all one needed to do was stimulate the spirit array inside the arrow to release this attack. Even a third-order origin returning realm master would suffer greatly if struck by such an attack. Despite its great power, there were also drawbacks. Because there were only 2 pieces of jade embedded in the heavenly spirit arrow, even if it was fully charged, it could only be used twice. After 2 uses, the energy inside the jade would be exhausted, and if one wanted to use it again, one would have to find an opportunity to recharge it. With Yang Kai's foundation, it would take him an hour to recharge a single piece of jade. So the heavenly spirit arrow could only be used twice in a battle. Although there was this limitation, it didn't diminish the power of the heavenly spirit arrow. At the very least, Yang Kai was quite satisfied with this artifact. There was no such thing as perfection in this world. The power of the heavenly spirit arrow was already terrifying enough, so how could one expect it to be used endlessly? He wanted to test the power of the heavenly spirit arrow, but there was no suitable target, so Yang Kai could only give up. After walking out of the natural cave, Yang Kai randomly chose a direction and flew off. Over the next few days, Yang Kai stayed in Fallen Emperor Mountain. Now that he knew that the cave mansions of the ancient cultivator were not groundless rumors and that he had made some gains, Yang Kai naturally hoped to continue his efforts. After all, no one would complain about having too many good things. Unfortunately, Yang Kai didn't know if it was because there were too many cultivators pouring into this place, but even if he found anything in the next few days, he didn't gain anything. Those secluded caves had already been taken by others and their contents had been swept clean. Often, people would be killed to steal treasures, so sneak attacks and counterattacks were commonplace here. On this day, Yang Kai took out his communication artifact as usual and poured his divine sense into it. Although he didn't gain anything from his treasure hunt in Fallen Emperor Mountain, he didn't forget his original purpose for coming here, so from time to time, he would take out his communication artifact and try to contact Qian Tong. However, he didn't know where Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tu had gone. So Yongkai hadn't been able to get what he wanted. But this time it seemed to be different. After pouring his divine sense into the communication artifact, Yongkai soon felt another divine sense coming from it. Raising his brow, he quickly checked it. A moment later, he put away the communication artifact, identified the direction, and flew straight towards a certain location. Somewhere 100,000 kilometers away, countless origin returning realm masters had gathered, staring at the pavilions hidden in the mountain range ahead. The ruins of an ancient sect. Although many cultivator enthusiastically searched for the cave mansions of ancient cultivators in the hope of gaining something, the great forces that were well informed had sent most of their masters here. After all, the temptation of the ruins of an ancient sect was too great. Who wouldn't want to go in and find some good things? At this moment, the great forces and masters gathered here were extremely luxurious. The scene this time was even more terrifying than the last time the Emperor Garden opened. Chapter 1492. The last time the Emperor Garden opened, because of the restriction of the Emperor Jades, the number of cultivator who could enter was also limited, but this time was different. There was no danger inside Fallen Emperor Mountain and anyone could enter, so basically any cultivator who received news of the Emperor Garden's ruins had come. Of course, those gathered around the ancient sect ruins were not limited to just the great sects and great forces. Many cultivator from small families and sects were also here, hoping to follow behind these masters and drink some soup. However, none of them dared to get too close, for fear of attracting unwanted attention. After all, they were not qualified to sit on equal footing with the masters of these sects. At this moment, there were at least several hundred origin returning realm masters from various great forces bombarding the sect defending array in front of them. The power of various secret techniques and artifacts intertwined, causing multicolored light to flicker and ripple in the air from time to time. However, the sect defending array in front of the ancient sect ruins was extremely strong, and even though these people had been attacking it for 10 or 20 days, it still stood firm, not allowing anyone to enter. However, the masters of Shadowed Star were not without any gains. After such a long time, the sect defending array in front of them was already on the verge of collapse, and it would not be long before it was broken. Most people were desperately attacking the spirit array while some masters formed teams to drive back and forth the cultivator who had rushed here after hearing the news. The masters in these teams were all cultivator from different sects. In order to ensure the interests and gains of their respective sects, they certainly would not allow irrelevant people to fish in troubled waters before the spirit array was broken. After all, they had spent so much time and energy trying to break it. However, anyone who resisted would be killed without mercy. Many people who did not know the inside story had already died tragically at the hands of these people. Learning from their mistakes, the cultivator who had rushed here after hearing the news took the initiative to stop at the periphery after seeing the corpses of these people, not daring to rashly enter. Although the ancient sect ruins were here, one needed to be alive to explore them. Those cultivator who did not have high status or high strength could only stand 10 kilometers away, looking forward eagerly. It would be a lie to say that they were not envious. They also wanted to participate, but unfortunately their status in their sects was not high enough and their strength was not enough, so they were not qualified. TSK, almost all the famous sects on Shadowed Star are here. This is truly a grand occasion. In the crowd of onlookers, a bald man shook his head and said, although he was praising, anyone could hear the slight jealousy in his tone. Idiot who has never seen the world. After hearing this, another old man in linen robes standing not far from him coldly snorted. Do you think my Shadowed Star only has so few masters? At most, only less than half of the large sects and powers have come here. The news hasn't spread completely yet. Otherwise, there would be even more experts. You old fogey, are you deliberately looking for trouble? I can say whatever I want. It's none of your business. The bald man was already upset because he had been stopped outside. Now that he was being refuted by someone just because he had casually said something, he immediately became angry. The old man in sackcloth only glanced at him indifferently with a look of ridicule on his face. He had no intention of bickering with him. How could he have known that this contemptuous look would only make the bald man even angrier? His expression becoming fierce, he was about to attack the old man in sackcloth when a young man suddenly appeared in front of him. This young man had a tall stature and wore a light blue robe, giving him an extremely capable appearance. The bald man was stunned as he stared at this young man's back, a look of doubt flashing across his eyes. He vaguely felt that this young man was familiar, but could not remember where he had seen him before. So many people? The young man looked forward and suddenly shouted in surprise. The bald man casually replied, "Of course there are many people. They are all hoping to go in and find some good things. Friend, where did you come from?" When the young man heard this question, he turned around and smiled. "I just came in from outside. I heard the news not long ago. And I'll take my leave first." As he said this, he flew up and rushed in that direction. "Little friend, please wait." The old man in linen robes who had been bickering with the bald man before changed his expression and quickly tried to stop him. But it was too late as the young man was already 1,000 meters away. "That little brat is finished." The old man in linen robes shook his head slightly, a look of pity on his face. He could see that this young man was quite young and his cultivation was not weak, but now that he had dared to rush into the mountain defending array, he would definitely be killed on the spot. Not necessarily, he might be able to pass. The bald man's eyes lit up as he finally remembered where he had seen this young man just now. Last time, someone had caused a ruckus in Heavenly Fate City. At that time, the bald man had been shopping in Heavenly Fate City and had seen this young man once. It was only later that he learned that this young man was actually the master of Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai. After causing a ruckus in Heavenly Fate City, not only was this young man unscathed, he was even free and unfettered. Now this young man was High Heaven Sect Master, a character who had entered Lu Yin's Sandland. "What do you mean?" The old man in linen robes looked at the bald man suspiciously. Before, some people tried to break in and fish in troubled waters, but everyone who dared to do so died. Their corpses were even placed there as a warning to others. "Why do you think this young man can pass safely?" "Heh, just watch. If he can pass, old man, you'll have to apologize to this old man," the bald man said confidently. "And if he is killed?" The old man in linen robes narrowed his eyes. "This old man will kneel down and lick your shoes," the bald man shouted. As soon as these words came out, everyone nearby turned to look at him with a playful expression. Even the old man in linen robes was stunned. This bet is really amazing. As the saying goes, a person's face is like a tree's bark. If he really lost, the consequences would be worse than death, so why was this young man so confident? Good. This old master accepts your bet. The old man in linen robes was a decisive person and immediately agreed after a moment of hesitation. He did not believe that in this situation, the great forces attacking the spirit array would be so lenient as to let a young man pass. For a time, all the cultivators' eyes were focused on Yang Kai, wondering if he could safely pass through this team of masters from various great sects. Yang Kai also quickly realized that something was wrong. Although he had contacted Qian Tong through his communication artifact and knew the general situation here, he did not expect it to be like this. Not long after he arrived, before he even reached the sect defending array, a group of 7 or 8 origin returning realm masters flew towards him. These people all wore different robes and were obviously from different great forces. Yang Kai recognized 3 of these forces: Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, and Floating Mist Palace. Needless to say, Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect were the 2 giants of Shadowed Star. Floating Mist Palace's strength was also not to be underestimated, comparable in status to Shadow Moon Hall and Colored Glass Sect. As for the others, although Yang Kai could not see their origins, each of them was a 2nd or 3rd order origin returning realm master. These people stood 1,000 meters away, hovering in the air, staring at Yang Kai indifferently. Among them, an old man in gray robes stepped out of the group and without saying a word, pointed his finger towards Yang Kai from afar. Following this movement, a long sword suddenly appeared and with a slight tremble, transformed into a fiery red light that shot straight towards Yang Kai. The speed of this attack was like a meteor. Yang Kai's face changed as he felt the murderous intent in this attack, and immediately summoned his purple shield to protect himself. Kong. The sword wave collided with the purple shield and a violent energy wave swept out. The fiery red light completely enveloped Yang Kai, making it impossible to see him again. The gray-robed old man sneered and stretched out his hand, causing the fiery red sword wave to immediately fly back to him, transforming back into a long sword that he held in his hand as he stared in the direction of Yang Kai indifferently. He thought that Yang Kai would die. After all, in his perception, Yang Kai was just a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, so it was impossible for him to resist this fatal blow. But soon, the gray-robed old man frowned and was surprised. Over there, the light dissipated and Yang Kai's figure reappeared. With the purple shield in front of him, he had not suffered any injuries, but his expression was extremely cold. Anyone who had just arrived and was attacked by a stranger, and an attack filled with killing intent, would not be in a good mood. "What is the meaning of this, Your Excellency?" Yang Kai stared at the gray-robed old man coldly. "Meaning?" The gray-robed old man snorted. "Trespassers will be killed without mercy. What do you think?" Yang Kai frowned as he glanced down at the mutilated corpses below, vaguely understanding the situation. After the gray-robed old man's attack failed, he felt greatly humiliated and was about to attack again to prove his strength when a shout came from behind, "Wait!" Hearing this voice, the gray-robed old man did not attack again and instead turned around to look at an old man with white hair, asking with a flattering smile on his face, "What advice does Brother Liang have for me?" The other party did not answer and instead looked at Yang Kai with interest, a strange smile appearing on his face as he asked loudly, "Dare I ask if this little brother is High Heaven Sect's master, Yang Kai?" Yang Kai looked up at him and nodded, "Yes, I am Yang Kai." "What, this person is High Heaven Sect's sect master?" The gray-robed old man who had attacked Yang Kai before exclaimed in shock. For a moment regret filled his heart. Regardless of Yang Kai's cultivation, the High Heaven Sect he now controlled could not be underestimated. Not to mention the sect-hallowed treasure, the Origin King grade starship. Just the rumored combat power of Yang Kai alone was enough to make the gray-robed old man's scalp tingle. It was rumored that Yang Kai had killed an Origin returning realm master when he was just a third-order Saint King, and now that he had reached the Origin returning realm, his strength was likely not inferior to any third-order Origin returning realm master. The gray-robed old man was just a second-order cultivator, so if he really fought with Yang Kai, he would likely be killed. The gray-robed old man was naturally frightened as a chill ran down his spine, secretly rejoicing that Elder Liang had stopped him in time, otherwise, he might have made a big mistake. What's more, with the various resources controlled by High Heaven Sect today, many sects on Shadowed Star wanted to befriend it, but unfortunately, no one had been able to contact High Heaven Sect. The gray-robed old man's sect also had such plans, but this time he had tried to kill Yang Kai as soon as they met, so the gray-robed old man did not know if Yang Kai would blame him. Considering all this, the gray-robed old man's heart became extremely uneasy. Chapter 1493. It really is Sect Master Yang. The old man smiled lightly and cupped his fists. "Forgive my rudeness, this old man is Heaven Battling Union's third elder, Liang Yong." Heaven Battling Union? Yang Kai frowned. Although his impression of this force was not very good and there had been some friction between them, Yang Kai did not lack etiquette and returned the greeting, "Yang Kai greets Elder Liang." Of course. The smile on Liang Yong's face became even more amiable, but Yang Kai couldn't help feeling that there was something strange about it. Before he could figure it out though, Liang Yong pointed to the person next to him and introduced, "This is Thunder Typhoon Sect's Vice Sect Master Situ Hong. I believe Sect Master Yang should have heard of him." "I have long since heard of your great name." Yang Kai nodded lightly. He had indeed heard the names of Situ Hong and Liang Yong before. Both of them were third-order Origin returning realm masters on Shadowed Star, but today was the first time he had met them. Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect had many conflicts between them, and although they weren't completely incompatible, they were close to each other. But now they had actually joined forces. Yang Kai wore a strange look, but when he glanced over at the sect defending array, he couldn't help understanding. There were no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. The scene in front of him was the best explanation. "Please forgive us, Sect Master Yang, we did not intend to intercept you, but as you can see, several dozen sects on Shadowed Star have joined forces to break this sect defending array and enter, so the security around this area has been tightened. No one is allowed to enter without permission. I hope Sect Master Yang can forgive Brother Yu's disrespect." "Brother Yu was only following orders," Liang Yong said again, trying to exonerate the man who attacked Yang Kai just now. Yang Kai smiled faintly and said, "It's fine, I didn't suffer any harm, so let's just forget about it." Liang Yong laughed. Sect Master Yang is truly magnanimous. This Liang offers his sincere thanks. The old man surnamed Yu also hurriedly apologized. "Elder Liang, does that mean no one is allowed to enter this place now?" Yang Kai asked with some dissatisfaction. After all, Fallen Emperor Mountain was an ownerless land and the ancient sect ruins inside should have been accessible to anyone. But now, these sects had designated it as their own territory, killing all trespassers without mercy. Of course, this was a bit overbearing. However, since it was an alliance between dozens of forces, Yang Kai couldn't say anything. He didn't want to offend the public. That's right. Half a month ago, this was what our friends here had discussed. Liang Yong nodded lightly. The 7 of us are the law enforcers of this place. I see. Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he understood. Liang Yong suddenly smiled lightly and said, however, "It's not that no one is allowed to enter. As long as you can obtain the permission of the 7 of us, you can participate in this grand event." "Oh, what should I do to get your permission?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "And that's a bit difficult." Liang Yong wore an awkward expression as he rubbed his temples. It stands to reason that this mountain defending array is about to be broken, so anyone who wants to participate in this grand event must first pay a price. Otherwise, wouldn't all the friends who attacked the spirit array be making wedding clothes for others? There was some truth to what he said. The hundreds of Origin returning realm masters had been bombarding the mountain defending array for half a month now, all of them wanting to quickly enter and take a look. Now that they were on the verge of success, naturally no one was willing to let others in and take advantage of the situation. If they were allowed to do so, these people wouldn't be able to accept it. What kind of price will they have to pay? Yang Kai pondered for a moment before asking. "Elder Liang might as well tell me. I'll see if I can afford it." Liang Yong grinned meaningfully. Sect Master Yang is too polite. If it were someone else, they would definitely have to pay a price, but since Sect Master Yang is High Heaven Sect's Sect Master, then there's no need to. High Heaven Sect is now a well-known great force on Shadowed Star, so it is qualified to participate in this grand event. What's more, Sect Master Yang has come alone, so this old master will do him a favor and agree to let Sect Master Yang pass. Yang Kai looked surprised as he tilted his head and asked, "Won't this embarrass Elder Liang?" Yang Kai was confused, not understanding why the other party was showing such goodwill. He didn't have the slightest friendship with Heaven Battling Union and even had some grievances with them, so there was no reason for the other party to be so kind. Liang Yong chuckled and said, "Of course, this old master definitely doesn't have this right. This is just a suggestion. Whether Sect Master Yang is allowed to pass or not will depend on the opinions of the others." Saying so, Liang Yong turned his eyes to the other 6 people. For a moment, the Origin returning realm masters all looked at each other, but Thunder Typhoon Sect's Vice Sect Master Situ Hong was the first to speak, nodding without hesitation. "If only Sect Master Yang is allowed to pass, this old master has no objection." Since the leaders of Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect had agreed, how could the others say anything? They all followed Liang Yong and Situ Hong's lead, so all of them immediately nodded in agreement without any objections. "If that's the case, thank you everyone." Yang Kai cupped his fists slightly before transforming into a stream of light and flying past the crowd towards a certain part of the mountain defending array. "Sect Master Yang, since you've come, you should help us break this spirit array as soon as possible so we can see the various opportunities inside." Liang Yong shouted from behind, but Yang Kai was already a few thousand meters away, so it was impossible to tell if he heard him. After shouting, Liang Yong turned his head and exchanged a glance with Situ Hong before smiling knowingly. It was truly a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. When they had inquired about the news before, they thought that Yang Kai had gone to Heavenly Fate City, but after tracking him down, they discovered that he had come to Fallen Emperor Mountain. Later, when they heard about the changes in Fallen Emperor Mountain, the masters of the 2 great forces also gathered here. Just as they were worrying about not being able to find any trace of Yang Kai, he had unexpectedly delivered himself to their doorstep. There was a path to heaven, but no gate to hell. If he wanted to court death, he could only blame others. In any case, this was not a good place to act. There were too many eyes here, so Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect had to take into account their reputation and reputation. First, they would let this little brat in. As long as he entered and found a secluded place, wouldn't they have the final say? So even if Yang Kai had no intention of breaking through the spirit array, Liang Yong would have taken the initiative to let him pass. Situ Hong was jackals of the same tribe, so of course, he wouldn't object and simply found an excuse to let Yang Kai pass safely. Yang Kai naturally understood the principle of being unaccountably solicitous. He didn't know what kind of wicked ideas Liang Yong and the others had in mind, but since he was a master of skill and daring, he wasn't afraid of anything. In an instant, Yang Kai arrived in front of the mountain defending array and rushed towards a certain position. Over there, Qian Tong and Fei Ji2 were desperately controlling their artifacts to bombard the mountain defending array, causing countless ripples to appear on its surface. Elder Qian, City Lord Fei. Yang Kai landed and called out. The two turned around and after seeing Yang Kai, Qian Tong couldn't help grinning. Yang Kai, you also heard the news and came here? It was a coincidence. I was going to Heavenly Fate City to look for you, but I didn't expect you to not be in the city. Looking for us? What's the matter? It's not a big deal, let's talk about it after we're done here. Yang Kai chuckled. Very well. But why did Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect let you in? That's a bit strange, those who dared to break in these days were all killed. I don't know why, Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. Since you're here, let's put in some effort. This mountain defending array is many times stronger than the one you used to protect Dragon Cave Mountain, Fei Ji2 interjected. Good. The three of them no longer spoke and instead focused on attacking the spirit array in front of them. The artifact Fei Ji2 used was still the blue jade bowl he relied on the most, transforming it into a blue light curtain several dozen meters in diameter and bombarding the spirit array like a torrent of mercury. Qian Tong, on the other hand, used a short blade-like artifact. After pouring his Saint Qi into it, this short blade emitted a faint dragon roar and transformed into a several dozen meter long dark green dragon that shook its head and wagged its tail, each of its attacks carrying great momentum. Yang Kai watched from the sidelines with a strange look. Whether it was Fei Ji2 or Qian Tong, both of them were worthy of being famous masters. Their Saint Qi was pure and vigorous to the extreme, and in terms of Saint Qi alone, both of them obviously had the qualifications to break through to the Origin King realm. However, in order to break through to the Origin King realm, one must first cultivate their Shi to the grand accomplishment stage. This requirement was enough to make 90% of Origin returning realm masters sigh. Yang Kai didn't know whether Fei Ji2 and Qian Tong's Shi had reached this level. Yang Kai didn't just stand there and watch, raising his hand and shooting out a dozen golden threads. Right now, he only had two offensive artifacts in his possession. One was the Verdant Dragon Bone Sword and the other was the Feather Spirit Arrow he had obtained a few days ago. He hadn't had time to test their power yet, but no matter which one he used, he couldn't easily show them to others. Needless to say, the Dragon Bone Sword contained a wisp of the remnant dragon soul, so if he used it now, it would definitely attract attention. As for the Feather Spirit Arrow, it was a consumption-type artifact and only had enough energy sealed inside it for 2 attacks. Once it was used, it would need to be recharged, so it wasn't suitable for this place. As such, Yang Kai could only use his Golden Blood Thread secret technique. Fortunately, while on the road some time ago, Yang Kai had studied the second half of his Golden Blood Thread secret technique and now he could use it to practice on the mountain defending array in front of him. Every single one of the golden threads shone with a golden light, and contained a terrifying amount of vitality and vital energy. As soon as they shot out, Qian Tong and Fei Ji2 raised their brows, slowed down their movements and turned to look at Yang Kai. Old Fei, why do I feel like Yang Kai's move is somewhat similar to Demon Blood Temple's Demon Blood Thread secret technique? Qian Tong asked suspiciously. He had dealt with the elders of Demon Blood Temple, and was well aware of the strangeness and power of Demon Blood Threads, so when Yang Kai used this move, he was able to see some clues. More than similar, it's as if they were carved from the same mold. Fei Ji2 was also shocked, but their temple master has only produced 2 demon blood threads in his entire life while the other elders, including Jin Shi, only have 1 each. Yang Kai's number. Isn't it a bit too much? Chapter 1494. A dozen, what kind of concept was that? Although Qian Tong and Fei Jitu had not cultivated the demon blood thread before, they still had some understanding of this secret technique. They knew that it was the result of condensing one's vitality, using the essence of one's physique. It was something between an artifact and a secret technique, so no matter how strong demon blood temples people were, it was impossible for them to cultivate too many. When Demon Blood Temple's temple master cultivated the demon blood thread, she had used an evil secret technique to harvest yang to supplement her yin, collecting the blood essence of strong men, yet she was only able to condense 2 demon blood threads. How much vitality did Yang Kai possess to be able to condense more than a dozen at once? Moreover, looking at his appearance, there was no sign of his vitality being depleted. Instead, his vitality was far stronger than anyone else's here. This was somewhat inconceivable. Could it be that this wasn't the demon blood thread's secret technique, but rather its appearance? Qian Tong and Fei Jitu couldn't figure it out. What the two of them didn't know was that a dozen golden blood threads wasn't Yang Kai's limit. He now had several dozen golden blood threads in his body, each one transformed from a single drop of pure golden blood. With the life-revitalizing jade cream, Yang Kai no longer had to worry about the lack of golden blood in his body, so he spared no effort in condensing more golden blood threads. After the dozen or so golden blood threads shot out, they did not immediately attack the mountain defending array but instead intertwined with each other, as if they had a mind of their own, gradually twisting together and transforming into a 10-meter-long golden spear. Shining with a brilliant golden light, this golden spear suddenly shot towards the sect defending array. Hong. A loud bang rang out as the tip of the golden spear struck the light curtain of the sect defending array. The light curtain immediately caved in like a rubber ball, causing Qian Tong and Fei Jitu, who were watching from the side, to feel their eyelids twitch as they gasped in amazement. The two of them had participated in attacking the sect defending array for half a month now, so they were naturally familiar with the strength of this spirit array. At this moment, seeing the power of this golden spear, they could already infer how powerful it was. This was a violent attack that caused even them to tremble in fear. However, the sect defending array was truly amazing. No matter how Yang Kai urged the golden spear, he was still unable to break it. Instead, after the light curtain caved in, a strong rebound force appeared. Not only did the light curtain of the sect defending array restore itself, but even the dozen or so golden blood thread spear was bounced back. Yang Kai's expression remained calm as he controlled this spear of his divine sense of divine of course, as he controlled this spear once of his divine sense of his divine of golden blood of his divine chi of heaven was, with a single thought of Yang Kai of his divine soul was of course. This was the essence of the second half of the demon blood thread secret technique, the golden blood thread secret technique. Yang Kai looked excited, not paying attention to his surroundings at all as he concentrated on controlling the golden blood threads, transforming them into various forms and testing the sect defending array again and again. The transformation of 1 or 2 golden blood threads could not be completed by themselves. Only when a certain number of them reached a certain level could such a magical transformation occur. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of cultivation the senior who created the demon blood thread secret technique had reached, but since Shadowed Star was restricted by world principles, no one in Demon Blood Temple had been able to carry forward this Tao of divine transformation. Even the beautiful temple master could only barely cultivate 2 demon blood threads, so what kind of transformation was there to speak of? However, it wasn't as if she hadn't gained anything. At the very least on the ice road, Yang Kai had seen her 2 demon blood threads transform into 2 blood snakes, as if they were alive. This was also a kind of Tao of divine transformation. Although Yang Kai knew how to cultivate it, he couldn't meet the requirements for now, because it required the soul and monster core of a powerful monster beast to cultivate. What Yang Kai was using now was a different kind of transformation. At first, he wasn't very proficient in using it, but as time passed and he displayed various transformations, his mastery of the golden blood thread secret technique became more and more proficient. His golden blood thread secret technique was also able to take on many forms at will. Qian Tong and Fei Jitu watched from the side in amazement, not daring to disturb him because they could tell from Yang Kai's focused expression that he was immersed in practicing some kind of secret technique. This was a good thing, so how could the two of them interfere? The mountain defending array of the ancient sect ruins in Fallen Emperor Mountain had been bombarded by hundreds of origin-returning realm masters for half a month and was on the verge of collapse, but 2 days after Yongkai joined, it finally made some progress. Suddenly, a cracking sound rang out from a certain place. Although this sound was soft, it clearly reached the ears of every cultivator. Looking in the direction of the source of the sound, everyone saw a small crack appear in the light curtain of the mountain defending array. For a time the crowd was excited and everyone was overjoyed. Although this was only a small crack that was almost negligible, it showed that the mountain defending array here had reached its limit. As long as they put in a little more effort, they might be able to break it in the next moment. There was no need for anyone to tell them. After a moment of silence, everyone increased the output of their attacks. Kacha. The sound continued to ring out from all directions, as if a single spark could set a prairie ablaze. With the crack that first appeared as the center, soon countless cracks began to appear on the light curtain of the mountain defending array, crisscrossing like a spider's web. A violent spiritual pressure suddenly spread out from a certain place, and all the cultivator who noticed this could not help showing a look of shock as they turned their heads to look in that direction. What they saw was a cultivator in a blue robe slowly rising into the air, like an ancient god descending from the heavens. His hands were raised high, and in the palm of his hand was a dazzling ball of light. The shocking energy fluctuations were coming from this ball of light. For a time, the blue-robed cultivator became the focus of everyone's attention. Chu Zheng's great son's wish seal really lives up to its reputation. Fei Jitu looked over and muttered, seemingly a little wary. This is Heaven Battling Union's Union Master Chu Zheng? Yongkai asked in surprise. Indeed. Qian Tong gently nodded, a look of dread appearing on his face. He is also one of the top masters on Shadowed Star. Although this old master is also a third-order origin returning realm cultivator like him, if we really fought, my chances of winning were less than 20%. Even if a cultivator had the same cultivation, there would still be differences in strength. These differences came from the secret arts and secret techniques they cultivated and the power of the artifacts they controlled. As such, even if both of them were third-order origin returning realm cultivators, Qian Tong did not dare to claim that his strength was equal to Chu Zheng's. Take Yongkai for example. Although he was only a first-order cultivator, an ordinary first-order cultivator would not be able to put up any resistance in front of him. This was a very common phenomenon. While speaking, Chu Zheng had already flown several thousand meters into the air, his expression extremely dignified as he gently tossed down the ball of light in his hand. As if it was weightless, the ball of light began falling at a very slow speed. So slow. Yongkai frowned. If the so-called Great Sun's wish seal was really what he saw, it was not enough to warrant such a conclusion. After all, its speed was too slow, so who would be stupid enough to stand in place and not try to avoid it? However, since both Qian Tong and Fei Jitu were so wary of it, it was definitely not what he thought it was. Considering this, Yongkai became even more focused on observing the situation. At that moment though, a sudden change occurred. The Great Sun's wish seal, which had been slowly falling, suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight, and when it reappeared, it was already above the sect defending array. It seemed to have crossed 1,000 meters in an instant. Yongkai paled as he exclaimed, "Space Force!" But soon, he shook his head and denied his judgment. If it really was Space Force, it would have been impossible for him not to feel the strange fluctuations it gave off. After all, in terms of attainments in the Tao of Space, Yongkai was not inferior to anyone. Even Heaven Battling Union's great elder Mo Xiaosheng, who was proficient in the Tao of Space, could not compare. It was not Space Force though, but the Great Sun's wish seal's speed was simply too fast. The previous slowness was just an illusion. With such great power and incredible speed, the secret technique Chu Zheng had mastered was really extraordinary. If Yongkai had really been hit by it, even if he didn't die, he would have at least lost a layer of skin. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. The Great Sun wishing seal had already made contact with the light screen. Without a sound, the energy ball of light that could be seen with the naked eye exploded, turning into a dazzling halo of light. In an instant, almost everyone could not open their eyes. Although there was no movement, the energy fluctuations that erupted at this time were extremely terrifying. A gust of wind mixed with the surrounding world energy, with the point of contact as the center, spread out in all directions, sending sand and stones flying and uprooting trees as thick as several people. Even the spectating cultivator more than 10 kilometers away who was watching from a safe distance, some of the weaker ones were unable to maintain their balance and were almost blown away by the strong wind. Kacha. A series of crackling sounds rang out for a while before everything calmed down. When the light dissipated and everyone opened their eyes again, they were surprised to find that the light screen of the Great Protective Mountain Array had disappeared. In the mountains and forests, the ruins of the ancient sect were faintly discernible. Chu Zheng stood midair with a proud expression on his face. Although everyone present had contributed greatly to the destruction of the Protective Mountain Array, he was still the one who delivered the final blow. He enjoyed the feeling of being the center of everyone's attention and admiration. Countless flattering voices came from all directions, praising Chu Zheng's unparalleled strength. Good, now that the sect defending array has been broken, it's time to go in and take a look. Everyone, this old master will take his leave first. Chu Zheng cupped his fists and immediately flew forward, the many masters from Heaven Battling Union naturally following closely behind. Immediately, the group from Thunder Typhoon sect also hurried in. After the masters of the two giants left, the many origin returning realm masters present all rushed in, each of them searching for a different location to explore the ancient sect ruins, hoping to gain some benefits. Fortunately, they had all contributed for more than half a month, so now that it was time to check the results, naturally no one was willing to fall behind. Yang Kai, Fei Jitu, and Qian Tong were also mixed in with the crowd. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, Qian Tong pointed in a certain direction and said, "Let's go there." Chapter 1495. This ancient sect ruin was located inside Fallen Emperor Mountain and covered a large area. Yang Kai estimated that it was not inferior to High Heaven sect in terms of world energy, and even if it was not as good as the current High Heaven sect, it was not far behind. In the future, this place would likely become a place that many great forces would fight over. With such a good environment, the great sects and great forces would definitely not easily give it up. If they could turn this place into their headquarters, it would be of great benefit to their sect's future development. Yang Kai already had High Heaven sect, so he wasn't very interested in this place, but Qian Tong and Fei Jitu were both burning with passion, obviously having thought of this possibility. Although Shadow Moon Hall's headquarters was not bad, compared to this place it was obviously worse. On top of that, Shadow Moon Hall was only a few days' journey from here, so if they could move their headquarters here, the growth of their disciples would be much faster. Even if they didn't move their headquarters, it was still possible to use this place as a division. As such, Qian Tong and Fei Jitu were both excited, but when they thought about the hardships and the possibility of a great war between sects, the two of them quickly dismissed this idea. Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect would never let go of such a precious place, so Shadow Moon Hall was unlikely to get its hands on it. The three of them entered the interior of the sect from a secluded corner. What entered their eyes was a large number of palaces. Despite the passage of tens of thousands of years, most of the buildings here were still in good condition. There were no signs of damage. In their field of vision, there were already many cultivators searching for different palaces, going in and out, obviously exploring. Yang Kai, Qian Tong, and Fei Jitu looked at each other and were unwilling to be left out, immediately splitting up and going into different palaces to search. In the current situation, it was naturally more efficient to search separately. Although the risk would also increase, none of the three were timid people, so how could they be restrained? As such, there was no need to discuss anything. A moment later, Yang Kai walked out of the palace with an indifferent expression. He did not gain anything. Although the palace was well preserved, there was nothing of value. Could even be said that it was completely empty. This was normal. It was within Yang Kai's expectations. When Yang Kai led his people deep into High Heaven sect, there were no treasures left behind, so he was mentally prepared for this. The disciple of this ancient sect might have taken away all the good stuff before the danger arrived. Whether there was anything left behind would depend on luck. Without stopping, Yang Kai quickly entered another palace. At the same time, somewhere in this ancient sect, a group of origin returning realm masters had gathered together, led by a blue-robed man and a blue-robed middle-aged man. These two were naturally heaven-battling Union's Union Master Chu Zheng and Thunder Typhoon Sect Master Fang Peng. At this moment, Chu Zheng held a communication artifact in his hand and released his divine sense to scan it for a moment before raising his head and asking, "That little brat is just 10 kilometers to the left. Brother Fang, should we act now?" Fang Peng pondered for a moment before asking, "Are Qian Tong and Fei Ji too with him?" "They seem to have separated," Chu Zheng replied. "But even if they are together, it doesn't matter. It's just Qian Tong and Fei Ji too. It won't take us much effort to capture them with our manpower." That being said, those two are still from Shadow Moon Hall. If we really take action against them, Shadow Moon Hall? Fang Peng seemed to have some scruples. What does Shadow Moon Hall matter? Now that Star Emperor Mountain has intervened, if Qian Tong and Fei Ji too know what's good for them, they will naturally know what to do. If they don't, Shadowed Star will lose a sect. That makes sense, Fang Peng sneered, feeling that he was being too cautious. "Father, since that little brat is on good terms with Qian Tong and Fei Ji too, shouldn't we also capture those two? That way, that little brat won't act rashly." Amidst the crowd, a young man with handsome brows and starry eyes spun his eyeballs as he asked. This young man held a folding fan in his hand, and his hair was tied up with a golden ribbon. His skin was fair and clear, and he had a confident and elegant appearance. If Yang Kai were here, he would definitely recognize this person as the famous young Union Master of Heaven Battling Union, Chu Changfeng. Yang Kai had a bad impression of Heaven Battling Union mostly because of this Chu Changfeng. This man's behavior was vile, and he had even tried to kill Yang Kai in Luyan Desert. Yang Kai naturally didn't have a good impression of him. "Oh." Chu Zheng heard this and raised his brow. "Why do you want to take action against Qian Tong and Fei Ji too? Those two old fogies are third-order origin returning realm cultivators, 2 minor realms higher than that little brat. Isn't doing this kind of thing just asking for trouble?" Fang Peng and the others also turned to look at Chu Changfeng with some confusion. Chu Changfeng chuckled as he opened the folding fan in his hand and waved it confidently. "That being said, as far as this child knows, that little brat seems to have some understanding of the Tao of space. Although we have many people on our side, if we can't block his escape route, he may be able to take advantage of it and escape." "That little brat understands the Tao of space? Where did you learn this?" Chu Zheng and Fang Peng both looked surprised. "I overheard Great Elder mention it by accident." "Father might as well ask Great Elder about it. He should know best." Chu Changfeng did not explain much and instead turned to an old man in the crowd. This old man was none other than Heaven Battling Union's Great Elder Mo Xiaoshang. Mo Xiaoshang stepped forward and said with a dignified expression, Young Union Master is right. Yang Kai does understand the Tao of space. This old master witnessed the battle on Dragon Cave Mountain with his own eyes. Others may not have noticed, but this old master who also cultivates the Tao of space was able to see through it. He actually understands the Tao of space? Chu Zheng frowned, a look of surprise filling his face. As the Union Master of Heaven Battling Union, he naturally knew how difficult it was to cultivate the Tao of space better than anyone else. This had nothing to do with aptitude. The Tao of space was an obscure force that was difficult to comprehend, and even more difficult to cultivate. If Great Elder Mo Xiaoshang hadn't had a fortuitous encounter in the past, he wouldn't have been able to touch upon this territory, but even after so many years, his attainments in the Tao of space were still extremely shallow and he was unable to advance any further. Great Elder, in your opinion, what do you think of his mastery of the Tao of space? He only used his Tao of space once in front of this old master. It is difficult to judge exactly, but it should be on par with this old master's. Mo Xiaoshang's mouth twitched slightly. Although he was very unwilling to admit that Yang Kai's attainments in this field were almost the same as his own, Mo Xiaoshang had no choice but to admit it. When Yang Kai suddenly disappeared in front of him that day, it was clearly the result of Yang Kai's comprehension of the Tao of space. Even Mo Xiaoshang himself could only accomplish such a feat. It was precisely because he understood the Tao of space that he was able to occupy the position of Great Elder of Heaven Battling Union. Otherwise, with the purity of his Saint Qi and the density of his Shi, there were several people in the Union who were more powerful than him, so how could he have possibly become Great Elder? From this, it could be seen just how mysterious and rare the Tao of space was. If that's the case, then things will be a bit difficult. Chu Zheng frowned deeply. With Great Elder as the benchmark, it would not be easy to capture a cultivator who understood the Tao of space alive. Yang Kai was just a trivial first-order origin returning realm cultivator, so no one present placed him in their eyes, but at this time no one was confident they could capture him. A cultivator who understood the Tao of space would have extremely strange movement skills and top-notch speed. This kind of person was extremely talented in escaping. If that's the case, we really have to target Qian Tong and Fei Ji too to make him hesitate, Fang Peng muttered. And Elder Liang, keep an eye on Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tuesday. If there is a chance, capture these two first, Chu Zheng ordered lightly. I will deal with Shadow Moon Hall. Yes. The elder named Liang Yong, who had let Yang Kai pass before, immediately accepted the order and left. Father, your son has a presumptuous request. Chu Chongfeng closed his folding fan and cupped his fists respectfully. Let's hear it. Chu Zheng doted on his son very much, so in front of everyone, he naturally would not embarrass him. If we really block Yang Kai's path of retreat, please allow your son to fight him. Chu Chongfeng quickly said. You? After the battle on Dragon Cave Mountain, that little brat made a name for himself and has now become the strongest master of his generation. Now there are rumors on Shadowed Star that his strength is not inferior to a third-order origin returning realm master. In your son's opinion, this is nothing more than a rumor. Who is the real leader of this generation? Your son wants to personally prove it. Chu Chongfeng said proudly before turning his head to another young man wearing simple hemp robes and asking with a smile, Brother Tianzhong, what do you think? This young man was Fang Tianzhong, who was as famous as Chu Chongfeng. This time, Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect's joint operation had brought these two young talents together. With his hands behind his back, Fang Tianzhong had been standing silently, but when he heard Chu Chongfeng's question, he simply raised his eyes and replied faintly, It's just a false reputation. What outsiders think of it has nothing to do with this, Fang. Is that so? Then why did you come along? Don't you want to see Yang Kai's strength with your own eyes, and see if there is any gap between him and you? Chu Chongfeng grinned meaningfully. This Chu is an honest man. The reason he came along was to fight him. Since Brother Tianzhong has no such intention, this Chu will take the lead. As you wish. Fang Tianzhong said indifferently. Good, this matter is settled. Have everyone pay attention to Yang Kai's position at all times, and find a secluded place where we can take action. This is a task assigned to us by Star Emperor Mountain. There is no room for error. Chu Zheng was also a decisive person, so seeing that the discussion was settled, he waved his hand and shouted. Everyone nodded in agreement. As for his son wanting to challenge Yang Kai, of course he would not stop him. It was a good thing that his son had such a competitive heart. Yang Kai didn't know anything about what was happening here. Nor did he expect that he would be watched by so many people, all of whom were plotting against him. Although this ancient sect ruin was vast, the number of cultivators who had explored it was not small. Yang Kai didn't want to get into conflict with others, so he chose to explore some remote locations. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.